sustainable operation, which allows us to focus on what matters most, our community. We continuously encourage our vendors to adopt sustainable practices, making them an integral part of our journey towards a sustainable future. Our people, our strength, they form the backbone of our organization. With more than 16,000 personnel delivering excellence every day, we prioritize the health, safety, and well-being of every staff. We prioritize compliance with international health and safety standards to create a conducive and thriving work environment. This provides opportunities for growth, realize ambitions, and shape the leaders of tomorrow. Since our inception, giving back to communities has always been in our DNA, a lifelong principle of our founder and
Of our guest of honor, Madam Fazila Fazil, Secretary General of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, representing Her Excellency Madam Fadlina Sidek, Minister of Education and President of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Malaysian National Anthem, Negaraku. Of prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. Let's start our doa with Ummul Kitab Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, praise be to Allah, Lord of the worlds. Let your blessing and your peace be on your servant and your messenger, Muhammad, and on his family and his companion. Allahumma ya hayy ya qayyum ya zal jalali wal ikram. On this glorious day, in conjunction with the opening ceremony of the ESD for 2030 Asia Pacific Regional Meeting, we uphold our hand to pray gratefully, to thank you on your infinite favor to us until we can live in peace and harmony to perform our tasks as your servant. O Allah, we seek your blessing to make this beneficial intellectual discourse a success and benefits humanity. Ya Hakim, we stand today in honoring the gathering of great minds who gather in the belief of doing the greater good for the people and the world. On this day, we rejoice in the favor you have graciously given us. We thank you for your bountiful and provident hand that has given so much opportunity for better silaturahim among people, nations, and countries. We thank you for granting us the abundance of ideas, valuable knowledge, and inspiration to bring greater good to the people in order to gain your mardatilah. Ya Munzilal Barakah, we seek for security, prosperity, and peace for our leaders and our country. Please bestow fortitude in us to be resilient in facing changes and challenges, and may with this perseverance will make us a better person, a better nation, and a better country. O Allah, we seek for security, prosperity, and peace for the people and the world. Please bestow fortitude in us to be resilient in facing changes and challenges, and may with this perseverance will make us all wiser, more compassionate, and stand together to make the greater change in building forward differently for the future generation. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Fazrul. Madam Fazilah Fazil, Secretary General of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, representing Her Excellency Madam Fadlina Sidek, Minister of Education Malaysia and President of Malaysia National Commission for UNESCO. Tan Sri Datuk Sri Sir Dr. Jeffrey Cheah, Founder and Trustee Jeffrey Cheah Foundation, Founder and Chairman Sunway Group, and Co-Chair of Mission 4.7. Ms. Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, Director of the UNESCO Regional Office in Jakarta, representative to Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Timor-Leste. Ms. Yumi Namatame, Assistant Director General for International Affairs, Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports and Technology, Japan. Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, Co-Chair Mission 4.7, and Sir Jeffrey Cheah, Distinguished Professor at Sunway University. Ms. Karima El-Khoury, United Nations Resident Coordinator, Malaysia, Brunei, Darussalam, and Singapore. Esteemed delegates, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome Honorable Ms. Fazilah Fazil and our distinguished guests to the ESD for 2030 Regional Meeting on Transforming the Futures of Education, Mainstreaming Education for Sustainable Development in Learning System. With the theme Mainstreaming Education for Sustainable Development in Learning System, the meeting aims to take the national ESD efforts to a deeper level by identifying promising ways to integrate ESD into school curricula, pedagogy, assessment frameworks, and exploring localized practice-based ESD models with a focus on social-emotional learning and 21st century skills. Ladies and gentlemen, to officially begin our event, please join me in welcoming Ms. Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, Director of UNESCO Office in Jakarta and UNESCO Representative in Indonesia, Brunei Darussalam, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Timor-Leste, to deliver her opening remarks.
Madam Fazilah Fazil, Secretary General of Malaysia National Commission for UNESCO, Ms. Yumi Namatame, Assistant Director General for International Affairs, Minister of Education, Culture, Sports and Technology of Japan, or MEXT, and Assistant Secretary General for Japanese National Commission for UNESCO, Tan Sri Sir Dr. Jeffrey Cheah, AO, Global Leadership Council Member, SDSN, Chair of SDSN Malaysia and Co-Chair of Mission 4.7, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network and Co-Chair of Mission 4.7, our Ms. Karima El-Khoury, my colleague, UN Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, representatives from the National Commission for UNESCO for Asia and the Pacific, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, and dear participants. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, salam pagi. It is my great pleasure on behalf of our two offices, UNESCO Jakarta and UNESCO Bangkok, to welcome you all to the ESD for 2030 Regional Meeting on Transforming the Futures of Education, Mainstreaming Education for Sustainable Development in Learning Systems, today here at Sunway University in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Education of Malaysia as a co-host and to the Sustainable Development Solutions Network as the co-organizer of this meeting. I must also recognize with profound appreciation for the generous support we have received for the meeting from the Government of Japan, Mission 4.7, Sunway University, Jeffrey Cheah Foundation, and the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're increasingly faced today with interlinked social, economic, environmental, and health challenges, ranging from climate change, pollution, biodiversity loss, these are the triple planetary crisis as we call it, to gender inequality, discrimination, to food security and digital divide or AI, and so forth. Education for Sustainable Development, or ESD in short, is a concept, practice, value, and expression of our commitment to fostering sustainable development through education, a mission that lies at the heart of UNESCO's endeavors. ESD is a lifelong learning process and an integral part of quality education. It equips learners of all ages with the knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes needed to address the multiple interlinked challenges today. And it does this through enhancing the cognitive, social-emotional, and behavior dimensions of learning and encompasses learning content and outcomes, pedagogy, and the learning environment itself. Ultimately, ESD empowers individuals to contribute actively to sustainable development and create a more just, peaceful, and sustainable world. While there is a dedicated target on ESD under SDG 4 for Quality Inclusive Education for All, which is of course known as Target 4.7, it is high time that we really place ESD at the heart of the entire 2030 agenda for sustainable development. And I don't think that this would be an exaggeration to say that ESD, or Target 4.7, truly holds a key to achieving or accelerating the progress towards fulfilling the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda today. And it is for this very reason that ESD was underscored as one of the key drivers to transform education and to meet the needs of the 21st century at the 2022 Transforming Education Summit, TESS. The recommendation from TESS led to the launch of the flagship initiative on Greening Education Partnership under the framework of ESD, along with other 5 initiatives that all include critical elements of ESD. For example, highlighting the necessity of integrating digital and green skills into education to prepare learners for the future job market and to drive innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, the recent statistics underscore the urgent need for ESD and greening education. UNESCO reports that over 1.2 billion children and youth globally are affected by climate change and environmental degradation, highlighting the critical importance of integrating sustainability into education. Additionally, a UNESCO survey found that 92% of national education policies mention sustainable development, yet only 44% of countries have explicitly integrated ESD into their curricula. This gap actually signifies a significant opportunity to enhance educational frameworks worldwide to better prepare students for sustainable futures. Last month in June, UNESCO launched 2 concrete practical greening education tools developed under the Global Greening Education Partnership, which outline actionable steps to integrate sustainability into education systems. First is UNESCO's new Greening Curriculum Guidance. This is a practical manual providing, for the first time, a common understanding of what climate education should consist of and how countries can mainstream environment topics across the curricula. The guidance includes detailed expected learning outcomes according to age group ranging from 5 to 18 years old and focuses on the importance of promoting active learning and designing a range of hands-on activities. The second tool is UNESCO's new Green School Quality Standard, developed in partnership with other UN agencies, civil society, and countries. It sets the minimum requirements on how to create a green school by promoting an action-oriented approach. It recommends that all schools set up green governance committees, including students, teachers, and parents, to oversee sustainable management. It also calls to encourage teacher training, conduct audits of energy, water, food, and waste, and while also calling for stronger ties with the wider community to help students address environmental issues at local level. Ladies and gentlemen, this regional meeting this week is in many ways a direct regional follow-up to the ESD Net Global meeting that took place in December last year in Tokyo, Japan. The ESD Net Global meeting brought together experts and practitioners from around the world to share insights and strategy on integrating ESD into national education policies, curricula, and teacher education. The meeting advocated for promoting a whole-of-institution approach where schools and educational institutions adopt comprehensive strategies to reflect sustainability principles not in the curriculum, but also in the governance, operations, and culture of the institutions. It also highlighted the need to enhance collaboration partnerships, urging the forming of a strong multi-stakeholder partnerships, including collaboration with local communities, the private sector, and civil society to ensure the successful implementation of ESD. So as we gather here today, we are reaffirming our commitment to implementing these vital recommendations, actions within our countries, within our region. The integration of principles of ESD and the practice of greening education into national policies and education practices is not a luxury. It is our responsibility, obligation, and necessity for the future of our planet and the well-being of our future generations. We at UNESCO are confident that ESD, with greening education, will help create a culture of sustainability by embedding eco-friendly practices into school operations, curricula, and community engagement. For instance, schools adopting greening initiatives have reported up to a 30% reduction in energy consumption, waste, and in demonstrating tangible benefits. So by prioritizing these educational strategies, we can cultivate a generation that is better prepared to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and other environmental crises, ultimately leading to a more sustainable and resilient world. Together, we have the power to transform education systems, inspire sustainable practices, and build a world where every individual can thrive in harmony with nature. So let us take this opportunity to strengthen our resolve, deepen our collaborations, and work tirelessly towards a sustainable and equitable education future for all. I look forward to our fruitful discussion and a collective progress in this crucial endeavor. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Ms. Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, for your insightful opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, now, if I may draw your attention towards the screen above, we have a short presentation to introduce our next speaker.
Tan Sri Dato Sri Sir Dr. Jeffrey Cheah is the founder and chairman of Sunway Group, one of Southeast Asia's leading conglomerates and the founder and trustee of Jeffrey Cheah Foundation. Born in the small tin mining town of Pusing, 200 kilometers north of Kuala Lumpur, Tan Sri grew up surrounded by ugly scars caused by destructive mining activities and witnessed firsthand how poverty closed off avenues of advancement for many families. These formative experiences shaped Tan Sri's convictions that quality education offers the best route out of poverty and that sustainable development is vital to the nation's future well-being. After returning from Melbourne, Australia as a business graduate, he joined a local motor assembly plant as an accountant. He turned to entrepreneurship not long after with a vision to transform 800 acres of abandoned mining lakes into Sunway City, Kuala Lumpur today, Southeast Asia's model integrated green and sustainable township. Tan Sri's business success has allowed him to realize his lifelong dream of setting up a foundation dedicated to nation building and giving back to society in an impactful way. The Jeffrey Cheah Foundation has dispersed more than 670 million ringgit in scholarships and grants as of 2024. The foundation also established active partnerships with top-tier universities, such as Cambridge, Oxford, and Lancaster in the UK, and Harvard, MIT Boston, and UC Berkeley in the US. Such collaborations facilitate knowledge transfer and make world-class expertise accessible to young people in the region. Through the foundation, Tan Sri has also gifted $20 million to the United Nations to establish the Jeffrey Sachs Center on Sustainable Development, the Asia headquarters of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and the Sunway Center for Planetary Health. Based at Sunway University, these entities are working with global institutions to further advance the sustainability agenda in this part of the world. Tan Sri is one of 4 co-chairs driving Mission 4.7, a global initiative for the United Nations that aims to mandate governments worldwide to include a sustainability curriculum in all schools from kindergarten to secondary school levels. For his extraordinary achievements and services to education, healthcare, and philanthropy, Tan Sri is the first Malaysian to be conferred the Knight Commander of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire by His Majesty King Charles III of the United Kingdom. In 2024, Tan Sri was elected co-patron of the British-Malaysian Chamber of Commerce, serving alongside British High Commissioner Her Excellency Elsa Terry to advance bilateral trade relations between the United Kingdom and Malaysia. In 2023, Tan Sri was recognized with the EY ASEAN Entrepreneurial Excellence Award for his stalwart leadership and vision in building one of Southeast Asia's leading conglomerates. For his sterling contributions to science, technology, innovation and Malaysia's economic development, Tan Sri was also appointed a Fellow of the Academy of Sciences Malaysia, the highest scientific advisory body in the country. He has also been conferred 12 honorary doctorates by leading universities worldwide. Tan Sri is a member of Harvard University's Global Advisory Council and is only the second philanthropist in Asia to have been recognized 4 times as Forbes' Asia Hero of Philanthropy. In 2008, Tan Sri was appointed by Australia's Prime Minister an Officer of the Order of Australia, one of the country's most prestigious and highest recognitions conferred to a non-citizen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Tan Sri Datuk Sri Sir Dr. Jeffrey Cheah to deliver his address on this occasion. Tan Sri, the floor is yours.
Yang Berusaha Puan Fazila Fazil, Undersecretary of Strategic Planning and International Relations, Ministry of Education Malaysia, representing the Minister of Education who sent her apologies. Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of the UN Sustainable Development Solution Network, and my distinguished professor at Sunway University. Ms. Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, Director of UNESCO Regional Office in Jakarta. Ms. Yumi Tamatami, Assistant Director General for International Affairs, Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports and Technology, Japan. Distinguished guests, teachers and administrators, Sunway colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to Sunway City, Kuala Lumpur. I understand that we have delegates from 27 countries with us today. For those of you who are visiting us for the first time, I hope you will find time to explore and experience Sunway City for yourselves during your stay with us. Thank you to you, Ms. Maki, and the UNESCO team, as well as the Ministry of Education for working with the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, or UN SDSN, in organizing this conference. And as most of you know, the Asia headquarters of the UN SDSN is housed right here in Sunway University. And it is one of only 3 such global centers in the world working on continent-wide sustainability solutions. Our center here in Sunway City oversees the Asian region. The one in New York covers the Americas, while the center in Paris is responsible for Europe and Africa. All 3 global centers are fully endorsed and monitored by the UN. As such, I am delighted to welcome back the President of UN SDSN and my good friend, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, who will deliver the keynote later. My deepest gratitude as well to Puan Fazila, who is also the Undersecretary of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO. Your presence here reflects our government's commitment to the sustainability agenda and Mission 4.7 in particular. Ladies and gentlemen, in May, the UN Secretary General released a report on the world's progress towards the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. The SDGs were adopted unanimously by the UN in 2015 under its blueprint titled Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The Secretary General's latest report makes for very depressing reading. Only 17% of the SDGs are on track to be achieved by 2030, meaning we are falling short in more than 80% of the targets that were set in 2015. And widening socio-economic inequality, rapid biodiversity loss, deepening polarization, as well as the climate crisis pose for a grave threat to the world we live in and the planet we live on. But I am an optimist by nature. Even in these deeply challenging times, I strongly believe that humanity must, can, and will rise to overcome the challenges that confront us. Actually, as for me building this Sunway Group, I went through two very difficult times in the 1985-86 very bad recession in this country, and of course the Asian financial crisis in 97-98, which almost made me bankrupt. But with determination and perseverance, we have survived and rebuilt again, and I'm sure we can do it. In this context, I will look forward to the UN Summit of the Future to be held in September in New York City under the auspices of the UN General Assembly. And Professor Jeffrey Sachs, who was instrumental in drawing up the 17 SDGs, is also set to play a prominent role at this UN Summit. Thanks, Jeff. Jeffrey, you are my good friend, and I am trusting you to ensure that the summit is conducted in a spirit of global solidarity and doesn't end up as a dialogue for the deaf. And ladies and gentlemen, the success and growth of the Sunway Group enabled me to realize my lifelong dream, which is to set up a foundation dedicated to nation building and giving back to society in an impactful manner. The Jeffrey Cheah Foundation is today the largest education-focused social enterprise in Malaysia. And the foundation owns and governs all entities under the Sunway Education Group in a not-for-profit structure in line with my convictions to make higher quality education affordable and accessible. And the foundation has contributed $20 million or close to 100 million ringgit to the UN SDSN to advance the sustainability agenda. And as an entrepreneur, I am focused on the bottom line, of course. As a philanthropist, I am focused on outcomes that make a difference to society and the world at large. It is this conviction that I drove the Jeffrey Cheah Foundation to make this gift to the UN SDSN. The clue lies in the very name of the organization, which is about finding solutions. A significant portion of our gift went towards setting up the Jeffrey Sachs Center on Sustainable Development at Sunway University. And I must say here, Jeffrey was very reluctant for me to use his name. And when I proposed it to him, he consulted. He said he wants to consult Sonia, his wife, and all this. And a few weeks later, he came and tell me that, why don't you call it Cheah Sachs Center? Then I said, the Cheah has enough of sex. Let's have Jeffrey Sachs Center. Okay? So I think finally he also agreed. That's right. And here we are, Jeffrey, the Jeffrey Sachs Center on Sustainable Development here. Of course, the center is chaired by Professor Sachs himself and curates for Sunway University programs such as Masters in Sustainable Development Management, which is among the first of its kind in the world. And by the way, our Minister of Human Resources, YB Stephen Sim, is a graduate of this program, and he is very proud of it. Ladies and gentlemen, Sunway University also houses the headquarters of the SDG Academy, the educational arm of the UN SDSN. The SDG Academy is championing the inclusion of a sustainable development curriculum into all schools from kindergarten to high school levels. This goal is part of our global initiative known as Mission 4.7, which was launched by Pope Francis at the Vatican in December 2020. We were supposed to be there, but because of the pandemic problem, we were all asked not to go. I am honored to serve as one of the 4 co-chairs of Mission 4.7. Former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and UNESCO Director General Audrey Azoulay serve as patrons. This conference is a partnership between UN SDSN, UNESCO, and the Ministry of Education to transform education through Education for Sustainable Development, or ESD. In Malaysia, the Jeffrey Cheah Foundation has funded the development and delivery of a capacity building program on ESD for teachers in Malaysia, national or public schools, adopted by the local context. That all elements of sustainability, including environmental, social, and economic, are addressed and localized to enrich the existing national curriculum. The program is currently being piloted in 7 national schools in Malaysia, and the findings will inform a national scaling up plan to bring the program to every school in this country. This teacher training program is open for all countries to incorporate. The UN SDSN is here to work with all of you in adapting the program tailored to relevant needs of your countries and societies. Early outcomes from the pilot program have been very encouraging. For example, our program at the Vision Schools or Sekolah Wawasan in Subang Jaya here, nearby here, was so well received that the principals there are actively encouraging their teachers to embrace the SDG to enrich teaching and learning. And I'm therefore delighted to announce that the Jeffrey Cheah Foundation has decided it will fund the expansion of this program to 30 more schools soon, involving more than 2,500 teachers nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, many schools have already expressed their interest to be beneficiaries of the program. This highlights the keen interest among Malaysian teachers for professional development in education for sustainable development. In addition, UN SDSN Asia has been appointed by the Ministry of Education to the newly formed Committee of Strategic Partners on Education for Sustainable Development to deliver an ESD action plan. And we look forward to strengthening our partnership with the Education Ministry to ensure sustainable development forms an integral part of our education system here. Ladies and gentlemen, I have always believed that each of us should have a higher purpose in life. And my personal motto is, I aspire to inspire before I expire. Why I'm having this motto is because over here, like in the West, like you know, a lot of rich people give money, to public institution or to charity or making themselves philanthropists. Just like Warren Buffett, I was told, has given large amount of money to the Bill Gates Foundation to do good. And I think in Malaysia, there are lots of rich people that they count their money every night. So it's very difficult to get them to donate money. So hopefully, by doing what I'm doing, I will inspire them one day to give some money away. And through the work we are doing here at Sunway and the Jeffrey Cheah Foundation, I hope to give back to society in an impactful way and build a better world for our future generations. Just like my good friend Professor Jeffrey Sachs is doing. I know that he has spent a lot of his adult life campaigning and doing what he can for a better world for all of us. Thank you, Jeff. This regional conference to advance the education for sustainable development is a prime example of this mission. And our efforts here are driven by the conviction that realizing the 17th SDG is not the responsibility of governments alone. And building a sustainable future requires the commitment of all segments of society, the private sector, academia, civil society, and of course, every one of us. We are all in this together, ladies and gentlemen. And I wish all of you a productive conference that will generate tangible outcomes and actionable plans that will deliver global impact. With that, I thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Tan Sri, for your inspiring words. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Yumi Namatame, Assistant Director General for International Affairs, Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports and Technology, Japan, and Assistant Secretary General for Japanese National Commission for UNESCO, for her speech. Ms. Namatame, the podium is yours.
Madam Fariza Fazil, representative of Secretary General of Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, Tan Sri Sir Dr. Jeffrey Cheah, Global Leadership Council Member, UN SDSN, Chair of UN SDSN Malaysia, and Co-Chair of Mission 4.7, and Ms. Hayashikawa, Director of UNESCO Office in Jakarta, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a rare privilege to be able to attend as a donor this ESD 2030 Asia Pacific Regional Meeting being held here at Sunway University in Malaysia. At first, I would like to express our appreciation to the Ministry of Education of Malaysia, the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, the Jeffrey Cheah Foundation, Sunway University, and UNESCO Jakarta and UNESCO Bangkok for your efforts and support to hold this important meeting. Thank you very much. Ever since Japan was one of the co-proposers of ESD at the Johannesburg Summit on Sustainable Development in 2002, Japan has been making all efforts for the promotion of ESD domestically and globally. As you all know, ESD is an educational approach that empowers learners to take informed decisions and responsible actions for environmental integrity, economic viability, and a just society for present and future generations. Moreover, the United Nations resolution adopted in 2017 confirmed that ESD is a key enabler to achieving all SDGs, including SDG 4. In the world today, there are many issues that the international community needs to work together on, such as poverty, climate change, and education crisis. In addition, international peace continues to be threatened by wars and conflicts. In order to solve these global challenges, the fostering of change agents through ESD is becoming increasingly important. Under this situation, ESD country initiatives are being formulated in each country in order to mainstream ESD and implement ESD in society as a whole. Information on the status of countries' efforts will be shared and discussed at this meeting too. In Japan, we have been promoting ESD through a whole-of-government approach, such as establishing a coordinating council on ESD in 2005 at the start of the UN Decade of ESD. This council comprises 11 ministries and agencies led by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, MEXT, and the Ministry of Environment. We also revised the Japanese country initiative in 2021. In the field of education, the principle that ESD fosters creators of sustainable society was incorporated into Japan's national curriculum standards, and ESD has been implemented at all levels of education in Japan. In addition, we have designated UNESCO ASP.NET schools as hubs for promoting ESD in Japan. And now, there are over 1,000 ASP.NET schools in Japan, which is the largest number in the world. These schools are striving to improve the quality of education by promoting collaborative learning and the sharing of good practices through inter-school networks. In December last year, the first ESDNet 2030 global meeting was co-organized by UNESCO and MEXT in Tokyo through Japanese funds in trust to UNESCO. I am sure that many of you who participated in the global meeting are also here today. At the global meeting, networks among stakeholders were strengthened and actions for promoting ESD over the next 2 years in each region were discussed, which led to the further global promotion of ESD. At this regional meeting, we hope to have lively discussions to further deepen the promotion of ESD at the regional level by utilizing the network cultivated there. Last but not least, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you in attendance here for your efforts to promote ESD in your respective countries, regions, and across the world. I hope that this meeting will lead to the promotion of ESD implementation at the national level and the strengthening the regional networks. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Yumi Namatame, for your wonderful speech. And now, with great pleasure and honor, let us welcome Madam Fazila Fazil, Secretary General of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, to deliver the speech on behalf of Her Excellency Madam Fadlina Sideh, Minister of Education, Malaysia, and President of the Malaysian National Commission of UNESCO.
First of all, please allow me to extend our sincerest apologies on behalf of Her Excellency Fadlina Sideh, Minister of Education Malaysia, as the President of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, for not being able to make it today. She just received a directive from the Prime Minister to attend a pressing matter, so I will be reading her speech. So here it goes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani, salam UNESCO. Tan Sri Datuk Sri Sir Jeffrey Cheah, Founding Trustee of the Jeffrey Cheah Foundation, Co-Chair of Mission 4.7 and Chair for Malaysia UN SDSN, Ms. Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, Director of UNESCO Regional Office in Jakarta, Representative to Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines and Timor-Leste, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network and Co-Chair of Mission 4.7, Ms. Yumi Namatame, Assistant Director General for International Affairs, Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports and Technology, Japan, MEXT, Assistant Secretary General for Japanese National Commission for UNESCO, Ms. Karima El-Khoury, United Nations Resident Coordinator, Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate that UNESCO and the UN SDSN invited me to this important meeting co-hosted by the Ministry of Education Malaysia and the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO and supported by the Japanese Funds in Trust. I am honored to express my deep gratitude to the distinguished delegates from countries across the Asia-Pacific region and beyond. Your presence here to exchange invaluable ideas and experiences and work together on creating innovative and practical strategies for education for sustainable development, or ESD, is truly appreciated. Your contribution is not only important, but also the epitome of empowering ESD. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. So, ladies and gentlemen, following the successful Asia-Pacific Regional Meeting in Bali in June 2023 and the Global Meeting in Tokyo in December 2023, we are gathered here today to delve deeper into our discussions on ESD, focusing on its practical implementation across our respective countries and the region. It is inspiring to convene in Malaysia, where ESD harmoniously aligns with the core values of Malaysia Madani. Madani, when translated, stands for sustainability, care and compassion, respect, innovation, prosperity and trust. These values, in turn, underpin all pillars of the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG: economic dynamism, environmental sustainability, social justice and well-being, and good governance. Madani underscores that Malaysia's development must transcend mere material and physical infrastructure, emphasizing the cultivation of citizen character and capabilities. The enhancement of Malaysian citizens' character and capabilities is pivotal through education. Education embodies the cultivation of cognition and character, or in Bahasa Melayu, in Malay, otak dan watak. academic excellence intertwined with virtues of personality, encompassing knowledge development, character building, ethical refinement, and integrity reinforcement. Furthermore, education fosters interaction, the interpersonal connections that we believe culminate in love as the ultimate aspiration in education. Education significantly shapes an individual's character, morals, and personality, thus fostering a cultured, civilized, and harmonious society. This aspiration forms the cornerstone of the broad framework of Pendidikan Manusiawi, guiding my leadership and management of this ministry. Therefore, the principles of ESD are not merely theoretical concepts, but deeply ingrained in our main focus on empowering pendidikan manusiawi or humane education. This philosophy underscores the urgency of nurturing holistic development, focusing on academic excellence and cultivating empathy, compassion, and responsibility towards society and the environment. This alignment and shared vision mark today's gathering as a crucial step towards the practical implementation of ESD, where together we can affect real change. By integrating ESD principles into educational frameworks, Malaysia paves the way for youth to apply their learning meaningfully, becoming proactive agents of positive change equipped with critical thinking skills and ethical awareness to address global challenges such as climate change, biodiversity loss, poverty, and inequality. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to unlock the full potential of our students, we place great emphasis on combining top-down and bottom-up approaches to achieve the best outcomes. We are committed to leveraging expertise from various fields with shared objectives. This year, we have launched the UNESCO Heritage Programs or Program Warisan UNESCO. Through this initiative, we are collaborating with UNESCO site managers in Malaysia to inspire students and teachers to engage with the cultural and biodiversity heritage as part of their learning outside of the classroom activities. We aim to foster an appreciation for these legacies, cultivate a sense of belonging, and promote mutually beneficial and sustainable relationships with the inscribed sites. We recognize the critical work ahead to advance education and achieve the fourth SDG, quality education. The Ministry of Education Malaysia has formed a national coalition of ESD strategic partners, uniting academia, civil society, and the private sector. We are collaborating with UN, SDSN, WWF Malaysia, Green Growth Asia Foundation, Amanah Lestari Alam, and experts from Sunway University, the University of Malaya, and Nottingham University Malaysia to develop impactful solutions for implementing ESD in Malaysia. We aim to create a strategic action plan that addresses policy, learning environments, educator capacity building, youth engagement, and local level action. I am eagerly anticipating the unveiling of this comprehensive strategic plan in the near future. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday delegates had the opportunity to visit a few schools. The schools exemplify a holistic approach to education that integrates environmental stewardship through ESD with academic learning and practical action. These manifest through students' active participation in environmental audits, waste management initiatives, energy and water conservation, and environmental community engagement. We know efforts to strengthen ESD on the ground have already begun, and we are determined to build upon the current momentum. I am genuinely grateful to Sri Jeffrey Cheah, who, through his remarkable leadership as co-chair of Mission 4.7, has generously funded the development and piloting teacher capacity building program on ESD in Malaysia. The program was tailored for Malaysia and is funded by the Jeffrey Cheah Foundation, which aims to empower all teachers to integrate ESD into their teaching regardless of their subject. I am thrilled to share, as Sri has announced just now, that the pilot program success in 7 schools has resulted in the Jeffrey Cheah Foundation deciding to support an additional 30 schools in the country. Thank you, Sri. So ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I would like to recognize UNESCO, UN, SDSN, and our colleagues from the Ministry of Education Malaysia and the Malaysia National Commission for UNESCO, as well as the Japanese National Commission for UNESCO for their unwavering contributions to arranging this meeting. These 3 days of discussions and networking will undoubtedly unveil numerous innovative solutions and pave the way for significant next steps in promoting ESD in Asia Pacific and worldwide. With that, terima kasih. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Madam Fazila Fazil, for your inspiring special address and for gracing us with your presence. Distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like now to draw your attention to the screen for the official launching video of Jeffrey Cheah Foundation Mission 4.7 for Malaysia.
Mission 4.7 is an effort to support the education of a generation of global leaders with global citizenship values, real, tangible knowledge of the SDGs, and 21st century skills that we believe is the real path to improving the state of our world for all.
Absolutely thrilled and delighted to launch Mission 4.7.
On the SDG form, quality education, Target 4.7 calls for the implementation of education that is inclusive and that promotes sustainable development.
Education can offer the best route out of poverty and misery. Not just any education, but quality education.
So this is the first time that we have been exposed to the training, the very in-depth training of the education for sustainable development, tailored really to our school needs.
Dalam program ni, kita dapat menjana pemikiran kreatif dan kritis dalam kalangan murid-murid lah. Okay, di mana pembangunan ESD ni di sekolah sangat-sangat digalakkan.
ESD course has impacted me and I am excited about it because SMK Pedas was chosen. ESD basically has taught me the importance of environment, culture, social and economy. These elements basically it can be inculcated in any teaching and learning sessions in any classroom.
We actually know how to get our kids, our pupils to engage them to be problem solvers.
Because as we always remember, students today are leaders tomorrow.
This is not simply about transforming education, but it's about the power of education to transform society.
Every individual must have a higher purpose in life. For me, that purpose is to contribute towards nation building and creating a more progressive, sustainable, inclusive, and brighter future for all under the Malaysian sun.
Let us work together to educate humanity about sustainable development and global citizenship with the necessary knowledge, skills, and empathy for others. We can create a brighter future for us all, leaving no one behind. And I thank for your commitment. And let's work together to make this world better for all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
schools and schools that have expressed their interest to be part of the ESD Professional Development Program to stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm round of applause. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Madam Fazila Fazil, Tan Sri Datuk Sri Sir Dr. Jeffrey Cheah, Ms. Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, Ms. Yumi Namatame, Ms. Karima El Khoury, and Professor Jeffrey Sachs on stage for a group photo session to immortalize this momentous occasion. Let our talented photographers capture this historic moment. Distinguished guests, please remain on stage. Now we have another photographic session. I would like to invite Tan Sri Razman Hashim, Deputy Chairman, Sunway Group, Professor Dr. Elizabeth Lee, Chief Executive Officer, Sunway Education Group, Dr. Farial Khan, Program Specialist, UNESCO, Professor Wu Wing Tai, Vice President for Asia, UN SDSN, and Professor Abi, Provost from Sunway University. Thank you to our distinguished guests. Please be seated. These pictures will undoubtedly remind us of the shared commitment to accelerate the implementation of transformative education around the world and in Malaysia through Mission 4.7. And now for the final photo of the entire auditorium. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our brightest smiles. Esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with our next agenda of the day, which is the keynote speech by Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President, UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network and co-chair, Mission 4.7. Professor Sachs is a world-renowned economics professor, best-selling author, innovative educator, and global leader in sustainable development. Without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Jeffrey Sachs to deliver his keynote speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all of the distinguished participants. First, let me start on behalf of all of us by thanking Sri Jeffrey Cheah for enabling us to be together and for your vision and your guidance to us, and you're showing us the way forward. You're making world change in the most magnificent way. So thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here on such a great occasion, but I love being here, I can tell you. This has become one of my favorite places on the planet to speak. And it's funny because I was thinking about it in my career as a professor, which is 44 years now. I have 4 favorite places to speak. At Harvard University, Sanders Theater, that's where I first heard my first lecture in economics, and then I got to lecture in economics, and so that place became very special to me. Then at London School of Economics, there's an old lecture hall, which I love. It surrounds you, and it's a wonderful place in the center of London, and I got to speak about world transformation there for the first time in 1991. Then at the International Affairs Building at Columbia University, I got to launch the Earth Institute and speak many times in a wonderful room. And this is my 4th occasion and a favorite place for my life and career to be here, because so many. First, it's a wonderful room, by the way. It's beautiful, and it's a glorious place to give a talk. But it's also a place where so many initiatives are being launched, and so much dynamism is expressed, and so many ideas that are being developed here are spreading throughout the world. So today we're celebrating Mission 4.7 in Malaysia, but believe me, that example is going to set this idea all over the world, because I'm going to do nothing but talk about it all over the world, every place I go. And what Malaysia is doing and how it's moving forward, and all of the teachers here, thank you very much. Really, all of the young people of this country depend on you and your wonderful smiling faces. I know that you're inspiring the young people, and this is what makes for society and what makes things work, and why we should agree completely with Sri that, of course, we're in a difficult stretch, but we're going to make it, and we can even see the way forward to making it, and education is at the very center of that. It said at the bottom of the launch video that 4.7, which is Education for Sustainable Development, makes possible all the SDGs. This is literally the case. If we know what to do, then everything can be achieved, because we have the means for success, but we don't quite know what to do, because this is a very complicated time in human affairs. There are lots of very serious disruptions. Our governments around the world are not working exactly as they need to work. Our existing systems don't work exactly the way they need to work. Our ideas need to be, in many ways, adapted from ancient wisdom and brought to our current challenges in new and creative ways. And I loved what the Minister of Education said in her remarks, that education is, she mentioned 3 C's, which I think is very wise, and it also brings me back to my favorite philosopher, whom I'll mention in a moment. But she said that what we're talking about is cultivating cognition and character. And this is very, very smart, because education is about this duality of cognition, how to think, logic, rationality, science, the fact world, and character, which is how to live together. And it is cultivation, meaning we have the potential for knowledge, we have the potential for good character and for virtuous behavior, but that needs to be cultivated. That's the teachers here, and that's what you're doing. And I like it because it's wise, and it also reminds me of Aristotle, because Aristotle taught exactly in the Nicomachean Ethics that there were 2 kinds of virtues. Virtues in Greek is the word arete, and arete means in ancient Greek an excellence. So a virtue is an excellence. And for Aristotle, the idea was we have the potentiality for excellence, but it has to be cultivated. It has to be developed. And he exactly talked about 2 categories of virtue, just as the Minister of Education. He talked about intellectual virtues, that is the knowledge virtues, STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and so forth. And he talked about the moral virtues. And for the Greeks, the 4 great moral virtues were prudence, or good judgment, or what the Greeks called phronesis. The second is fortitude or bravery, the determination to move forward even against the odds. Moderation or temperance, calm, behave yourself, don't get overcome by greed, and so forth. And the 4th, justice, the ability to be fair, to reciprocate, to know how to deal with others. In fact, he called friendship an excellence. One of the books of the Nicomachean Ethics is How to Be a Good Friend, which he said is a moral virtue. It's not just something that one knows, it's something that one cultivates to be a good friend. So this is exactly what the minister was saying when she said that it is the cultivation of cognition and character. And it's not a coincidence that, I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it anyway, my favorite specialized UN agency, because there are many that I love, but UNESCO is actually my favorite UN specialized agency. And the reason is it's such a clever, good idea, and not to be taken for granted. It was launched immediately upon the founding of the United Nations in December 1945. And think of it, there could have been an education UN agency, there could have been a science UN agency. It's a little unexpected, but of course we cherish the fact that there is a culture UN agency, but the genius of UNESCO was to understand that the 3 go together. So it is the United Nations educational, scientific, and cultural organization. The idea from the core was to bring together education, science, and culture as an integral set of ideas. And the mission statement is that by bringing together education, science, and culture, UNESCO contributes to world peace. And this is also a fundamental point. that this is not only a scientific enterprise, but this is to enable us to live together peacefully and in harmony. And this is a fundamental objective. And so UNESCO, I'm telling you a secret, but you are my favorite. And it's so important the way that UNESCO brought these ideas together. And because they were together, UNESCO essentially invented the concept of sustainable development. Not exactly, but it did make the precursor, because it was UNESCO that was the first UN agency to say we need to bring the human sciences and human dimension together with the Earth's physical environment. And this first ever project started in 1971. The idea was launched in 1968. It started in 1971, Man and the Biosphere. And that's a year before the world's governments ever came together to recognize that we're on a kind of collision course between economy and nature, the way we're doing things, in what was the Stockholm Conference on the human environment in 1972. So UNESCO set us exactly on the course of sustainable development. And since then, it has become the world leader and world champion in education for sustainable development. Let me spend just a few minutes about why education for sustainable development is the key that unlocks all of the sustainable development goals and unlocks what we want as we build the future. So, we have some very big problems. And the best summary description that I've heard of why and how we have these problems came from my guru at Harvard, a great evolutionary biologist who passed away a couple of years ago named Edward Wilson, E.O. Wilson. Many of you will know him or have read some of his works. And he had an expression that I found very powerful and to the point. He said, "We have stumbled into the 21st century with our Stone Age emotions, our medieval institutions, and our godlike technologies." And that was his summary of our situation. Asynchronous development, things out of phase. He was an evolutionary biologist, so he said our deep human nature was formed on the African savanna 100,000 years ago. We are an old species, not that old, only 300,000 years old as Homo sapiens. And our deep human nature is therefore deeply grounded, as he said, in our Stone Age emotions. Now, the complexity of our Stone Age emotions we come to understand through modern science is that it's like Aristotle said, though he didn't know all of the paleoanthropology and all of the evolutionary roots by any means, because Aristotle lived 2,300 years ago. But he had the sense that we have the capacity for reason, cooperation, and peace. But we can also be not quite what we need to be. We can be nasty, we can be short-sighted, we can be treacherous, and we are prone to us versus them mindsets. And that perhaps arose, as evolutionary biologists think, from what they call two-level selection, that the group cooperated internally, but it fought with the neighboring group over the foraging territory. So there was both the temptation and the incentive for within-group cooperation, but also for other group hate. And so our human nature is complicated. We're a bit mixed up. Aristotle, by the way, wrote that we have three parts of our mind. He didn't know where the mind was. He thought it was here. He thought the brain was for ventilation. So he didn't get everything right scientifically. But he did get right by observation, as one of the most brilliant people who ever lived, that our minds are complicated. And he said we have three parts of our mind: a vegetative part common to all life, reproduction, nutrition. We have an animal part that responds to stimuli, that moves, perceives, approaches food, and so forth. And we have a rational part, which he said was unique to humanity. And now we relate that actually to different networks in the brain, to subcortical areas, to the prefrontal cortex, to the reward systems, to the rational executive control systems of the brain, and so forth. So he had a lot of insight. But our minds are divided, our psyches are divided, our moral possibilities are very great, but they need to be cultivated. And especially, he said, think, use reason. It's my favorite message to our politicians. Would you please think? Would you please reason? Would you please use evidence, science, logic? Would you please overcome the us versus them mentality, because that could get us all killed after all. So that is the first part of Edward Wilson's wisdom. Then he said our institutions, our wonderful institutions, our religious institutions, our universities in many parts of the world, our government institutions are hundreds of years old. Fine, good. We understand culturally, we can relate to these institutions, and they live so long because they impart great possibilities and values for us. But do they keep up with rapid change? Because the third thing that has happened in this world that is definitely the fundamental change of our times is that for the last 250 years, we've been in non-stop rapid technological advance. So suddenly we have tools that are unimaginably powerful. And the most notable of these are nuclear weapons. So powerful, we could end life on the planet within a few minutes. That's how powerful our tools are. But if we have Stone Age emotions and medieval institutions, do we know how to deploy our tools for the good rather than for evil, or rather than for self-destruction, or rather out of ignorant purposes? So when Sri Jeffrey Cheah says we have a way forward, he's literally correct, not only optimistic, not only inspiring us, but our technologies are so powerful, so good, that we can address every one of the challenges we face if we deploy our know-how with not only cognition, but character. If we deploy a moral outlook, doing what we should do, and then using the powerful tools that we have and cultivating the knowledge to do it. Well, because of rapid technological change, our institutions did not keep up with technology in many ways. The core technology that made the modern world was the steam engine, invented by the Chinese about 1,000 years ago, but not deployed at large scale, reinvented by the Europeans at the end of the 17th century, and then decisively improved by James Watt, working in Scotland in the 1770s. Suddenly, we had a workable, low-cost steam power that could make the industrial age. Phenomenal. That's where all of our modern economic life came from that invention and what it made possible. The rail, the transport, the ocean steamers that connected the world, and the cascade of technologies that followed. All looks pretty good, except for one footnote. It turns out, who knew? Of course, the idea wasn't even possible to be known, that when you burn the coal, you create carbon dioxide from carbon that was sequestered 100 million years ago under the ground, because coal is dead plant tissue from 100 million years ago, and you release it into the atmosphere. And even that's not such a big deal because it's a few hundred parts per million molecules, so that's not the problem. But the problem is quantum mechanics, which wasn't even known until the 1920s and 1930s. And the quantum mechanics of carbon dioxide is that CO2 vibrates in a particular way when it absorbs infrared radiation, and it happens to warm the planet. So lo and behold, the steam engine has a side effect. It warms the planet. And this was known by the world's leading scientists by the end of the 19th century, not by any of us, but by Svante Arrhenius, who with paper and pencil over an 18-month period calculated in 1896-97 how much warming would come if the CO2 concentration doubled in the atmosphere, and he got it almost exactly right. He said it would be 5 degrees Celsius warming. He said that would take 750 years, and it would be good. Warmer planet would be nice. Okay, wrong on 2 counts, unbelievable genius on another count. He figured out, paper and pencil, no climate models, no other data other than spectral absorption of CO2, what this would mean. And he came very unbelievably close, by the way. A little bit lucky, but genius. But what turned out was not 750 years for CO2 doubling, but 150 years, because he was better at chemistry than he was at economics, because we had compound growth, because China became the world's largest economy, thank you, in its dramatic catching up phase, which was not anticipated at the end of the 19th century, and so forth. And he did not understand all Earth dynamics, because Earth dynamics barely existed as a science in the 19th century. There were a few progenitors, absolute geniuses, but what warming would mean for the planet was certainly not understood. And so all of these phenomena meant that we have gone ahead using fossil fuels, and not only the steam engine, of course, but the internal combustion engine, the gas turbine, and all of the other uses of fossil fuels, ignoring the fact of what science uncovered, which is that this is dangerous. And it's been known to be dangerous now for at least 50 years. And we signed a treaty to do something about it 32 years ago. That's the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. And yet the emissions continue to rise till today, because the fossil fuel economy is so deeply embedded in modern life. It made possible the modern economy. Absolutely, it made it possible. Without fossil fuels, no modern economy. So it's not easy to change. And if you're Donald Trump, I don't know what he learned at school, but he certainly didn't learn sustainable development at school. So he doesn't know anything about any of this, not surprisingly. And so we are really out of phase. We are not in phase in our politics, in our technology, which has meant a stunning exponential growth of world output for 200 years. Ever more powerful tools, and now the digital age, which is an incredible gift if we use it right, but is a very heavy energy user that's going to demand a tremendous amount of new power generation, means that we have to adjust our institutions in line with our technologies. And to do that, we have to make sure our Stone Age emotions tap into the better side of our Stone Age emotions, our capacity to have friends, our capacity to cooperate, our capacity to be truthful, all of which exist for humanity. But there's the other side, and the other side has its own evolutionary roots, and so we have to cultivate the good side of our characters in order to reform our institutions, make our market incentives work, make our government incentives work, so that we can harness the technologies for success. Education is therefore the key. It is the key that unlocks all sustainable development. It's not only a nice slogan, it is the truth. If we don't make the cultivation of the cognition and the character our central purpose, we will not achieve what we need to achieve, which is aligning our ethics with our institutions, with our technologies, so that we can have the future that we want. Let me say, from an economic point of view, and I've been trying to press this point everywhere, including talks with the IMF and the World Bank in the last couple of days, and with world leaders, with the Secretary General of ASEAN yesterday. Education is the single most important investment that any society makes. That's not a statement of values, that's an economic bottom line statement. If you want Malaysia to be a high-income country at the top of the league, do exactly what Sri Jeffrey Cheah is doing. Build institutions of excellence in the education sector. Invest in education, invest more in education than you're investing right now. And invest more in education from pre-K, from early childhood, up through upper tertiary education, because all of that is absolutely vital. And it's a bigger investment than any society is making right now. I'll give you good news. The good news is that the top scores among 15-year-olds in educational attainment are in your neighborhood. There is the OECD's PISA assessments of reading, science, and mathematics for 15-year-olds for 81 countries now, though I would like to see it for all 193 UN member states, and I'm working on that right now to extend it, for example, across Africa. 8 of the 10 ASEAN countries are part of the PISA process. The top 6 scores in the world are all East Asian. It's amazing, actually. Singapore, yeah, it's absolutely amazing. It is Singapore, Taipei. China doesn't have a national assessment yet, but it scores very high when it's Tianjin, Beijing, and Shanghai. So it's Hong Kong, Japan, Korea. The whole top 6 out of 6 is East Asia. Great. We know this can be all of East Asia. The countries in ASEAN generally, however, score much below the top 6. In the 40s through the 60s of the rankings. Cambodia, the last in the rankings, but good that it's in the rankings, because remember that more than half the countries of the world are not even assessed. And Cambodia said, we want to be assessed. It started out at the lowest rank, but now the goal for ASEAN is climb the ranks and make sure that there's absolute educational excellence, make sure that students from the earliest age are well nourished, in a healthful, supportive environment with superb teachers such as you, and developing and cultivating cognition and character. And with this, they will truly know how to use all of the tools that they will have at hand. I know they already know better than we do how to use all the digital tools. I ask my granddaughters ages 7 to 11, how to get online properly, how to troubleshoot my computers and so forth. Let's give them the know-how, the empowerment, the scientific knowledge, the understanding of the specific challenges that we face, and the knowledge that they are living in an interconnected world, a world of diverse cultures, a world of diverse traditions, and truly a world of wonder. And that is what Mission 4.7 is about, and why we're so grateful to you, Tan Sri, and grateful to UNESCO, and grateful to the government of Japan, and to all of the other promoters that are enabling the launch of 4.7 for Malaysia, and this will spread around the world. And I have one last point, if I have just a minute. I don't know whether I wanted to show a quick short video. Okay, so let me just describe one of the things I want to do for you, if it can be helpful, is be a teacher in Malaysia online, though occasionally in person. But I have been working on a global course because I want students from around the world to understand the world, its history, its interconnections, how we really hang together, how things are changing over time, and of course, what the current challenges are. So in September, the SDG Academy, housed here at Sunway University, will launch a course. The teacher is Jeffrey Sachs, and it's called Ages of Globalization. It is a free course available to teachers anywhere in the world. There will be teaching materials, online materials, training materials, exercises for students, and I will come on once a month in a live classroom interconnected around the world for all classes that are participating, and we'll bring the Secretary General of the UN, or we'll bring Tan Sri Jeffrey Cheah, or we'll bring other world leaders so that the students can meet them live in the classroom, because this is what our digital age enables. So if it's possible, I wanted to just show the trailer for the course. It launches in a few weeks, and if you are interested, it's for you. So let's see if we can see that. We're going on a journey across place and time through the 7 ages of globalization. Why are we taking this journey together? Because we are in search of solutions for a world that is in challenge. From the savannas of Africa to the fertile delta of the Nile, from the rainforests of the Amazon to the Great Wall of China. Each age offers us wisdom and clues for our own survival and well-being. Informed by the past and learning the lessons of history, we can find the solutions to building the future we want. Our vision is a world at peace, with economic prosperity and with social justice. A world in which we are the stewards of the earth, so that we pass along our planet healthy and intact to future generations. The Ages of Globalization, a guide for global citizens. See you in class. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sachs, for your riveting speech on the current state of our world, physically and philosophically. So I would like to invite our honorable guests Oh, sorry. Actually, announcing the departure of our honorable guests. Thank you, sir.
Could you ask the media to go out to the photo booth on the right? Yeah, please. Very good morning.
How old are you? Will robots take over the world? What's your favorite toy?
My favorite toy at the moment, my favorite toy is my fast car, like the Lamborghini and the McLaren. You know, these are my favorite toys.
What's your favorite song?
My favorite song, The Young One by Cliff Richard. It's all about the young and vibrant people like you all.
How old are you?
I'm pretty old. I think I can be your grandfather.
Why do you look so young?
Do I look young? No. I was telling this boy here I like his hairstyle.
Where's your hangout spot in school?
Maybe under the tree, under the big tree. When I was in school, there's not even fan. You are very lucky, you are in air-conditioned environment.
What do you wanted to be when you were young?
I always want to be my own boss. Does business with a heart, hopefully to be rich, contribute back to society like giving scholarships to people like you all.
Are you rich? How can I become rich?
Well, you have to work very hard. What you should do now is to study hard and ask a lot of questions.
Will robots take over the world?
I don't think so. Because we humans are smarter than them. Because we create robots. Robots are created to help human beings to make things happen, to build things. But they will not take over the world.
What was your happiest moment in school?
When I get good marks.
If you have superpower, what powers would you have?
You're a superpower. I want to be a Superman. And I can fly. Yeah. So I can help people and catch all the naughty people and put them in jail. Right?
Why did you build the school?
Oh, it's very important. Very important. To educate children like you. That's why you need to go to school and have quality education imparted to you. We must build good school, not just any school. You are our future. Most important to me that you are properly educated and with good values imparted to you all. We have to give you the best so that you become very good citizen of the world and contribute back to help the future generation.
The world is changing. Natural resources are depleting. World population is growing. Inequality is widening. Building a sustainable future is now one of the most pressing challenges of our time. But where others dithered, we forged ahead. At Sunway, sustainability has been part of our corporate DNA since our very inception. We raised the bar and established 5 goals, driving real sustainable change. Sunway City, Kuala Lumpur is a wasteland-turned-wonderland success story. As an exemplar of a smart, sustainable city and one of the region's model low-carbon cities, it has become a blueprint for our Sunway townships nationwide, making our cities faster, smarter, and greener. The goal is to bring us all closer to live, learn, work, and play in a safe, comfortable, and sustainable environment. Our supply chain is designed to ensure a seamless, sustainable operation, which allows us to focus on what matters most, our community. We continuously encourage our vendors to adopt sustainable practices, making them an integral part of our journey towards a sustainable future. Our people, our strength, they form the backbone of our organization. With more than 16,000 personnel delivering excellence every day, we prioritize the health, safety, and well-being of every staff. We prioritize compliance with international health and safety standards to create a conducive and thriving work environment. This provides opportunities for growth, realize ambitions, and shape the leaders of tomorrow. Since our inception, giving back to communities has always been in our DNA, a lifelong principle of our founder and chairman, Sri Dr. Jeffrey Cheah. We will always be there for the underserved, providing them a hand up and never a hand out. We are committed to nation building by providing deserving students access to quality education through the Jeffrey Cheah Foundation. And alongside the newly launched Sunway Center for Planetary Health, we aim to break down the silos between health, crises, and economy, and to support an urgent call for action on planetary health. We ensure that integrity is embedded in every employee. It's not just about doing the right thing, but doing the right things right. By living our 5 sustainable goals and aiming to achieve them by 2030, we hope to inspire everyone to build a sustainable future, because our future is in our hands.
On behalf of SDSN Asia and the Sunway Group, I would like to welcome you all to the official launch of the SDSN Asia headquarters. Announcing the arrival of our guest of honor, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Jeffrey Cheah and Professor Jeffrey Sachs, accompanied by our distinguished guest.
The Asia headquarters of the UN SDSN, based at Sunway University, is one of only 3 such global centers tasked with continent-wide sustainability initiatives. The new center will work closely with our existing institution at Sunway University to advance the sustainability agenda. To support UN SDSN in its important work was initially based on the 2 keywords in its very name, which are solutions and network. Lineup of speakers and captains of industries are here today to elaborate on how they are doing their part to make this world a better place.
It is an absolute thrill to be launching publicly the headquarters this evening. This is the center of the global challenge, and it will be the center of the global solutions for sustainable development. That we need a new way of teaching, a new way of learning, a new curriculum, experiential learning and problem solving, awareness and empowerment in the Sustainable Development Goals. And Sunway University is doing it, showing it, hosting the SDG Academy, and making these lessons known all over the world. So another round of applause, please, for all of Sunway.
launch of the Asia headquarters is testimony to the importance of engaging countries in the Asia-Pacific region towards advancing the Global Sustainable Development Goals.
Pretty happy with what is going on, with what we have done for the United Nations, SDSN, and many more type of meetings like this happening. And the leaders of the world come together to control this difficulty in climate change and all this.
How old are you? Will robots take over the world? What's your favorite toy?
My favorite toy at the moment, my favorite toy is my fast car, like the Lamborghini and the McLaren. You know, these are my favorite toys.
What's your favorite song?
My favorite song, The Young One by Cliff Richard. It's all about the young and vibrant people like you all.
How old are you?
I'm pretty old. I think I can be your grandfather.
Why do you look so young?
Do I look young? No. I was telling this boy here I like his hairstyle.
Where's your hangout spot in school?
Maybe under the tree, under the big tree. When I was in school, there's not even fan. You are very lucky, you know, you are in air-conditioned environment.
What do you wanted to be when you were young?
I always want to be my own boss. Does business with a heart, hopefully to be rich, contribute back to society like giving scholarships to people like you all.
Are you rich? How can I become rich?
Well, you have to work very hard. What you should do now is to study hard and ask a lot of questions.
Will robots take over the world?
I don't think so. Because we humans are smarter than them, because we create robots. Robots are created to help human beings, to make things happen, you know, to build things. But they will not take over the world.
What was your happiest moment in school?
When I get good marks.
If you have superpower, what powers would you have?
You're a superpower. I want to be a Superman. And I can fly. Yeah. So I can help people and catch all the naughty people and put them in jail. Right?
Why did you build the school?
Oh, it's very important. Very important. To educate children like you. That's why you need to go to school and have quality education imparted to you. We must build good school, not just any school. You are our future. Most important to me that you are properly educated and with good values imparted to you all. We have to give you the best so that you become very good citizen of the world and contribute back to help the future generation.
The world is changing. Natural resources are depleting. World population is growing. Inequality is widening. Building a sustainable future is now one of the most pressing challenges of our time. But where others dithered, we forged ahead. At Sunway, sustainability has been part of our corporate DNA since our very inception. We raised the bar and established 5 goals, driving real sustainable change. Sunway City, Kuala Lumpur is a wasteland-turned-wonderland success story. As an exemplar of a smart, sustainable city and one of the region's model low-carbon cities, it has become a blueprint for our Sunway townships nationwide, making our cities faster, smarter, and greener. The goal is to bring us all closer to live, learn, work, and play in a safe, comfortable, and sustainable environment. Our supply chain is designed to ensure a seamless, sustainable operation, which allows us to focus on what matters most, our community. We continuously encourage our vendors to adopt sustainable practices, making them an integral part of our journey towards a sustainable future. Our people, our strength, they form the backbone of our organization. With more than 16,000 personnel delivering excellence every day, we prioritize the health, safety, and well-being of every staff. We prioritize compliance with international health and safety standards to create a conducive and thriving work environment. This provides opportunities for growth, realize ambitions, and shape the leaders of tomorrow. Since our inception, giving back to communities has always been in our DNA, a lifelong principle of our founder and chairman, Sri Dr. Jeffrey Cheah. We will always be there for the underserved, providing them a hand up and never a hand out. We are committed to nation building by providing deserving students access to quality education through the Jeffrey Cheah Foundation. And alongside the newly launched Sunway Center for Planetary Health, we aim to break down the silos between health, crises, and economy, and to support an urgent call for action on planetary health. We ensure that integrity is embedded in every employee. It's not just about doing the right thing, but doing the right things right. By living our 5 sustainable goals and aiming to achieve them by 2030, we hope to inspire everyone to build a sustainable future, because our future is in our hands.
On behalf of SDSN Asia and the Sunway Group, I would like to welcome you all to the official launch of the SDSN Asia headquarters. Announcing the arrival of our guest of honor, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Jeffrey Cheah and Professor Jeffrey Sachs, accompanied by our distinguished guest.
The Asia headquarters of the UN SDSN, based at Sunway University, is one of only 3 such global centers tasked with continent-wide sustainability initiatives. The new center will work closely with our assisting institution at Sunway University to advance the sustainability agenda. To support UN SDSN in this important work was initially based on the 2 keywords in its very name, which are solutions and network. Lineup of speakers and captains of industries are here today to elaborate on how they are doing their part to make this world a better place.
It is an absolute thrill to be launching publicly the headquarters this evening. This is the center of the global challenge, and it will be the center of the global solutions for sustainable development. That we need a new way of teaching, a new way of learning, a new curriculum, experiential learning and problem solving, awareness and empowerment in the Sustainable Development Goals. And Sunway University is doing it, showing it, hosting the SDG Academy, and making these lessons known all over the world. So another round of applause, please, for all of Sunway.
The launch of the Asia headquarters is testimony to the importance of engaging countries in the Asia-Pacific region towards advancing the Global Sustainable Development Goals.
Pretty happy with what is going on, with what we have done for the United Nations SDSN, and many more type of meetings like this happening, and the leaders of the world come together to control this difficulty in climate change and all this.
Dr. Faryal Khan, Program Specialist from UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok, to provide overview on the regional trends and emerging landscapes on ESD. Please give Dr. Khan the applause.
Good morning, everyone. We've had a truly inspiring morning, and so we hope we can continue to keep the momentum going. We will begin. My colleague Mijang from Choi from UNESCO Jakarta and I from UNESCO Bangkok. We will co-present. So may I first?
Hi, everybody. Very good morning to you. Actually, nearly around noon. My name is Mi-young Choi, the head of education unit of UNESCO Jakarta office. And this is my colleague from Bangkok office, Faryal. So this session is an overall view of what we are going to do. And I'm not going to touch upon each one of the agenda session, but the overall purpose and then what kind of history we have been doing. The slide is controlled by them. I think I heard clicking. Yeah, so this one, right? So this one is the, okay. It's been a long opening session. Are you still awake? Yes. That's wonderful. I'm the first time to be in this university, and especially with a young and energetic generation. I was, of course, you can see that my name is Mi-young, so Mi-young, always young. However, my mind was slightly behind, and then I was so delighted to see those kind of live atmosphere. So I hope you can still keep that spirit there until the end. So this overview is on the regional trend and the emerging landscape for education for sustainable development, especially in specific geographical scope in Asia and the Pacific. Okay. So this one is the analysis of SDG progress in Asia and the Pacific. You can just quickly grab on the information, but unfortunately, all of the SDGs are not on track. So we can call it track of still, especially some of the SDG, especially climate action, is quite behind. So most of countries, and including Malaysia and all of these Asia Pacific countries, have been working really hard. However, we have to accept still it is on progress. That means that we need to do immediate action. So this slide is about concept of ESD, because most of you are professionals, so you must know the concept and the history already, but just in case I put it on. So let me just read it very quickly. By 2030, ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and the skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyle, lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity, which we really care, and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. So that is the, in principle, beyond all of the actions, we have to keep it. So this one is about what is the ESD then? We have been working over the last 2 decades, and then we are gathering here, but what that is. So when you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 bullet points, you can grab what is it. Actually, it's not the specific age, it's not the specific period. It is a lifelong learning process, and it is an integral part of quality education. So when you see the ESD programs or project, mostly it's intersectoral, or some people call it cross-sectoral. So the other ones is cognitive, social, emotional, and the behavioral dimensions of learning. So actually, it is really integrate one. It cannot be one specific perspective. So that is the point of ESD. Last one is encompasses learning content and the outcomes, pedagogy, and the learning environment itself. So to explore those kind of points, we are gathering here, and we have some more information to provide you and to share for the overview. And let me invite my sincere and trusty colleague, Faria, from Bangkok office to complete the other slides. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please stay here. Please stay here. Okay. Thank you so much. We work together, so we've been working together as one team. And one of the points that Mijang is highlighting is that education for sustainable development is about, you know, the economic, the social, the political, as well as the natural aspects, which include conservation. So it's not just one or the other, but it has to be an integrated approach which calls for an interdisciplinary process. So having said this, I'm not going to go into the details here, but ESD has been on the move over the years, and beginning with Rio, and more recently you were all there at Bali last June in 2023, and more recently some of you also participated in the dialogue in Japan at the Global ESD meeting. So this is part of a continuum of work that we are all doing together. We are collectively, all of you, and we are in it together, so the question is, despite all these efforts, how are schools and education institutions embedding SDGs into education on a practical level? And are there any innovative experiences or examples on ESD from your personal experience that you could maybe share during the meeting? I would like us to take just if you could just pair up with the person sitting next to you, and if you're more than one person, maybe 2 or 3 people, just as you are sitting in your natural groups, to just take 2 minutes to reflect on your own personal experience and why are we here today? Because it's important to you know, before we embark on the work, to see where are we coming from and how are we contributing to this process. Please don't be shy, just shake your hands, introduce yourself, your name, and maybe from where, which agency, and then what is your interest or specialties in ESD? Wonderful. Yeah, and please stay with me because we are in it together. I'm so sorry. Because of my leave, my husband falling ill. Because normally they don't introduce each other, so yeah. This is a really good one. Okay, 1 minute, and then 1 minute more. Yeah, and maybe you could ask 2 people to share what they are thinking. Would any some volunteers? Okay. Just 2 people, so that it's not just us. Okay. Ask any volunteers if they want. Maybe Dr. Cheah, and then he. I think that he comes from this university. Maybe young people. So if you want to discuss further, we have a break time later on, especially if during the lunch time. All right. Anyone? I know that maybe one person from Tonga. Yeah. Tonga representative, I can see you from there. It's been a long way to come to Kuala Lumpur from Tonga. So let me have a chance to hear her. Okay. Sorry. Microphone, please. So name, which agency, and what is your specialty or interest in ESD?
My name is Teresa Paholo, and I'm from the Curriculum Development Unit of the Ministry of Education in Tonga. What I see there, how our schools and education institutions are embedding SDGs into education on a practical level. The tour yesterday has shown us how Malaysia has done that in the practical level, and it seems like the same is being carried out in our part of the world as well, where students engage in planting trees and in different things that they do, care for the trees and so forth. They are also engaged in various other practical activities and looking at the impact of the climate change in our environment, and looking at a solution to mitigate the risks of that impact in their environment. So that's part of what we've done. We made a project for the secondary schools, and we call them Climate Change Warrior, where students were involved in using the learning outcomes of our curriculum to articulate that in their own environment and look for solutions. So that's one of our practical solutions that we've done in the schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience. Okay, do you mind the lady in red next to her? So maybe we can hear you about your interest in ESD. Yes, yes, please. You want to do that? Okay.
Yeah. Sure. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Melissa from Advolution. So we're what we call a private partner that works with schools on teacher capacity building. And one of the things that we observe, I go to question number 2, practical interventions that are done by teachers in the schools that we work with are mostly relating to the environment, recycling projects. So we rarely see themes or topics such as gender equality. So there are a few schools that have high awareness, but majority of the schools that we see, national schools in Malaysia, have very limited awareness on the SDGs, and hence seeing that on a practical ground is not something that we observe very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Faria. Thank you so much, Mi Yang, and thank you for volunteering to share your experience, because we are all in this together, and it's important that we bring our own experience and how we are contributing to this important process into this dialogue. So just to share with you that currently, we've all heard of the Education for Sustainable Development 2030 country level initiatives, and
Currently, there are about 97 countries in the world that are in the process of developing ESD for 2030 country initiatives. There are about 20 in Europe and North America, 8 in the Arab region, 18 in Latin America and the Caribbean, and about 28 in Africa. And then we have in Asia Pacific, approximately 23 countries. So it's really moving forward and the work is coming along really well. So just to share very quickly, and this is not the most updated chart. Some of you may have moved up to another level or you may have come on board as well. But in Asia, we have about countries that have already finalized their country level initiatives in ESD. Southeast Asia, Cambodia, Laos, PDR, and then Maldives in the South Asia, and then Japan, Mongolia, and the Republic of Korea. So these countries have already got their country level initiatives in place. And then we've got some countries have already submitted their country level initiatives and they're almost finalized or in the process of being finalized. And these include Bangladesh, Bhutan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia. Now others, this is getting very exciting. The countries are in the process of formulating almost done. I think Indonesia has actually moved up, but Thailand, Timor-Leste, Tajikistan, and Tonga. And these are, I mean, they've really moved forward very quickly on developing their country templates. And there are others like Nepal, Pakistan, Uzbekistan, and the Marshall Islands and Samoa. They've expressed interest to have country-level initiatives. So as we can see, it's really moved forward, and the process has really moved forward, and we are really, many countries in Asia Pacific now do have country-level initiatives. At the same time, when we look at the percentage of students, for example, there was a recent research that was carried out looking at students in the lower secondary level that show proficiency in knowledge of environmental science and geoscience. There's a big variation between the countries, and countries are at different levels. And the percentage of students in the lower secondary levels showing proficiency in the knowledge of environmental science and geoscience, it really wides quite a lot, and there is work that needs to be done. We are not there yet. Similarly, if you look at the update of the SDG 4.7.1 progress in the Asia Pacific, and to what extent does global citizenship education and education for sustainable development, they are being mainstreamed in the national education policies, curricula, and teacher education and student assessments. Again, there is room for further improvements. We can see that while there are some aspects that are lightly touched when it comes to curriculum, teacher education, and students aligning curriculum, teacher education, and student learning, this is still not clear to what extent the alignment is taking place. Until it is not till all arms of the system don't move together, we really are lagging behind. So we've been looking at further, there's been some other research on climate education in particular, where a recent UNESCO analysis of about 100 national curriculum frameworks in 2021 revealed that nearly half of the countries do not really mention climate disruption as part of their curriculum. And the teachers, only 23% of the teachers are able to properly address climate action in their classrooms, and 70% of young people actually can explain some key concepts like carbon neutral societies, climate disruption, and they've expressed concerns about the way in which these issues are currently taught. And finally, another key finding was that there's a lack of action-oriented learning, and formal education has focused too much on imparting knowledge about environment issues rather than driving action. And there's a there's a need to show learners the role they can play in tackling these existential challenges that we are facing today. So this is really important data. Another research that was carried out with about 27 countries in the Asia Pacific, we learned that 69% of the countries in the region highlight the need to support mental health and well-being amongst learners, but also teachers, because teachers have been super overworked. And then 41% of the countries in the region acknowledged the need to better adapt education to the needs of learners with disabilities. And we were really happy. We visited a school yesterday where inclusive practices were taking place. And I think there's a lot we learned during the 3 study visits that we were able to conduct yesterday. But then about 44% of the countries in the region need to strengthen the resilience of education for future crises when it comes to disasters, natural disasters, but also sometimes political transition. And then 4 in 5 countries in the region mentioned climate change education, ESD, and the need to ensure school infrastructure exemplifies carbon neutrality. So while there is some exciting work that is being done, there is room for further work, and that is why we are all gathered here today. So what are some of our guiding frameworks? I'm not going to go over this. This is the Education for Sustainable Development for 2030 framework, which most of you are all aware of, but it's a concrete implementation plan under the Global ESD Initiative, which includes elements of implementing ESD for 2030 at country level, harnessing partnerships and collaboration, communicating for action, tracking issues and needs, and mobilizing resources and monitoring progress. So these are the key guiding principles that shape our work in the next 2 days that we are together. Another key message is, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, he had in 2022, there was the Transforming Education Summit in September, and his main message was that in a world of rising tensions, fraying trust, and existential environmental crises, education must help to not only live better with each other, but also with nature. So this whole Mission 4.7, which is about learning to live together with each other, but also sustainably with our planet, is a high priority. And as countries advance their commitments to education for sustainable development, he urges us all to consider how curricula and pedagogy could empower learners with awareness, the values, the attitudes, and the skills necessary to drive the change we need. And I think this is why we are all gathered here, because these are high priority areas. Now, within one aspect, which is environment and climate change, we all know about COP28 and some of the key messages that emanated from COP28. The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. It's the entity that is tasked with supporting the global response in the threat of climate change. And the last meeting really urgently supports climate action and education as a way to address issues of climate change. We need to build bridges between science, what new scientific research is happening in pertaining to climate change, and then education systems, and how teachers then impart that and transmit that new evidence to learners. And here universities have a really important role to play. Another, a key partnership that we have in place is the Greening Education Partnership, which is really, it has 4 key dimensions: greening schools, greening curriculum, greening teacher training, and greening communities. And these 4 action areas are at the heart of transformative education when it comes to climate change solutions. And again, all these materials are available for you. These are the guiding principles that we are going to be drawing from as we move forward with our work in this region. I'm not, in the interest of time, I'm going to keep moving forward. Again, our director of UNESCO Jakarta, Maki, she also mentioned earlier some new tools for greening education. She spoke about the manuscript, the manual for a common understanding of climate education, the Green Schools Quality Standard, but also the greening curriculum guidance. So these are tools which are available for all of us to use as we consider appropriate. So there is a community of practice in place, and you are part of this community. Some of you were there in Japan when we met in December, and following Japan, Karen Chand, I don't know where you are right now, maybe in this room, but Karen Chand was there at the Japan meeting, and when the Asia Pacific group met and convened, and Professor Ananto, you were there, a lot of you were there in the room at the United Nations University. The Asia Pacific region highlighted the need to really keep building on the momentum for the ESD initiatives. And that is why Karen immediately responded and raised the, expressed interest. And Ethel, Dr. Ethel, you were there. I mean, this was a dialogue we had, and it took us seconds to decide, yes, we are going to do it. We are going to do it together, and we are all here together. And today, Dr. Ethel came to me and said, Faryal, can you see with your eyes? It's actually happening, because we are all, each one of us, we are responsible for keeping that momentum going and to keep contributing to this work, this important work that needs to be done at the local levels. So we are all this community of practice that you are seeing over here. And youth have a place, member states, universities, we all have a role to play, and to exchange knowledge with each other, mutual learning, collaboration, advocacy, monitoring and evaluation, and around issues of policy, around issues of teachers' capacity development, and systemic response. So let us put our heads together and see how we are going to take this work forward now in the region. I just wanted to share with you that there has been tremendous progress in the region since Bali last year. And I do want to acknowledge the important work that has been done very quickly. So the ESD networks and platforms have been very active at country level in Asia Pacific. And I want to give a big hand of appreciation to the ESD coordinators at national level, you have all been really proactively taking this work forward. Within your own countries, having wider discussions with stakeholders around ESD, and you've also been actively making efforts to integrate ESD into the curriculum, into the pedagogical practices, and from primary levels all the way to tertiary levels. And then there's also been a lot of teacher training, like the young lady at the back just mentioned. And this morning, the Cheah Foundation, and they mentioned the new initiatives on teacher training. So there's a lot of there's a spurt of energy moving and a recognition that teachers need to be trained, and all this is happening. So my time is up, but there's work on monitoring and evaluation, public awareness, and regional conferences and workshops are going on. So there's a spur of activities. So I just want to share with you that we will keep the momentum going with you, and now we look forward to hearing from some of our champion countries like Indonesia, Tonga, Japan, and others, how you are working. So I think we are going to now conclude this session and move on to the next panel. So thank you very much, all of you. And I really also want to thank the Japan MEXT, our host Ministry of Education in Malaysia, and Sunway University for having us all here. So thank you very much to all. Slide.
Thank you very much, Faryal Khan, and also Mian Choi for bringing us the regional insights into some of the upcoming and also emergent topics or initiatives on the landscape of ESD. Sorry, because due to time constraints, we will not fit in a Q&A session. But if you do feel you have any further comments or any questions to clarify from the panelists, please approach them directly in person. And now, without further ado, I would like to move on to our next session on Asia Pacific Regional Progress on ESD for 2030. And with great pleasure, may I invite Ms. Ato Venezuela, Commissioner from Commission on Higher Education of the Philippines, to be on the stage and open the session for us.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our session. So it's actually asking all countries to somehow provide a short report, and I'll call on the panelists a bit later. So,
and also, may I also invite Professor Tomonori Ichinose from Japan, and Mr. Ananto Seta from Indonesia, and Ms. Napasorn Pim from Thailand, and Ms. Theodora Doshanova from Uzbekistan, and lastly, Mr. Ponibadi from Tonga to join us on the stage. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Pim Napasorn. I'm educator, project leader from Ministry of Education, Thailand.
Yeah, my name is Ananto from the Indonesian National Commission for UNESCO. Thank you very much.
So, selamat pagi. My name is Tomonori Ichinose. I'm from Teacher Training Institution in Miyagi Prefecture, Japan.
My name is Dildora Doshanova. I'm from the Minister of Preschool and the School Education of the Republic of Uzbekistan.
My name is Ponepate Township. I'm from the Island Kingdom of Tonga. Tonga National University, second year of existence this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There you go. You have met our panelists. So a bit of history when we launched already the Decade for Education for Sustainable Development. It was in 2010, 2011. So we started the work in ASEAN. And in that particular part of the world, we have done capacity building for teacher training institutions, for policymakers. So it's really a lot of efforts. And the time ESD is just a word which they would like to understand. So many of those, my dear friends here, have participated in one way or another in so many activities that we have launched, including the massive teacher training from each and every Southeast Asian member countries. But, you know, further, in this decade, now we have to do ESD for 2030. And a lot of efforts, as explained to us, they're on integration in the curriculum, they're into teacher training, they're into policy making, and much more. If you have all students, just like Sunway University, you're living and breathing ESD and SDGs. So this is really a perfect place to learn SDG for those who are still finding how to do it in their own country. And we have champions here. I'm very happy that we have champions who have been working for quite a long time and who just started. So it's a mix of like those who are passionate already on ESD and new experts, resource persons who just started. So this is different spectrum. And with that, I would like to hear from our first champion, Professor Tomonori Ichinose from Japan, Miyagi University. Japan has been the bedrock of ESD for a long time. How many of you have been to Japan, Okayama University as well? 1, 2, 3. All right, so maybe we need to learn about what Japan is currently doing on ESD. Professor Ichinose, your time is...
So thank you very much for your introduction as a champion. I'm not sure we are champions, but yes, I would like to introduce our experience. So at first, I would like to say deeply great, yes, special thanks to all of the organization committees, including Sunway University, of course, the UNESCO Jakarta and Bangkok office, and SDSN Solution Networks, and yes, including Ministry of Malaysia. So today, actually, I'm a teacher trainer. I'm responsible for the elementary school teachers and secondary school teachers. So as you know, we are now in the step of the next stage. So as you know, last year UNESCO has launched the new recommendation concerning about the peace, human rights, international understanding, global citizenship education, and sustainable development. So the sustainable development was incorporated in the recommendations. So we recognize the importance of the ESDs. So our ministries already introduced our in our course guidelines the words to become the agency to create a sustainable society. That is one of the top priority for conducting our school curriculums, but it is still too far. This is my impression to create the sustainable society. So what is important, I would like to introduce here is that transformative learning and transformative education. So let's go to the next slide. So now just we are thinking, I control the slide, okay. Yes, I have no way to control my slide. I speak there, okay, thank you so much. Yeah. Be careful. Okay, thank you. So I would like to emphasize the process of the transformative education. So now we are a lot of activities actually, but we need to transform individuals and transform societies. This is one of the great suggestions from the UNESCO ESD for 2030 in 2019. This is one of the approaches how to convert and transform the learners to undertake actions for the sustainabilities. This is one of the processes. We are learning a lot of issues in the curriculums and the textbooks, but learners are aware of the issues of the sustainabilities. And then, but this sustainability issue is very complex and some contradictions. And through the critical analysis and the data collection, they understand the complexities of the sustainability issues. Then they go to the field out of the school and sometimes communicate with the local people, and sometimes they go to the laboratories. They feel the empathies about these sustainability issues, and this emphasis evolves into compassion. They connect their personal lives and thinking about how to solve these issues. This compassion is very important. So I would like to emphasize here is that the social emotional aspect to solve these sustainability issues. And finally, we need to take action. We call empowerment. This empowerment involves individual transformation, and they act for the communities. This is one of the processes. So everybody, actually, we are doing this, but we need to recognize these processes. This is one of my analyzing. Okay, the character is so small. Today I would like to show three examples. One of the elementary, then in the middle we have an example, the secondary. The third one is the upper secondary school examples. The first elementary school example, they learned about the war in Hiroshima in the social science textbooks, and they connect this issue to the Ukrainian war. Yes, and then they are going to the natural, going to the social connections with collaboration with the school in Hiroshima. They exchange some opinions, and they gather narratives from the families who has experienced the wartime, and the students are also connected to the UNESCO and learn a lot. And the empathy and the compassion has will be appeared. And then what do they do is that they participated the memorial service of the war, and they started the donations, and finally they expressed their feeling of the peace physically and in the physical education classes. The second example is something like just like social entrepreneurship. And their places is very isolated, and this is the famous tourist spot, but every tourist shops and inns are isolated because they are aging society and aging population. They have no way to communicate each other. So students think collaborating with universities and collaborating with tourism associations, they find out and they develop the school applications to connect these isolated shops and inns, and then they create the application to overcome the language barriers to accept tourists from overseas. The third example is that the microplastic pollution issues. So students go to the sea and find out that every debris with plastics, and they create the microplastic pollution maps, and then they utilize the scientific method and find out the method to visualizing microplastic within the bodies of the planktons. And finally, they hands-on these lessons to the lower graders. So elementary school kids and some school kids to the lower grade student. So this is one of the processes to they recognize the the importance of the sustainability and to transform their communities. So I would like to propose one of the wonderful approaches. This is the UNESCO, so I would like to recommend you to utilize the UNESCO site and other site in the local district. This is my local district. We have a lot of sites related to the UNESCO, especially here you can see the chart. We see the World Agriculture Health, for example. Here, the students can learn a lot about the biodiversities and the life in the agriculture healthies. They have a long history for sustainable circulation in their residence for long years. They can absorb these local knowledge from these agriculture heritage. And also we have minus and bad memories of the big earthquakes and tsunami and the radiation contamination issues. Students had hands-on the lessons, and students go to the interviews to the local communities and collect a lot of opinions, and they would like to absorb these opinions, and they hand over these experience to the local, to the visitors to those places. And many, yes, sometimes we have also a UNESCO cultural heritage. Yes, this cultural heritage, we have a civilization of 5,000 years ago. It was disappeared because of the climate change. So students learn the lessons from this through the learning of the local heritage. And yes, also in the coastal side, this plastic debris learning how to detect these are very popular. And also we have also biosphere. In the biosphere, kids go to the seaside and they find out their debris. It comes from their villages, and they take actions to make paper bags, and they setting up some days not to use the plastic bottles that they call the plastic pet-free Monday, pet-free Tuesday, pet-free Sunday, and so on. So actually, I would like to emphasize here to we students to need to take actions for the. Yes, I have talked about this utilization of the UNESCO site. So finally, I would like to introduce here. So this climate change, yes, this is one of the great changes. So recently, so our colleague, so Professor Hiroki Fujii, he has a great contribution to tackling about the climate change awareness. So he has 4,000 kids in the East Asian countries, including Japan, China, Mongolia, and South Korea. So yes, according to this research, we still have a big challenges for the behavior domains, too modest to act for the tackling about the climate change issues. So yes, we still on the way to tackling about these sustainable challenges. So let's we work together for to overcome these big gaps to create the sustainable society. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Ichinois from Japan. So from East Asia, we would like to see the transformation in ESD, how it was done. Of course, we have the ESD National Coordinator of Indonesia, Mr. Ananto Seta. Let's welcome him.
Okay, good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the UNESCO Bangkok office and also UNESCO Jakarta office for giving me the opportunity to stand in front of you. Also, I would like to thank the government of Japan and also University of Sunway University, who sponsoring and being a host on this event. Also, the government of Malaysia. Please allow me to inform you in short the progress report of the mainstreaming ESD in learning system in Indonesia, especially after the Bali meeting and also after the Tokyo meetings. Sorry. Yeah, okay. First of all, I would like to report to you a short report about the advancing policy. I would like to update positions of Indonesia on the country initiative. We just finished with the national coordinations, and now the document has been submitted to the minister to be signed. Hopefully, in a short month, we got a document sent to your office. Dr. Cheah, maybe tomorrow, will explain more on the documents there. The second on the policy issues, this is a new policy of Indonesia. On the climate change educations, thanks to the Myong that mentioning the climate change now is left behind. Now Indonesia want to take the lead on that issues. And the final draft of the document on the climate change educations for the teachers already finished. We just reviewed with the panel team, and the integrations of the document into the curriculum will be soon in the new academic year, 24-25. Of course, it is a lot of effort. And you know that Indonesia already integrating ESD into our curriculums in 2013, but this is new issues. The climate change, the biodiversity loss, and the zero waste. So again, tomorrow Dr. Cheah will explore a bit about the detail about this policy. The other pillars on the ESD that I would like to report to you is about the learning environment. Gladly to say that the mainstreaming educations for sustainable development in the higher education, in the university, have a very good in progress. So far to date, we have 47 universities that have established the SDG centers. And another good news, last night I saw in the documents of the Times Higher Education's impact ranking, the University of Airlangga Indonesia is the top rank on the SDGs on the number 1. And University of Indonesia is number 4. And number 2 is, I think, York University and Charles University. University of Indonesia also ranked number 6 on the SDGs number 2. And also University of Airlangga is ranked number 4 in the SDGs number 5. This is quite a good news for Indonesia. The second thing about the green school is not only in the higher educations, we mainstreaming the education for sustainable education from the primary into secondary level. I think you already know about the Green School program in Indonesia. This is a unique program. It's not only executed by Ministry of Education and Culture, but also with the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Home Affairs, and also Ministry of Religious Affairs, because some school in Indonesia under the Ministry of Religious Affairs. To date, we have more than 5,000 schools is to get a national champion. It's very difficult, very competitive to get a national champ. The school have to be a champions in the district, and then go to the province, and then to the national level. Not only in the numbers, we just received a monitoring report from the Ministry of Environment. The importance is not the number, but how the ESD become a DNA in the school culture. The report is quite good news that 66% reduction in the waste in the school level. Good. 70% water savings in the school, and 90% electricity savings in the school, and almost 1 million trees has been planted by students across the country under this ESD program. And almost 100,000 students become, we call it Adiwiyata troops. This is the students who become the agents of change. It's not only in the school, but also in the environment. So the third one on the learning environment, this is a new, initiative. ESD have to go, is not only inside the classroom wall, but you have to go outside the wall of the school. It tried to initiate the ESD mainstreaming in the biosphere reserves and the UNESCO biosphere reserves. Thanks to UNESCO Jakarta office, who facilitate this kind of program, and we launched that program 2 months ago when we are hosting a Southeast Asia conference on the biosphere reserve in Wakatobi, small island, but this is a biosphere reserve, and the schools in there successfully developed 8 modules. We call it one species, one module, and that's cool. So how the student know exactly how to preserve the mangroves, the turtle, the fish, and so on and so forth. Now, what is the way forward? We will replicate this program into all the means of biosphere reserve that Indonesia has today. Still long to go. And the third one that I would like to share on this report on the Indonesian progress is on the youth. ESD is not only a formal education, but also non-formal education. ESD is lifelong learning for everyone. This is a new initiative, bottom-up approach. A youth in the geopark, we call Kebumen Geopark, last month initiate the program that we call Sekolah Bumi. Sekolah Bumi means the Earth School. 2 weeks ago, they just finished the first batch of the training from the 30 youth in that area. Can be students, can be youth, can be over there. But the main purpose is inclusive education platform to bring up agents of geopark who play a major role in promoting sustainable earth and well-being for all. We will replicate again to all 20 geoparks that we have. So ESD is not a project. ESD is movement to all of them. So, and finally, on the empowering the communities, I would like to report to you, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Yes, Prakerja. As this is a mainstreaming education for sustainable development in the lifelong learning. Tomorrow, our colleague Cahya will explain a bit more, a bit detail about this program. But one thing that I would like to share to you that this program, it starts from 2020 until 2024, and also successfully training about more than 18 million people in 515 districts across the country. The beauty of this program, it's the participant is 64%, they live from the rural areas, 57% they come from the high school graduate, and 51% women. This is a good thing about this program. Now, he just make a across the country evaluation. What is the result? The result is Prakerja increases employability by 12%. This is a very, very significant on that. Yeah. 10% increase in the monthly income and 74% beneficiary apply training skill in their current job. And milestone internationally, and that's the last one. Prakerja was selected as one of the 21 best practices for SDG actions from 70 initiatives worldwide, enabling it to participate in the SDG Action Week at the UN headquarters on September 17 last year. I think this is just a nutshell of the Indonesian report on the SDGs that we have to do. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor. Always, Dr. Ananto is a winner, right? So, when Times Higher Ed announced the top universities, and I was there in Bangkok, Thailand, I was like amazed. Wow, it's #1 for Indonesia. Let's give a hand once more for Indonesia. And it's on ESD. That's the message. And many universities are already inside. Also from Thailand and from the Philippines, all others, but they made it as top rank. And what's more important is, as the ASEAN Education Advisor, we have been really espousing on lifelong learning. And we have been looking at the models, the current models that we have. Prakerja is one of the best we have. Let's give a hand to Prakerja, lifelong learning. You can avail of learning throughout life, upskilling, reskilling, whatever, and also the skills future of Singapore and more. So I'm very proud of the ASEAN region for this one. Again, we would like to listen from the ASEAN region, from Southeast Asia, Ms. Napatsorn Titiwatanan, the Deputy Director of the Management, Innovation, Research and Development Unit from the Ministry of Education.
Okay, thank you. So for me, I work as educator and project leader. So in my point of view, as a practitioner, so I can see in many aspects. So from Thailand, we be a part of this momentum. We drive ESD in many categories. We integrate ESD into national policy and strategy. We have our master plan, we have our action plan, and we focus about how can make Thai people got quality education. And we do a training for teacher, for educator, and make them understand how to use tools from ESD network, and we try to integrate ESD into curriculum. For example, we have our SEP curriculum for integrate into our school in basic education. And we have our youth engagement. We have many youth leader camp for support them. How can make them understand and make them aware how to grow up to be the new generation from Thailand. And we integrate into community engagement. We support local community to apply ESD by themselves. For example, we support them to conserve forests in the northern of Thailand, or if they live in the southern of Thailand, and if they want to conserve the sea, and if they want the knowledge about how to integrate ESD into their daily life. So we will support them. So for our work for ministry, we have many challenges, because for Thailand, we have many departments for support sustainability. So for me, I still on the process of strengthen awareness from Thai people. I need to strengthen how can they aware that ESD sustainability is not the big issue, but it's like they can live, and ESD is their daily life, okay? And I still need to work on integrate activity with a student, and I still need to work on many stakeholders, because for drive SDG in Thailand, I cannot work by myself. We cannot work only government sector, but we still need to work with the private sector and university too. And for Thailand, moving forward about ESD, for now, we still in the process of initiative report. So I think we will complete that report soon. And if I can find innovation for make this ESD work in education system, I think evaluation and monitoring is really important. For example, in the future, if we can find ESD index for make it knows, oh, okay, so this is the checklist, so this is the indicator that we can follow the standards, I think it can make it work. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So actually, having lived in Thailand for 8 years, and we know that the first person who introduced ESD somehow in a different language, sufficiency economy philosophy, is King Rama IX. And King Rama has influenced many of the countries in ASEAN in terms of sufficiency economy, making sure that the next generation will have a future, that each and every Thai would have, a concept of sustainability. And the Thai government also established 2 centers. One is in SIMEO, Southeast Asian Ministries of Education. The SIMEO SEP, Sufficiency Economy Philosophy for Sustainability, currently new, and the other one is for ASEAN, the Sustainability Center as well. So but these are two new centers. And along the way, we have also been having some training programs in Thailand with Chulalongkorn University. They have a center for ESD and more. And currently, a lot of primary schools also are into the implementation of SDGs. But I'm very happy that, Ministry of Education will put them all together, and the reports will be hopefully coming soon. Outside of ASEAN, of course, it's not my comfort zone, but I'm always amazed with the beauty of Uzbekistan. Stunning beauty of Uzbekistan as a country. So we have the National ESD Coordinator and Senior Specialist at the Ministry of Preschool and School of Education at the Republic of Uzbekistan, Ms. Dildora Loshanova. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, it's an honor for me to participate in this pivotal event that focused on transforming the future of education for a sustainable world. And I'm even more privileged to present Uzbekistan's experience in implementing ESD 2030 strategy goals. So in Uzbekistan, we have embarked on a transformative journey guided by the Uzbekistan 2030 strategy, a comprehensive roadmap for national development that places education at its core. Our vision is to raise a healthy, educated, and spiritually developed generation who can help to build a strong economy. Another document which is central to our efforts is a National Partnership Compact for Education, a collaborative initiative with development partners aimed at ensuring equitable access to transformative quality education. This compact is our guiding light, focusing on teacher empowerment, equitable access, transformative quality, and education financing. Now I would like to elaborate on some of the key initiatives we are undertaking to achieve SDG goals through or with the help of education. To address no poverty and promote decent work and economic growth, we have introduced a comprehensive system in schools to attract young people to professions. This initiative is supported by Presidential Decree, which aims to improve the quality of vocational education and training. To address zero hunger, we have expanded our free school meal program nationwide, recognizing that a well-nourished child is a child ready to learn. We are investing significantly in this program with approximately $204 million allocated to ensure that children in all regions have access to nutritious lunches. Promoting gender equality is a top priority for all of us. We have taken decisive steps to empower women in education by covering tuition fees for female students pursuing master's degrees. This not only opens doors for women in terms of job opportunities, but also contributes to the overall development of our society. In terms of reducing inequality and ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education, we have made significant strides, I believe. We are working hard to increase access for children with special educational needs by reconsidering the school infrastructure and making necessary additions accordingly and ensuring that education is accessible to all, regardless of their abilities and backgrounds. As a nation, we are committed to climate action and environmental sustainability. We have established 117 eco-schools and eco-clubs, reaching hundreds of thousands of students with environmental education programs. We have implemented the eco-school and young farmer projects, empowering young people to take action for a greener future. Our efforts have also led to the planting of millions of trees under the Green Space Project, contributing to environmental conservation and climate change mitigation. And we are not working alone on such initiatives. We have forged strong partnership with international organizations and neighboring countries to advance our shared goals. Last year, the Central Asian Youth Camp in Samarkand led to a regional strategy for ecological education signed by 5 countries. And this international ecological camp is underway in Tashkent, with young people from 8 countries collaborating to develop proposals for an international strategy. These collaborations underscore the power of collective action in addressing global challenges. And furthermore, I'm proud to announce that our president has recently endorsed 3 groundbreaking projects. One, the establishment of an international volunteer movement called Young Climate Champions. Second, the creation of reserves for migratory ecosystems in transboundary areas. Third, the establishment of an international ecological use committee headquartered in Uzbekistan. These initiatives demonstrate our unwavering commitment to environmental sustainability and regional cooperation. And I would like to extend a warm invitation to all of you to join and collaborate on our annual Eco Camps project. By expanding these camps to include participants from across the entire Asia-Pacific region, we can create a vibrant platform for knowledge sharing, exchange of best practices, and the development of innovative solutions to environmental challenges. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. So you're all invited to go to Uzbekistan for the next ESD event. Wow. Thumbs up. Okay. Next, I would like to call on the Dean, who is coming from Tonga National University, Mr. Ponepate Taunisila. I hope I got it right, sir. And he will share with us the activities, the policies of the Republic of Tonga.
Thank you, and I'll take this opportunity. It's my pleasure and quite privileged to be here and report on the progress that is done on ESD in Tonga. But since most of the countries here are from Asia, only one from the Pacific, I'll take time to start with giving you where Tonga is, understand our background and context, so that whenever I'm delving with my progress, you already know why it's like that in our context. Firstly, Tonga, one of the small island developing states in the Pacific. Population, just 106. Just 106,000. Very small. It's an archipelago nation, 176 islands, just 36 that are habited. And with that context, you know, we are very prone to disaster or whatever disruption. Our economy, whatever disaster that comes, 30% of our GDP being wiped off or whatever. And I would like to remind you about the volcanic eruption that happened in Tonga, 2022. The world thought that Tonga is already vanished from the globe. But then here we are still around. Our motto is, God and Tonga are our inheritance. So maybe God is very sympathetic about our small island developing states and who we are there, and give us the chance to continue to operate. Yes, quality education and ESD in Tonga. To us, ESD is a term that we just bring in later. Education in Tonga, in its essence, is education for life. Know who you are, know what you should know about your forefathers, your responsibility, and do what you should do, and then to become what your parents and you aspires for, and be a responsible person in your community. It's always the sense of education in Tonga. It's life education, education for life. We just bring in this subdivision and calling it ESD. Most people don't understand it, and they said it's trivial. We know education is for life itself. Be a responsible person and to serve others and yourself too, and the community. Ministry of Education in Tonga, same as all other ministries of education, bombarded by other people's desire to have their agenda in the curriculum. And the curriculum is so full of this and that components. We try to negotiate with them. We understand that we in the Ministry of Education understand we can educate the child to be the responsible one in the community. We call on the expertise of others. It takes the community to educate a child. And in the case of small island developing states, we ill afford in our few students in our education system not to equip them with the best knowledge, the skills, and the know-how and the empathy to become a responsible one, and to think globally, but still act locally in our development. So Ministry of Education been working together with other ministries, NGOs, wider community, and the community around the school, dealing with environmental matters, social matters about peace, and also our culture, to be proud that they are Tongan and they have a responsibility to do to our small nation, but also to the world. I think I better come now to my reporting of where Tonga is and the work progress that Tonga has done towards education for sustainable development for 2030. That's after the Bali meeting last June and also the meeting in Tokyo. Ongoing in what we are doing, providing literacy and numeracy resources for schools. And we partner with various aids in order to provide the quality material. Knowing that the curriculum has to be reviewed after 4-5 years, and we have to scrutinize and do our best in screening what to go in to the curriculum and what to retain as extra work. But we want to make sure whatever we put in the curriculum, it has to be practiced. It has high relevancy and allow students to act on it so that it stick into their mind and stick into their heart for their way forward. We have ongoing development of resources, but we put in indigenous knowledge in science and mathematics, collect information from other islands, and do our planning, and we hope to complete it by the end of October this year. Ongoing also school planting trees for various reasons, decorative, medicinal, for disaster prevention and other reasons. But we continue to do that. Those mangroves in the shores, ongoing, let them see it while they are young, hear it, participate in it, and after breathing it and living it, it becomes their second nature to do so while progress through life. We even engage local technical consultant to help in our ESD drive. And we have ESD workshop in May this year, with selection of National ESD Task Force that comprise of people from other line ministries, apart from NGOs and civil society. And also we have ESD training in May, and we are preparing to have a country exhibition when forum leaders have their meeting in Tonga later this year. I'll go straight to initiative mapping of initiative ESD initiative in Tonga. About 200 that are ongoing, some new and some still in plan. But the focus area, we have 70% on urban, 6.5, 70% on rural, 6.5 on urban, 70% overall, and then 6.5 for urban and 23.5 on rural, but mix or middle community, we have the 70% for that. If we classify it into 5 priority areas in our ESD trial, about 51% on training and capacity building, and 31 on local level actions, youth 2% and 16 on policy. We have a wide partners with government, non-government, churches, and even the community. Talking about what gaps and challenges, I think major gap, it's the people understanding of ESD. Some of them, they say, why you trim down our understanding of education for life into ESD, which they already practice it since they are being young and up to being an adult. So the gap to us, we need to address it, give the understanding, awareness. It's nothing new for them, but to know the drive now and its importance to classify it into these areas. Common in all small island developing states, finance is also, and technical support is required. And that's our solution. Just re-educate the people. And we want to have the learning to be. It's important to our parents, to our learning to be and learning to live with others. The last 2 pillars in Deloitte's report, 4 pillars of learning. We want that to be maintained and supported, because we'll depend on it. Our life depends on it. Our progress will depend on it. And our contribution to the wider world will depend on it too. And again, technical assistance and financial support is required. I think this is the short report from the progress in Tonga. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean. Wow. It's a Dean's report. So, passed already, right? Complete, comprehensive, from financing, policy, curriculum, training, including the issues and challenges they have faced, like awareness raising. And of course, he also mentioned about partnership. I think we have learned a lot from our panelists, from the well-established policies from Indonesia. We have also seen the value of financing from Uzbekistan, and also constant effort. No, when you wanted to achieve Society 5.0 from Japan, you already embed that in the behavioral aspect, of course, from basic education even to the university level. We have seen a number of Indonesian universities making it in SDG 4.7, around 45 of them. And we have seen a whole change in the landscape of ESD. Well, at least I see from 2011 up to now that the focus of ESDs changed with climate change now. Most schools are saying about the heat index. It's no longer rain or shine for us, but it's the heat index, and it will determine whether you have classes or not. So a lot of changes already, and we have seen also the need to work together for Thailand partnership and the evolving concept of embedding it in the context of lifelong learning, all of them. So it's the whole types of implementation of ESD. But we don't have a lot of time. I'm keeping you from lunch. So only one burning question. Oh, okay, one. Yes, sir. You can ask the dean, you can ask the policymaker, you can ask the ESD coordinators here. Anyone?
Yes. Okay, hi, my name is Shamil. I am currently a student at College Tunku Jaafar. So ESD programs are something new in Malaysia. Okay, only a small number of schools have it, and there's no like national level of implementations. And in my personal point of view, okay, there are certain problems that might hinder a smooth transition for the implementation of ESD. First of all, on the student level, in Malaysia, I would see, because I have a background from a government school, right? A lot of the students, they don't have this proper learning mindset, I would say. They just learn for exams, you know? And after the school, they just forget everything they learn, even though there's like stuff on climate change in our curriculum, but after school, they just forget it. That's first. Second, on the teachers level, there's teachers who are underpaid and overloaded. So like integrating these new curriculums might add up to those problems of overloading. So my question is, have your countries experienced the same things that happens in Malaysia, and what forms of mechanism have you done to improve this?
Wow, I hear like you're the Minister of Education. During the ministers' meeting, I have presented integration of ESD in the curriculum. And of course, many of them said that a curriculum's already overloaded, right? Who believes that our curriculum is overloaded? Almost all of us would say. But integrating this very important aspect of sustainability. So maybe future minister, we can have an answer for you who wants to share curriculum integration, quite compact. And the students, they forget everything after the exam.
So thank you very much for your serious question from the student side. So I totally agree your opinion. So how to integrate this concept of SDGs and ESDs into curriculum? So if your country have a course guide or curriculum guidelines, they can describe the words, put the sustainability words into in every subject, including social science and natural sciences. And then it depends on the curriculum guidelines. Textbook companies, they picking up the topics and yes, something material into the textbooks. So teachers overview the textbooks and they can find out that we must to do that, or they can do the practice in a very short time. Sometimes they can create the project-based learning. And next step is the subject-based. So in the upper secondary school level, teachers are promoting a project-based learning. This is rather long time and focusing on the SDGs issues and student tackling his own topics and own subjects and seeking the solutions for using them for 1 year. And then this achievement will be reflected to students, their own careers. That is very effective to promote. Yes, it's connected their activities to their individual careers. And that is one of the models. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. So the student asked and the professor answered. This is where we need to really make a good roadmap, teacher training. It's the teachers who will be integrating ESD in whatever ways. You have heard how Japan integrated all of these concepts, transversal skills, all of the ESD ideas within the typical classroom. So integrating And mainstreaming ESD is the next discussion. It's the next panel. You see very clearly the topic is mainstreaming education for sustainable development in learning systems. But I would like also to commend Malaysia for the Simeo ESD Japan prize. Year in and year out, Malaysia is always winning. So let's give a hand to Malaysia as well. There are so many pockets of success and good practices from schools and universities as well, from Malaysia and others. So we keep on celebrating all of these pockets of success. And how to mainstream it, I leave it to the next panel. So thank you very much to our panelists from Tonga, Uzbekistan, Japan, Indonesia, Thailand. And we hope to see you on the next session, how to mainstream it. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eto, and thank you very much, dear panelists, for traveling all the way from across the region and joining us today in Kuala Lumpur. And for information, since we have heard a lot of, the Reach and Meeting morning sessions have fed us with a lot of interesting, exciting news about ESD. But for us to get our nutrition for our physical body. And for your information, the lunch will be served at the gallery, which is at the right hand of your, around the corner. And you can find the student helpers to direct you to the lunch venue. And the afternoon sessions will resume at around 2 p.m. in this same hall. So please do join us for the afternoon to bring you some news about ways to mainstreaming ESD in learning systems and our whole school approach. Thank you.
We learn in school that our planet is unique, that Earth is an incredible place, home to amazing people and fascinating cultures. But we're also learning that our extraordinary home is in danger. We are all in danger. Now it's time to learn for our future, to act for our future. And that starts with all of us. But how? We need education that guides us towards a more peaceful world and an equitable society, helping us to build a more sustainable future. We have to transform education in order to empower learners with the knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes that will help us respond to global challenges. This is where Education for Sustainable Development, or ESD, comes into the picture. ESD focuses on transformative pedagogy that enables all of us to become agents of change. ESD informs and inspires us to take care of our planet and humanity. UNESCO promotes this transformative power of education and rewards the outstanding projects from all over the world through the UNESCO Japan Prize on ESD. Let's take a look at some inspiring projects that demonstrate ESD. In West Africa, for example, World Vision Ghana is running a successful program called Unlock Literacy Project. The project has already been implemented in more than 200 schools and communities across 5 regions in Ghana. The Unlock Literacy Project is built upon mother tongue-based multilingual education, teaching kids to read. A holistic approach is used with a strong focus on critical thinking, which is believed to be a core competency required for sustainability.
Ne kwa ombefa so a ombeye teamwork na se omko community no mu a omobua community no na omoye aman adwuma ya ma community no nkoso.
Unlock Literacy Project organizes reading clubs that involve the whole community in the learning process.
Pacho enfaso bi e wo reading camp no ho e ma akwala no o onfa ne ho enhihye ewiase niema ho na emre biara no na adwene wo ho enti no eya ne de se one na pefuo nyina no etimi hia fa na omo ready ana so omo sua ade enti eno no ebo akwala ne pa ma me enti we ye mfaso bi a wo behu se ready camp no ebo akwala ne pa
na me baba cap ni bi first no na nka na adisua enye papa na so start se oba cap no behu se na adisua aye fefefe o to make in kind.
Emma me who are there ako a tree. A mama be teaching me. A mama me a be teaching me a tree and Cora or Mokum Adia.
As a result of the project, the young learners can think critically about local issues and participate in solving them, and motivates even more to learn.
Omo timi akọ oman no mu na se problem bi ba omo timi di omo adwen akeka ho na omo bubo adwen akeka ho na se na be ya omo solve that problem because any sense
The Unlock Literacy project has benefited more than 1,500 teachers and almost 60,000 children. In Latin America, we have another great project, the Cusi Cose Andean School and Naupanan Cultural Events in Peru. The school, which is a member of UNESCO's Associated Schools Network, ASPNet, was founded by a small group of parents in a remote village located in the sacred valley of the Incas. Cusi Causai provides education rooted in Andean culture, tradition, and sustainability practices, using elements of Waldorf pedagogy.
Nosotros lo que hacemos acá es justamente ese contacto, esa relación con la naturaleza y llegar a ser conscientes de ese pequeñito que cada uno necesita del otro.
The main aim of the school is to preserve ancestral knowledge and protect the rights, values, and livelihoods of indigenous peoples.
Por ejemplo, la permacultura yo empecé a sembrar solito en mi huerto. Y seguramente de acá de unos años cuando termine la escuela voy a seguir haciéndolo.
Their curriculum builds on experiential learning and hands-on activities with great emphasis on diversity, reciprocity, and mutual respect among all living beings.
Viniendo de una cultura que desde tiempos ancestrales ha siempre elaborado sus proyectos culturales en forma sostenible, entendemos que la educación también tiene que estar dentro de ese marco. Lo sostenible es lo que realmente va a perdurar en el tiempo.
The school uses indigenous music, dance, weaving, and gatherings to bring the community together, further empowering their cultural identity.
Nuka ke yache wasipi yapan yachaskaita wa masiku na mo compartir.
Y eso es lo que a mí me impacta, ¿no? De la escuelita. Siempre es muy entrada y también respeta la cultura, la tradicional y nuestras plantas, respeta también las decisiones que uno puede tener.
Cusi Causai hopes to serve as an educational model to inspire other communities and indigenous schools. In Southwest Asia, Palestine's Birzeit University Media Development Center has a special project, Media and Information Literacy for Sustainable Communities. Their program develops participant skills to analyze media critically, essential to promoting sustainable development and achieving social change.
التربية الإعلامية هي مسؤولة من أجل خلق مجتمع مستدام تراعى فيه الأخلاقيات والمبادئ وتراعى فيه مصالح البيئة والاقتصاد والثقافة والسياسة بشكل يخدم الجميع.
By learning about media literacy, the participants become more active citizens in their societies.
أنا طلعت واحدة من الناس اللي بتمارس نوعاً ما صحافة المواطن، فعشان نتحرى الدقة ونكون واعيين لكتير تفاصيل مرات إحنا بنشاركها مع أصدقائنا، لكتير تفاصيل مرات إحنا بنطلع وبنحكي عنها، وخاصة اللي يعني
Through practical learning, dialogue, and cooperation, the students develop a sense of ethical media and responsible journalism.
هنالك ضرورة ملحة للالتزام بالمعايير الأخلاقية في العمل الإعلامي على منصات التواصل الاجتماعي مع تطور وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي التي أصبحت اليوم هي مصدراً للأخبار للعديد من
طبيعي أنه راح يكون في هناك استفادة كبيرة على مستواي الشخصي بالوصول وتدريب أكبر عدد ممكن من الشباب الفلسطيني المهتم بالقضايا الإعلامية، خصوصا في الأماكن المهمشة في فلسطين في الضفة الغربية، مثلا من خلال المخيمات، الناس الأقل حظا، النساء. هاي الناس اللي إحنا اليوم فعلا من خلال التدريب اللي أخذناه صار في عندنا خبرة بالتعامل معهم، بطرح قضاياهم، كيف ممكن إن ندربهم أن يكونوا ناشطين في المجتمع.
The program has directly trained 3,500 people and reached 64,000 people throughout Palestine. These examples of ESD are advancing the community's sustainable development, while also inspiring many other projects all around the world. Wherever you are, whatever you do, you can also play an important role in ESD. You can teach, promote, and support ESD. Because we all need education for sustainable development, for a just, peaceful, and sustainable world.
Learning cities promote green and healthy environments, strive to achieve equity and inclusion, and support decent work and entrepreneurship. They are therefore key drivers of local-level sustainability in both urban and rural areas. Education for Sustainable Development, or ESD, starts at home and grows through learning cities. Increasing the capacities of learning cities to integrate ESD programs into their planning and decision-making processes is essential.
ESD is a key component of the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. It helps to empower people to make informed decisions towards environmental sustainability, economic viability, cultural diversity, and a just society for present and future generations. ESD can provide the knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values necessary to tackle the various sustainable development challenges embodied in the SDGs. Cities around the world face many challenges related to social cohesion, economic development, and environmental sustainability. To tackle these challenges, they are taking action towards becoming learning cities. Learning cities promote and implement quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for all. They provide a solid foundation for ESD.
By implementing lifelong learning strategies for inclusive quality education and sustainable development, learning cities can generate sustainable solutions and ESD initiatives at the local level. Local governments, businesses, and civil society can use ESD as a tool for achieving the 17 SDGs and for making their learning cities more inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable.
Learning cities integrate ESD into their strategies by providing lifelong learning opportunities for all. They include marginalized or vulnerable groups and respond to the learning needs of these various groups. Learning cities thereby contribute to their community's sustainable development. By integrating ESD, learning cities raise awareness of biodiversity and climate change, health and well-being issues, and the need for environmental protections. Learning cities can also integrate ESD into their city activities by creating decent work opportunities for their citizens. They also organize areas in inspiring learning environments for projects that promote sustainability. Enhancing and integrating ESD means mobilizing local communities, strengthening learning opportunities for citizens in various settings, and promoting collaboration among relevant local stakeholders in different sectors.
Empowering and increasing the capacities of civil society as critical agents of change is essential for integrating ESD in learning cities. Communication with other local ESD initiatives in learning cities can sustain successful work. Local stakeholders should take the lead and encourage as many people as possible in learning cities to come together, learn about the SDGs, and to share their experiences and good examples of ESD, thus generating ideas on how to shape a more inclusive, sustainable community.
So, what concrete steps can learning cities take to implement ESD in their communities? Learning cities can link their activities to ESD priority areas by advancing policy, by arranging stakeholder meetings with the local government to discuss ESD issues, transforming learning and training environment, by defining what the local administration really needs to do to promote ESD, building facilitator capacities by supporting further training on ESD for educators and trainers, empowering and mobilizing youth by encouraging their participation in ESD, for example, by creating youth councils, and finally, accelerating sustainable solutions at local level by developing, promoting, and implementing ESD activities. These activities can take place in neighborhoods and through grassroots actions, such as repair cafes and urban gardening.
To start integrating ESD into your learning city, you can try the following 4 steps. Step 1. Collect information on sustainability activities at local level and on the implementation of ESD concepts, and provide stakeholders, teachers, educators and trainers with your findings. Step 2. Develop and promote training that helps to integrate ESD into social, cultural, economic, and environmental policies, programs, and initiatives. Step 3. Encourage other communities to share their experiences with you to learn from successful cases of ESD implementation. And lastly, Step 4. Develop a local action plan for ESD based on good practices.
Learning cities must view ESD as an integral part of quality education and lifelong learning, within which key issues are tackled. Integrating ESD at local level in learning cities requires the collective effort of people in various settings. Let us all work together to promote ESD in our cities.
We, the participants who convened online from the 17th to the 19th of May 2021 for the World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development, are convinced that urgent action is needed to address the dramatic interrelated challenges the world is facing.
For too long, we have continued business as usual.
Our only home in the universe is this special place down here.
Challenges that really concern me are, first of all, food and water security.
Never have we needed education on climate change and sustainable development more than we do today.
We are confident that education is a powerful enabler of positive change.
Bildung schafft Chancen und Perspektiven für die oder den Einzelnen, aber auch für die Gemeinschaft.
School is a place for education and the teaching of values.
La lutte contre le réchauffement climatique commence dans nos écoles.
Education for sustainable development is the foundation for the required transformation.
This starts with transformative learning, which empowers people to transform themselves and to take action to transform the world.
Education for sustainable development will be at the core of reimagining education.
ESD is the very education which equips learners with capabilities to respond to the unknown and abilities to transform society.
We commit to ensuring that education for sustainable development is a foundational element of our education systems at all levels, with environmental and climate action as a core curriculum component.
Fight against climate change must have an education face and a teacher's voice in every area of the world.
We will harness the power of education for sustainable development for the redesign of our societies.
How do we learn to sympathize with other people?
When you came to the world, it should be much better when you leave it again. I'm doing this for my children, my daughter, my son, and my granddaughters.
We will empower young people as change agents for sustainable development.
At the end of the day, sustainable development affects us the most as young persons.
What we have to do is to change and apply new lifestyles to our life, and education must take big roles in changing it.
There's no great master plan to save this planet, but ESD is our common tool to figure out solutions together.
We commit to taking the Berlin Declaration on Education for Sustainable Development and its provisions forward.
Wir haben ein großes gemeinsames Ziel, nämlich die Bildung für nachhaltige Entwicklung im deutschen Bildungssystem überall zu verankern.
The environment, it is critical in education, but all the other ministries of education must also be in sync.
The world must come together and cooperate in the implementation. Nun geht eine wirklich historische Konferenz zu Ende.
In this declaration, we acknowledge the power of education to turn things around.
We must ensure that education for sustainable development is embedded in all education systems worldwide.
Transformative learning for people and the planet is a necessity for our survival and that of future generations. The time to learn and act for our planet is now.
For all our differences and diversity, the world can agree on one thing. Education is at the heart of a sustainable future for us all. In 2015, voices from all sectors of society and all corners of the globe contributed to one of the greatest collaborations in history, an ambitious plan for people, planet and prosperity. A plan to wipe out poverty by 2030 and pave the way to an inclusive and sustainable future. A plan to build on human rights with education at its very core. Education is not only a basic right for every woman, man and child. It forms the foundation for every kind of human right, making it key to the success of all 17 Sustainable Development Goals of Agenda 2030 and to the future of every individual on the planet. With hundreds of millions of children and youth around the world still missing out, and millions more leaving school without the skills they need, the Global Education 2030 Agenda is focused on a vital goal of ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. The sheer scale of this commitment calls for the highest levels of coordination, partnership and collaboration across the globe. Guided by the Education 2030 Framework for Action, which sets out a clear game plan for countries and key partners, the SDG Education 2030 Steering Committee plays a critical role as a central driving force to keep everyone moving in the right direction. Convened by UNESCO, the Steering Committee is a democratic, multi-stakeholder partnership made up of mostly member states representing all regions, as well as the United Nations agencies, international and regional organizations, representatives of civil society, the private sector, foundations and youth. Drawing on the strength of this diverse partnership, the Steering Committee works to provide strategic guidance to member states and the education community at large, and advise on critical action to bring about change, all the while advocating for the resources needed to support transformation. The Steering Committee also takes the reins for accountability, monitoring progress towards Education 2030 targets through UNESCO's Institute for Statistics and the Global Education Monitoring Report. Within the greater UN SDG picture, the Steering Committee engages at regional, national and global levels to ensure that everyone working towards education targets is pulling in the same direction with two-way communication on all fronts to keep strategies aligned and efforts in sync. The Steering Committee also partners with global bodies linked to the SDG framework. Through its far-reaching global network and focused sense of agency, the Steering Committee is a force for scaling up innovation, resources and action, expanding the power of partnership and collaboration across all sectors of society and the global development community. Achieving our goal for a world of quality education and lifelong learning for every person on the planet is a shared responsibility for us all. Let's stand together in our commitment to giving every woman, man and girl and boy their right to a critical foundation and the opportunity to play their part in building our sustainable future. Follow our work at www.sdgforeducation2030.org and at Education 2030 UN.
The world is changing. Natural resources are depleting. World population is growing. Inequality is widening. Building a sustainable future is now one of the most pressing challenges of our time. But where others dithered, we forged ahead. At Sunway, sustainability has been part of our corporate DNA since our very inception. We raised the bar and established 5 goals, driving real sustainable change. Sunway City, Kuala Lumpur is a wasteland-turned-wonderland success story. As an exemplar of a smart, sustainable city and one of the region's model low-carbon cities, it has become a blueprint for our Sunway townships nationwide, making our cities faster, smarter, and greener. The goal is to bring us all closer, to live, learn, work, and play in a safe, comfortable, and sustainable environment. Our supply chain is designed to ensure a seamless, sustainable operation, which allows us to focus on what matters most, our community. We continuously encourage our vendors to adopt sustainable practices, making them an integral part of our journey towards a sustainable future. Our people, our strength, they form the backbone of our organization. With more than 16,000 personnel delivering excellence every day, we prioritize the health, safety, and well-being of every staff. We prioritize compliance with international health and safety standards to create a conducive and thriving work environment. This provides opportunities for growth, realize ambitions, and shape the leaders of tomorrow. Since our inception, giving back to communities has always been in our DNA, a lifelong principle of our founder and chairman, Sri Dr. Jeffrey Cheah. We will always be there for the underserved, providing them a hand up and never a hand out. We are committed to nation building by providing deserving students access to quality education through the Jeffrey Cheah Foundation. And alongside the newly launched Sunway Center for Planetary Health, we aim to break down the silos between health, crises, and economy, and to support an urgent call for action on planetary health. We ensure that integrity is embedded in every employee. It's not just about doing the right thing, but doing the right things right. By living our 5 sustainable goals and aiming to achieve them by 2030, we hope to inspire everyone to build a sustainable future, because our future is in our hands.
On behalf of SDSN Asia and the Sunway Group, I would like to welcome you all to the official launch of the SDSN Asia headquarters. Announcing the arrival of our guest of honor, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Jeffrey Cheah and Professor Jeffrey Sachs, accompanied by our distinguished guest.
The Asia headquarters of the UN SDSN, based at Sunway University, is one of only 3 such global centers tasked with continent-wide sustainability initiatives. The new center will work closely with our existing institution at Sunway University to advance the sustainability agenda. To support UN SDSN in its important work was initially based on the 2 keywords in its very name, which are solutions and network. Lineup of speakers and captains of industries are here today to elaborate on how they are doing their part to make this world a better place.
It is an absolute thrill to be launching publicly the headquarters this evening. This is the center of the global challenge, and it will be the center of the global solutions for sustainable development. That we need a new way of teaching, a new way of learning, a new curriculum, experiential learning and problem solving, awareness and empowerment in the Sustainable Development Goals. And Sunway University is doing it, showing it, hosting the SDG Academy, and making these lessons known all over the world. So another round of applause, please, for all of Sunway.
The launch of the Asia headquarters is testimony to the importance of engaging countries in the Asia-Pacific region towards advancing the Global Sustainable Development Goals.
Pretty happy with what is going on, with what we have done for the United Nations SDSN, and many more type of meetings like this happening, and the leaders of the world come together to control this difficulty in climate change and all this.
old are you? Will robots take over the world? What's your favorite toy?
My favorite toy? At the moment, my favorite toy is my fast car. Like the Lamborghini and the McLaren. You know, these are my favorite toys.
What's your favorite song?
My favorite song? The Young One by Cliff Richard. It's all about the young and vibrant people like you all.
How old are you?
I'm pretty old. I think I can be your grandfather.
Why do you look so young?
Do I look young? No. I was telling this boy here I like his hairstyle.
Where's your hangout spot in school?
Maybe under the tree, under the big tree. When I was in school, there's not even fan. You are very lucky, you know, you are in air-conditioned environment.
What do you wanted to be when you were young?
I always want to be my own boss. Does business with a heart, hopefully to be rich, contribute back to society like giving scholarships to people like you all.
Are you rich? How can I become rich?
Well, you have to work very hard. What you should do now is to study hard and ask a lot of questions.
Will robots take over the world?
I don't think so. Because we humans are smarter than them. Because we create robots. Robots are created to help human beings, to make things happen, you know, to build things. But they will not take over the world.
What was your happiest moment in school?
When I get good marks.
If you have a superpower, what powers would you have?
You're a superpower? I want to be a Superman. And I can fly. Yeah? So I can help people and catch all the naughty people and put them in jail. Right?
Why did you build the school?
Oh, it's very important. Very important. To educate children like you. That's why you need to go to school and have quality education imparted to you. We must build good school, not just any school. You are our future. Most important to me that you are properly educated and with good values imparted to you all. We have to give you the best so that you become very good citizen of the world and contribute back to help the future generation.
We learn in school that our planet is unique, that Earth is an incredible place, home to amazing people and fascinating cultures. But we're also learning that our extraordinary home is in danger. We are all in danger. Now it's time to learn for our future, to act for our future. And that starts with all of us. But how? We need education that guides us towards a more peaceful world and an equitable society, helping us to build a more sustainable future. We have to transform education in order to empower learners with the knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes that will help us respond to global challenges. This is where Education for Sustainable Development, or ESD, comes into the picture. ESD focuses on transformative pedagogy that enables all of us to become agents of change. ESD informs and inspires us to take care of our planet and humanity. UNESCO promotes this transformative power of education and rewards the outstanding projects from all over the world through the UNESCO Japan Prize on ESD. Let's take a look at some inspiring projects that demonstrate ESD. In West Africa, for example, World Vision Ghana is running a successful program called Unlock Literacy Project. The project has already been implemented in more than 200 schools and communities across 5 regions in Ghana. The Unlock Literacy Project is built upon mother tongue-based multilingual education, teaching kids to read. A holistic approach is used with a strong focus on critical thinking, which is believed to be a core competency required for sustainability.
Yachromo, Quaya, Ombefaso, Ahon Akinkai. Ne Quan Ombefaswa, Ombe teamwork. Na say, Omko community no more, Omoba community no. Na Omoye Amay Juma, the Ama community no Nkoso.
Unlock Literacy Project organizes reading clubs that involve the whole community in the learning process.
Pacho enfasubi e wo reading camp no ema akwala no o onfa ne ho enhihye ewiase niema ho na emre biara no na adwene wo ho enti no eye ne de se one na afefuo nyina no etimi hia fa na omo ready anase omo suade enti eno no ebo akwala ne pa ama me enti we ye enfasubi a wo behu se reading camp no ebo akwala ne pa
na me baba cap ni first no na nka na adisua enye papa na so start is our backup no be hu say na adisua aye fefefe otumi kenkan
mama hu ade akọ etue amama be ticheni mama me abe ticheni atwe nkora omoku mu ade.
As a result of the project, the young learners can think critically about local issues and participate in solving them, and motivates even more to learn.
Omo timi akọ oman no mu na se problem bi ba omo timi di omo adwen akeka ho na omo bubo adwen akeka ho na se na be ya omo solve that problem because any sense
the Unlock Literacy Project has benefited more than 1,500 teachers and almost 60,000 children. In Latin America, we have another great project, the Cusi Cose Andean School and Naupanan Cultural Events in Peru. The school, which is a member of UNESCO's Associated Schools Network, ASPNet, was founded by a small group of parents in a remote village located in the sacred valley of the Incas. Cusi Cause provides education rooted in Andean culture, tradition, and sustainability practices, using elements of Waldorf pedagogy.
Nosotros lo que hacemos acá es justamente ese contacto, esa relación con la naturaleza y llegar a ser conscientes de ese pequeñito que cada uno necesita del otro.
The main aim of the school is to preserve ancestral knowledge and protect the rights, values, and livelihoods of indigenous peoples.
Por ejemplo, la permacultura yo empecé a sembrar solito en mi huerto. Y seguramente de acá de unos años cuando termine la escuela voy a seguir haciéndolo.
Their curriculum builds on experiential learning and hands-on activities with great emphasis on diversity, reciprocity, and mutual respect among all living beings.
Viniendo de una cultura que desde tiempos ancestrales ha siempre elaborado sus proyectos culturales en forma sostenible, entendemos que la educación también tiene que estar dentro de ese marco. Lo sostenible es lo que realmente va a perdurar en el tiempo.
The school uses indigenous music, dance, weaving, and gatherings to bring the community together, further empowering their cultural identity.
Y eso es lo que a mí me impacta, ¿no?, de la escuelita. Siempre es muy entrada y también respeta la cultura, la tradicional y nuestras plantas, respeta también las decisiones que uno puede tener.
Cusi Cause hopes to serve as an educational model to inspire other communities and indigenous schools. In Southwest Asia, Palestine's Birzeit University Media Development Center has a special project, Media and Information Literacy for Sustainable Communities. Their program develops participant skills to analyze media critically, essential to promoting sustainable development and achieving social change.
التربية الإعلامية هي مسؤولة من أجل خلق مجتمع مستدام تراعى فيه الأخلاقيات والمبادئ وتراعى فيه مصالح البيئة والاقتصاد والثقافة والسياسة بشكل يخدم الجميع.
By learning about media literacy, the participants become more active citizens in their societies.
أنا طلعت واحدة من الناس اللي بتمارس نوعاً ما صحافة المواطن، فعشان نتحرى الدقة ونكون واعيين لكتير تفاصيل مرات إحنا بنشاركها مع أصدقائنا، لكتير تفاصيل مرات إحنا بنطلع وبنحكي عنها، وخاصة اللي يعني
Through practical learning, dialogue, and cooperation, the students develop a sense of ethical media and responsible journalism.
هنالك ضرورة ملحة للالتزام بالمعايير الأخلاقية في العمل الإعلامي على منصات التواصل الاجتماعي مع تطور وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي التي أصبحت اليوم هي مصدراً للأخبار للعديد من المواطنين.
Thousands have benefited from this program to date.
طبيعي انه راح يكون في هناك استفاده كبيره على مستواي الشخصي بالوصول وتدريب اكبر عدد ممكن من الشباب الفلسطيني المهتم بالقضايا الاعلاميه، خصوصا في الاماكن المهمشه في فلسطين، في الضفه الغربيه مثلا، من خلال المخيمات، الناس الاقل حظا، النساء. هاي الناس اللي احنا اليوم فعلا من خلال التدريب اللي اخذناه صار في عندنا خبره بالتعامل معهم، بطرح قضاياهم، كيف ممكن ان ندربهم ان يكونوا ناشطين في المجتمع.
The program has directly trained 3,500 people and reached 64,000 people throughout Palestine. These examples of ESD are advancing the community's sustainable development, while also inspiring many other projects all around the world. Wherever you are, whatever you do, you can also play an important role in ESD. You can teach, promote, and support ESD. Because we all need education for sustainable development, for a just, peaceful, and sustainable world.
Learning cities promote green and healthy environments, strive to achieve equity and inclusion, and support decent work and entrepreneurship. They are therefore key drivers of local-level sustainability in both urban and rural areas. Education for Sustainable Development, or ESD, starts at home and grows through learning cities. Increasing the capacities of learning cities to integrate ESD programs into their planning and decision-making processes is essential.
ESD is a key component of the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. It helps to empower people to make informed decisions towards environmental sustainability, economic viability, cultural diversity, and a just society for present and future generations. ESD can provide the knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values necessary to tackle the various sustainable development challenges embodied in the SDGs. Cities around the world face many challenges related to social cohesion, economic development, and environmental sustainability. To tackle these challenges, they are taking action towards becoming learning cities. Learning cities promote and implement quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for all. They provide a solid foundation for ESD.
By implementing lifelong learning strategies for inclusive quality education and sustainable development, learning cities can generate sustainable solutions and ESD initiatives at the local level. Local governments, businesses, and civil society can use ESD as a tool for achieving the 17 SDGs and for making their learning cities more inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable.
Learning cities integrate ESD into their strategies by providing lifelong learning opportunities for all. They include marginalized or vulnerable groups and respond to the learning needs of these various groups. Learning cities thereby contribute to their community's sustainable development. By integrating ESD, learning cities raise awareness of biodiversity and climate change, health and well-being issues, and the need for environmental protections. Learning cities can also integrate ESD into their city activities by creating decent work opportunities for their citizens. They also organize areas in inspiring learning environments for projects that promote sustainability. Enhancing and integrating ESD means mobilizing local communities, strengthening learning opportunities for citizens in various settings, and promoting collaboration among relevant local stakeholders in different sectors.
Empowering and increasing the capacities of civil society as critical agents of change is essential for integrating ESD in learning cities. Communication with other local ESD initiatives in learning cities can sustain successful work. Local stakeholders should take the lead and encourage as many people as possible in learning cities to come together, learn about the SDGs, and to share their experiences and good examples of ESD, thus generating ideas on how to shape a more inclusive, sustainable community.
So, what concrete steps can learning cities take to implement ESD in their communities? Learning cities can link their activities to ESD priority areas by advancing policy, by arranging stakeholder meetings with the local government to discuss ESD issues, transforming learning and training environment, by defining what the local administration really needs to do to promote ESD, building facilitator capacities by supporting further training on ESD for educators and trainers, empowering and mobilizing youth by encouraging their participation in ESD, for example, by creating youth councils, and finally, accelerating sustainable solutions at local level by developing, promoting, and implementing ESD activities. These activities can take place in neighborhoods and through grassroots actions, such as repair cafes and urban gardening.
To start integrating ESD into your learning city, you can try the following 4 steps. Step 1. Collect information on sustainability activities at local level and on the implementation of ESD concepts, and provide stakeholders, teachers, educators and trainers with your findings. Step 2. Develop and promote training that helps to integrate ESD into social, cultural, economic, and environmental policies, programs, and initiatives. Step 3. Encourage other communities to share their experiences with you to learn from successful cases of ESD implementation. And lastly, Step 4. Develop a local action plan for ESD based on good practices.
Learning cities must view ESD as an integral part of quality education and lifelong learning, within which key issues are tackled. Integrating ESD at local level in learning cities requires the collective effort of people in various settings. Let us all work together to promote ESD in our cities.
We, the participants who convened online from the 17th to the 19th of May 2021 for the World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development, are convinced that urgent action is needed to address the dramatic interrelated challenges the world is facing.
For too long, we have continued business as usual.
Our only home in the universe
is this special place down here.
Challenges that really concern me are, first of all, food and water security.
Never have we needed education on climate change and sustainable development more than we do today.
We are confident that education is a powerful enabler of positive change.
Bildung schafft Chancen und Perspektiven für die oder den Einzelnen, aber auch für die Gemeinschaft.
School is a place for education and the teaching of values.
La lutte contre le réchauffement climatique commence dans nos écoles.
Education for sustainable development is the foundation for the required transformation.
This starts with transformative learning, which empowers people to transform themselves and to take action to transform the world.
Education for sustainable development will be at the core of reimagining education.
ESD is the very education which equips learners with capabilities to respond to the unknown and abilities to transform society.
We commit to ensuring that education for sustainable development is a foundational element of our education systems at all levels, with environmental and climate action as a core curriculum component.
The fight against climate change must have an education face and a teacher's voice in every area of the world.
We will harness the power of education for sustainable development for the redesign of our societies.
How do we learn to sympathize with other people?
When you came to the world, it should be much better when you leave it again. I'm doing this for my children, my daughter, my son, and my granddaughters.
We will empower young people as change agents for sustainable development.
At the end of the day, sustainable development affects us the most as young persons.
What we have to do is to change and apply new lifestyles to our life, and education must take big roles in changing it.
There's no great master plan to save this planet, but ESD is our common tool to figure out solutions together.
We commit to taking the Berlin Declaration on Education for Sustainable Development and its provisions forward.
Wir haben ein großes gemeinsames Ziel, nämlich die Bildung für nachhaltige Entwicklung im deutschen Bildungssystem überall zu verankern.
The environment, it is critical in education, but all the other ministries of education must also be in sync.
The world must come together and cooperate in the implementation.
Nun geht eine wirklich historische Konferenz zu Ende.
In this declaration, we acknowledge the power of education to turn things around.
We must ensure that education for sustainable development is embedded in all education systems worldwide.
Transformative learning for people and the planet is a necessity for our survival and that of future generations. The time to learn and act for our planet is now.
For all our differences and diversity, the world can agree on one thing. Education is at the heart of a sustainable future for us all. In 2015, voices from all sectors of society and all corners of the globe contributed to one of the greatest collaborations in history, an ambitious plan for people, planet and prosperity. A plan to wipe out poverty by 2030 and pave the way to an inclusive and sustainable future. A plan to build on human rights with education at its very core. Education is not only a basic right for every woman, man and child. It forms the foundation for every kind of human right, making it key to the success of all 17 Sustainable Development Goals of Agenda 2030 and to the future of every individual on the planet. With hundreds of millions of children and youth around the world still missing out, and millions more leaving school without the skills they need, the Global Education 2030 Agenda is focused on a vital goal of ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. The sheer scale of this commitment calls for the highest levels of coordination, partnership and collaboration across the globe. guided by the Education 2030 Framework for Action, which sets out a clear game plan for countries and key partners. The SDG Education 2030 Steering Committee plays a critical role as a central driving force to keep everyone moving in the right direction. Convened by UNESCO, the Steering Committee is a democratic, multi-stakeholder partnership made up of mostly member states representing all regions, as well as the United Nations agencies, international and regional organizations, representatives of civil society, the private sector, foundations, and youth. Drawing on the strength of this diverse partnership, the Steering Committee works to provide strategic guidance to member states and the education community at large, and advise on critical action to bring about change, all the while advocating for the resources needed to support transformation. The Steering Committee also takes the reins for accountability, monitoring progress towards Education 2030 targets through UNESCO's Institute for Statistics and the Global Education Monitoring Report. Within the greater UN SDG picture, the Steering Committee engages at regional, national and global levels to ensure that everyone working towards education targets is pulling in the same direction, with two-way communication on all fronts to keep strategies aligned and efforts in sync. The Steering Committee also partners with global bodies linked to the SDG framework. Through its far-reaching global network and focused sense of agency, the Steering Committee is a force for scaling up innovation, resources and action, expanding the power of partnership and collaboration across all sectors of society and the global development community. Achieving our goal for a world of quality education and lifelong learning for every person on the planet is a shared responsibility for us all. Let's stand together in our commitment to giving every woman, man, and girl and boy their right to a critical foundation and the opportunity to play their part in building our sustainable future. Follow our work at www.sdgforeducation2030.org and at Education 2030 UN.
The world is changing. Natural resources are depleting. World population is growing. Inequality is widening. Building a sustainable future is now one of the most pressing challenges of our time. But where others dithered, we forged ahead. At Sunway, sustainability has been part of our corporate DNA since our very inception. we raised the bar and established 5 goals, driving real sustainable change. Sunway City, Kuala Lumpur is a wasteland-turned-wonderland success story. As an exemplar of a smart, sustainable city and one of the region's model low-carbon cities, it has become a blueprint for our Sunway townships nationwide, making our cities faster, smarter, and greener. The goal is to bring us all closer to live, learn, work, and play in a safe, comfortable, and sustainable environment. Our supply chain is designed to ensure a seamless, sustainable operation, which allows us to focus on what matters most, our community. We continuously encourage our vendors to adopt sustainable practices, making them an integral part of our journey towards a sustainable future. Our people, our strength, they form the backbone of our organization. With more than 16,000 personnel delivering excellence every day, we prioritize the health, safety, and well-being of every staff. We prioritize compliance with international health and safety standards to create a conducive and thriving work environment. This provides opportunities for growth, realize ambitions, and shape the leaders of tomorrow. Since our inception, giving back to communities has always been in our DNA, a lifelong principle of our founder and chairman, Sri Dr. Jeffrey Cheah. We will always be there for the underserved, providing them a hand up and never a hand out. We are committed to nation building by providing deserving students access to quality education through the Jeffrey Cheah Foundation. And alongside the newly launched Sunway Center for Planetary Health, we aim to break down the silos between health, crises, and economy, and to support an urgent call for action on planetary health. We ensure that integrity is embedded in every employee. It's not just about doing the right thing, but doing the right things right. By living our 5 sustainable goals and aiming to achieve them by 2030, we hope to inspire everyone to build a sustainable future, because our future is in our hands.
On behalf of SDSN Asia and the Sunway Group, I would like to welcome you all to the official launch of the SDSN Asia headquarters. Announcing the arrival of our guest of honor, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Jeffrey Cheah and Professor Jeffrey Sachs, accompanied by our distinguished guest.
The Asia headquarters of the UN SDSN, based at Sunway University, is one of only 3 such global centers tasked with continent-wide sustainability initiatives. The new center will work closely with our assisting institution at Sunway University to advance the sustainability agenda. To support UN SDSN in this important work was initially based on the 2 keywords in its very name, which are solutions and network. Lineup of speakers and captains of industries are here today to elaborate on how they are doing their part to make this world a better place.
It is an absolute thrill to be launching publicly the headquarters this evening. This is the center of the global challenge, and it will be the center of the global solutions for sustainable development. That we need a new way of teaching, a new way of learning, a new curriculum, experiential learning and problem solving, awareness and empowerment in the Sustainable Development Goals. And Sunway University is doing it, showing it, hosting the SDG Academy, and making these lessons known all over the world. So another round of applause, please, for all of Sunway.
of the Asia headquarters is testimony to the importance of engaging countries in the Asia-Pacific region towards advancing the Global Sustainable Development Goals.
Pretty happy with what is going on, with what we have done for...
We hope that you enjoy your lunch and then ready for the next session. Are you ready? Are you sure? Can I hear more? Are you ready all? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so for the next session, after having very good presentation this morning on the SD country initiative, now we will come to the next session, how the ESD, Education for Sustainable Development, is mainstream into the educational systems. Of course, when we are talking about mainstreaming, we are not talking about one single component of education, from the policies until the implementations, from the policies, curriculum, pedagogy, and other components of education. So there's amongst the areas of education in which we will discuss when we are talking about mainstreaming ESD into the educational system. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to have that sessions, and then I will invite our moderator and the speakers or the panelists of the session today. First, I would like to invite Mr. Mi-Yong Choi. She's the program specialist from UNESCO Regional Office in Jakarta to the stage. Please, Dr. Choi. And I would like to also invite Dr. Phil Lambert, Director from Phil Lambert Consulting Pty Ltd from Australia, to come to the stage. I would like to also invite Dr. Margarita Vavlova, Professor at Department of International Education, as well as the Director of UNESCO UNIFOC Hong Kong. And last but not least, the panelist for today is Ms. Isabel Victorino, the Chief from Curriculum and Teaching Strand, Department of Education, the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Give the warm welcome to the speakers and the panelists today. Dr. Choi, the floor is yours now.
Hello. Yeah, I have heard that you are okay after lunch, but I hope this session does not make you to be sleepy. But anyway, as Jackie introduced, this session is around 90 minutes, which is quite a considerable time. But at the same time, when we have 3 presentations, and then when we wanted to discuss further about the presentation, contents, and your maybe interest, it might not be too long as well. So please let me tell you what is the order of that. I will invite 3 presentations, one by one, with the key speakers. And then once all have completed, I will invite you with your questions or some interested the issues related to our session. And then, if there are any missing points, I will have some questions to the key speakers. But in principle, I will refrain my questions to provide you more time to discuss further. So that is the order. And as you can see, we have 3 key presenters. And there are 3 key interests we wanted to discuss. That is for the, we are talking about mainstreaming ESD in educational systems, but first one is approach and the approach methodologies and some strategies. And the second one is educational curriculum. And then last one is pedagogies. So I understand many participants coming from the Ministry of Education, and which is related to central and local. So you might be interested in these 3 agendas. So let me invite the first key speaker. And let me introduce your background very quickly. His name is Dr. Phil Lambert. Dr. Phil Lambert is an internationally acclaimed school education expert. He has extensive experience in education as a principal, inspector, and the regional director located in Sydney, and the general manager of the Australian curriculum assessment and the reporting authority, where he led the development of Australia's first national curriculum. So I have a high expectation of his presentation. Let me invite him. Floor is yours.
Hello, you can hear me at the back there? Yeah? Great. And let me see if I can get this right. I can. Good. Okay. When I produced this slide, it was one of those roll-on ones, so you're just going to have to imagine now that you don't see the other yellow rings, but you see the first one. But if you start at the beginning, right at the top, this is typically what happens across countries or even schooling systems, that there's a vision, there's a statement. There might be a statement about ESD. Colleagues, when I look across and work with different countries across the world, those vision statements are very similar about their priorities, what kind of world they want for their young people, what are the competencies they want. So the vision is always there. The big issue happens after that. And it's the extent to which the curriculum, which follows, see the logic, the way we roll there, the extent to which ESD, for example, is embedded in the curriculum or not. Unfortunately, in many systems, the vision is more of an illusion because it actually doesn't lead to embedding in the curriculum. But let's say it has. Then the next issue is about preparedness of teachers. Right? Are they prepared? Are they trained? Professional learning in how to actually implement that vision. So you've moved from a vision to actually embedding it, mainstreaming it through curriculum, and then you need to mainstream it through teaching practice and pedagogy. And I'll go a little bit deeper in that in a minute. And then assessment, right? The next logic. Now, clearly, if you've got a vision, you want the roadmap is going to be the curriculum, the deliverers, right, are going to be the teachers who are engaging young people in this. But then you want to know if they're actually acquiring those competencies, that ability, that knowledge that you say that's important. And then finally, the final ring, of course, is you want to report that back to find out has your vision been realised or not. It's logical, isn't it? Yeah? But can I tell you, in many cases, unfortunately, we don't get that far. Here's why. The teacher in the middle there needs the curriculum. There's no use placing your priorities at the front in a policy and then expecting teachers to somehow know how to implement it. To mainstream it, it has to find itself in content in the curriculum. Knowledge and understandings, skills, dispositions, values and attitudes. And by the way, assessment is the killer, right? Assessment is the tail that wags the curriculum and teaching dog. If teachers don't have the assessment strategies and tools, if it's not seen that it's important to actually measure and assess student learning and progress, guess what? Teachers won't see it as important. The signals are there for them. They've got enough to do. We've already heard about crowded curriculum. We've already heard about and we know about the priorities around literacy and numeracy. So these are the two keys to making sure we mainstream. Okay. We have three domains, effectively. The cognitive domain, knowledge, and thinking skills. Social-emotional domain, right? This is across self-reflection skills, social skills, and then thirdly, behavioural domain. Why I circled knowledge there is it's not enough. It's not sufficient. It's fundamental, but it's not sufficient. We already know from OSCE measures that even the high-performing students that understand climate science, for example, that doesn't necessarily lead to them doing anything about it, taking agency, feeling they have a responsibility to act. They might even know what they're expected to do or might be expected to do. That doesn't mean they'll do it, right? So you need clearly to make sure in mainstreaming that all of these three domains are attended to. So in cognitive domain, climate science and sustainability literacy, right? I've put those in yellow because a lot of students across the world gain these aspects. That content in many countries is identifiable in the curriculum. Last year for UNESCO, I mapped across curricula across the world, and these are there. They're embedded. They're aspects that are actually assessed as part of PISA. But it's these other areas, and they transfer across the curriculum, and they're needed particularly around ESD, climate change, relationships, systems thinking, to understand how the all of the work under and the issues around global citizenship, climate change, sustainability in general, that these are linked. There are systems at work here, and young people need to acquire that. And so here we have, I've broken it down by subject areas, cross-curricular competencies, dispositions. We must address the three if we're to mainstream. Okay, so a couple of key messages already. Must be in the curriculum and identifiable, and not just about knowledge. And it has to be part of the assessment program. There has to be assessment. And by the way, I'm not talking about pen and paper tests. I'm not talking about examinations where you simply reveal the knowledge that you have. It's other assessments. It's project-based learning, as some people have said. It's young people taking action, demonstrating their behaviours. Okay, I'm not expecting you to read all the detail. I'll work through this very quickly. But when a country tells me, or a schooling system say, oh yeah, it's in the curriculum, well, I want to know which of these actually is happening, because there's the formal curriculum and there's the informal curriculum. And colleagues, those ones in yellow, particularly the dark yellow, that's mainstreaming. That's when every student has access to that content, right? It's not just by luck. It's not just because a teacher decides that they might teach it. It's not the group of schools that can be showcased at some point to say, we're doing these great things. It actually has to have every student during their progress through school have access to it. That formal program, that's when a country says, look, here's this program and we want it actually available to all schools. All schools are expected to implement that, and they may even fund that. But it's an expectation. So there's another aspect here, and that's about accountability, that there's an expectation. It's not a matter of choice. If you want to mainstream something, it can't be left to just up to a teacher, or it's just up to a couple of students who decide that they're going to follow that elective program. So Here's an example, a very quick one. If it's about, say, climate change, it could be about respectful relationships, it could be about global citizenship. I do this work all the time with countries and systems. It could be 8 levels there, it could be 6, right? It's notional, it's not following by grades, because when you develop these concepts and these skills and dispositions, it's over a period of time. But you can measure these. And, by the way, they're across those 3 domains. They're not just about measuring knowledge. It's skills, it's attitudes, behaviours. It's just that you don't measure it the same way that you might measure literacy or numeracy. You don't necessarily need to know who's the 23rd person in the class or the 24th person or the 2nd person that has sustainability literacy in terms of their attitudes, right? You just want to make sure that they're all progressing. Hence you see the development from novice to competent to proficient, and hey, wouldn't we be great systems if every young person left as an emerging expert in these fields around biosphere, ecosystems, interdependence, diversity and justice, sustainability. Wouldn't we be a fantastic system if we had young people moving here from being novices? There are people in our adults that are all novices in this area. There are some people that have moved beyond that. Our role, of course, should be to move them on. And finally, teacher preparedness, not just about knowing what to teach and how to teach it, but actually believing that this is an important thing. And an assessment framework, an aligned assessment framework. Okay, you can read those very quickly yourself. I won't read them for you, but they're my sum-up points. All of those are important. If you want to mainstream, we really need to address it through these dot points.
Thank you so much, Bill. Very interesting. Just a reminder, one question during the morning session is regarding your said assessment is a killer, right? Especially for the formal education, we cannot ignore assessment, impact, and the need, but how we can embed it into the formal education, especially mainstream ESD. All right, then, please let me invite the second key presenter, Dr. Margarita Pavlova. She's the Associate Professor, Department of International Education, and the Director, UNESCO UNEVOC, based in Hong Kong. UNEVOC, that is the International Center for Technical and Vocational Education and Training. She is the member of the global UNESCO UNEVOC network and an associate professor at the Department of International Education, as I introduced. And her research focus is on policy, planning, and curriculum development in vocational education at both national and international levels, especially for sustainable development. Recently, greening skills, it must be linked with the greening education as well, and especially skills development and innovation related to vocational education sector. So please welcome Dr. Margarita Pavlova.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. As you can see today, I will be focused on curriculum development. And I will address these 5 points very quickly. and starting with why do we need this, and then how to support development, what are the linkages between values, skills, mindset, and some holistic frameworks that we have been using, and also one example, how to design a curriculum based on concepts. So why do we need to include education for sustainable development? There are, of course, a lot of points. I just want to highlight two. The first one relates to the purposes of education. And today, Jeffrey Sachs already referred to the Industrial Revolution. I want to do the same, because when the national educational systems were established, they were established for two purposes. So the first one is the economic one, because they need to develop some skills to support industrialization, and the second one is social cohesion and cultural heritage or transmission of the particular culture within societies. And now more and more we're talking also about self-identification. So we need to understand ourselves, and we need to make sure that education develop this understanding. So when we're talking about these three purposes within the context of education for sustainable development, you can see the points. Greening of economies, yes, so we need to understand, raise awareness, develop green skills. In terms of socialization, we need to look at the social issues that relates to climate change, for example, inequalities, access to green technologies, green spaces, etc. And in terms of self-identification, it's about agency, yes? So what is my role, responsibilities, why and how it is related to me. And the second one, of course, again, was mentioned in the morning, relates to implementation of sustainable development goals, because, of course, education for sustainable development can support implementation of all goals. Yes, and I just want to highlight that here in my presentation, I will use the term education for sustainable development into curriculum or greening of curriculum in a very broad sense and interchangeably. So what to include? And again, was mentioned by several speakers today that we need to include knowledge, skill, values, attitudes, and not just focusing on the transmission of knowledge. And we need to put this, everything within the context of lifelong learning and also cognitive, socio-emotional, and behavioral dimensions, and also focus on learning outcomes, pedagogy, and learning environment, which is really, really important. I just put this figure to highlight the importance of values. And this is also important to mention that the values we can't develop just through putting students through the curriculum. Yes, we need to have a very active participation of the students in different activities so we can develop their values. But you can see how values are influencing or having an impact on what's happening in our society, yes, in terms of social, economic, and environmental systems. And so it is important, but there are a lot of barriers, and research shows that three of them, at least, play a very serious role when we're trying to transform values into behavior. Yes, because we need to focus on the outcome. What do we want to achieve? We want our citizens who are behaving in a sustainable way. Yes, and you can see that the first one relates to individuals, yes, because it's our personal priorities or hierarchy of values that we have inside us. Then the second one is a personal capacity, and here the role of green skills playing very important role, so we need to develop them. We also need to develop knowledge and access to finance, for example, provide time to do that. And then external context that relates to the policies, that relates to the capacity to implement what we have learned in reality, in the real context. So when we are talking about green skills, we can look at them as an outcomes of our teaching processes and learning processes. And we have been using this pyramid within the context of vocational education, but several years ago, I heard from a person from Canada, and she said, no, we're using it at the level of primary school, because look, the first 2 levels really relates to the general education. And at the bottom of this pyramid, we have this positive attitude towards sustainability and green mindsets. Yes, so we need to develop this through our programs. And then the next level is generic green skills, we call them, or you can call them competencies. And these are the skills that are required in all occupations later on. So if we are preparing students for their adults, for their working life in the future, we really need to develop these, plus green citizenship, as we call. And here I can show you some examples of the concepts that we can use to develop these generic green skills. And then at the top of the pyramid, we have more specific or professional skills that we are developing through the higher education or vocational education. But of course, professional education also needs to address 2 bottom levels. So holistic frameworks, I just, today several were mentioned in the morning, and I put here 3, I think, just to demonstrate that we can't focus on developing curriculum in isolation. Because as I said, if we develop only curriculum, then it is very difficult to develop values. And if we want to achieve change in behavior, we need to include all these components that relates to greening culture, greening research, engaging communities, as well as bringing change to the curriculum. This is another framework developed by UNEP for sustainable universities. Again, you can see teaching and learning sits within a bigger framework of activities that we need to organize for our students. And this is just some examples of what we've done this year at our university. We established several students group, and we have been working towards raising awareness. And today it was mentioned that Hong Kong is very successful in terms of PISA, but I'm so skeptical about that, because that means that our curriculum is totally focused on these exams, and so it is so academically oriented. That proves my point. When we conducted a survey among our students, 300 something, we collected the results, their awareness level about sustainability and greening so low, and their behavior again so low. So I mean, it's nice to be high at the academic achievement, but when we're talking about education for sustainable development, we need to think about other things. Yes, and here this is just another example how to transform waste into the products and also to develop green social enterprises. So just to bring a bigger scope for our students to see how to transform coffee, for example, into body scrub. And also we worked with refugees and ethnic minorities, because we need to reach out to different communities in our societies, and also that add the dimension to our education. And this is a framework from the primary school, and this is not a global example from Hong Kong, but again, you can see learning and teaching is framed by other activities. So what do we want to achieve? Yes, as a result of all our effort, we want to have this student-centered education, problem-oriented, focus more on learning processes and finding solutions. It can be project-based, contextualized, because research again found when we're talking about the general issues that are not related specifically to the context, when we're working with the younger students, it's very difficult for them just to make these connections. So it's very important to have this contextual component. And also, of course, we need to promote a group work and also social and develop social and communication skills. And at the bottom, you can see the pedagogies that have been proven to be successful during the decade on education for sustainable development. It was the collection done by UNESCO. Oops. Yes, so this is example how we developed curriculum based on concepts. And we identified 21 concepts under 10 sustainable development goals, and we did this at the basis of the research. And you can see the examples here Also, this is a different way to present, just to make sure what sort of areas we focused on. And today it was said that in Asia-Pacific region, environmental dimension is not very well achieved. And this is what we found also from the report. So that's why we focused on that. And then we also decided, because it was designed in the context of vocational education, that we need to pick up some real-life examples from different industries, so the students can see how these concepts have been implemented in the real life. And then we put some resources in open access. This is how our webpage look like. You can see the concepts, and then you can see the case studies. And under each concept, we have a description of the concept, definition, how it can be applied in the real life, how it can be applied in the industry, what sort of issues we need to consider, to what sustainable development goals it is related. We also have student working sheets, just to make sure that it is a student-centered approach towards teaching. And we found out from our work that it is very difficult to change it from teacher-centered to the student-centered. And here you can see again the objectives, what the students need to do, what they would achieve, and what sort of activities they need to engage. So in the desirable classroom, we have a teaching content that is generated by the local context, also that there are teaching and learning materials, and we designed it together with teachers. For example, when we're having training among different countries, as a result of this training, we have resources designed from China, Nepal, Mongolia, Philippines, that the teachers would be able to use as a contextualized case studies in their teaching and learning. Then pedagogy, and today we will talk more about pedagogy and assessment, so I wouldn't focus on that, but assessment is really important. It should be formative in terms of portfolios, and so also we need to evaluate students' learning outcomes based on different sources, not just their exams. And the concluding points, I know that the time is running out so quickly, so that we need to include education for sustainable development in curriculum in the holistic manner. It should be one of the components. Yes, and to be successful, it should be based on contextualized curriculum supported by student-centered pedagogy and also activity-based formative assessment. We also need to embed it into different subjects or disciplines, or we can have extracurricular activities and integrate them into our learning approaches. And we can design curriculum based on the concepts or themes, and also focus on the development of values and mindsets, as well as knowledge, skills, and attitudes. So that was my 10 minutes of rushing.
Thank you so much, Margarita. Very interesting. It's very comprehensive, research-based, so related to the evidence you surveyed. And then especially self-identification and typology of green schools, it really hits me. And then probably one of our following questions, how research can be reflected into mainstream in ESD, that must be continued. All right, and the last key presenter, Dr. Isabel Victorino, she is going to provide some experience, and especially from the Philippines Department of Education perspective on pedagogy. She's an education program specialist in the Bureau of Curriculum Development, who leads the Curriculum Standards Development Division. As the chief, she manages the development of national curriculum standards for basic education, conducting research as a basis for policy formulation, and formulate policies and guidelines relevant to the management contextualization and the localization of the curriculum. Let me invite her. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to thank the officials of UNESCO for inviting the Department of Education to this regional meeting. So my presentation will cover a brief explanation of the features of the Philippine revised curriculum, the ESD concepts infused in the curriculum, and insights, perspectives, and pedagogical approaches. Now, in August 2023, the Department of Education released the Philippine revised curriculum for kindergarten to grade 10, and it was a culmination of the intended curriculum review, which was followed by a series of activities which include development, validation, public review, and finalization of the revised K-10 curriculum. So on the slide, you can see the features of the new curriculum. In the Philippines, we call that matatag curriculum, a strong. No? Matatag means in English, a strong curriculum. So we have different features of the strong curriculum or matatag curriculum, focus on foundational skills, decongested curriculum, balanced cognitive demand. There was also a clearer articulation of the 21st century skills. We reduced the learning areas from 7 learning areas to only 5 learning areas, specifically in Key Stage 1, that is from grades 1 to 3. And we intensified values education and strengthened peace education. And we made sure that our curriculum is on a par with international standards. Okay, so you can see here on the slide the different ESD concepts infused in the revised curriculum. First, we have concepts on climate crisis, biodiversity, pollution, pandemic diseases, poverty and inequalities, violent conflicts, other environmental, social, and economic crises that endanger life in our planet, and of course, environmental and climate actions. So we have insights, perspectives, and pedagogical approaches. How do curriculum standards contribute to educational consistency and quality? And I think that is always the first question that is being asked of us, specifically with curriculum standards. And why is there a need to align curriculum standards with appropriate instructional practices or pedagogical approaches? Now, curriculum standards provide a shared framework that promotes consistency, accountability, and quality in education. And failure to align instructional practices or pedagogical approaches with curriculum standards can lead to a lack of clarity in educational outcomes, such as misalignment of learning objectives and most of the time, inconsistent classroom practices. Okay. So, these are integral in the K-10, or we call this in the revised curriculum. And these are actualized through the delivery of mechanisms such as instructional design framework, okay, that espouses inclusivity, ideation, integration, and innovation as guiding principles of instruction. Okay, so adaptive pedagogical approaches. Okay, I want also to tell you that the Department of Education is highly committed in its advocacy or of integrating transformative educational paradigms in the curriculum. And that is one of the reasons why in the review and in the revision of the K-10 curriculum recently, we made use of the framework of these transformative educational paradigms to recalibrate the learning standards and at the same time concepts to ensure that the teachers will be able to deliver effectively these concepts. Okay, so we have adaptive pedagogical approaches and practices in ESD. We call this we always consider that adaptive pedagogical approaches and practices in ESD mainstreaming is very crucial. And how does the Department of Education ensure that these are implemented? Okay, wait. I have to go back. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Okay, so adaptive teaching is characterized by tailored instruction to meet the unique needs of each learner. This is implemented by offering a supportive and engaging learning environment that, of course, empowers learners to take control of their own learning, discover their passion, and achieve their full potential. As I've said, these are integral in the new K-10 curriculum that we have released at the Department of Education. So as I've said, an example for this is integration means designing learning experiences that builds on what learners already know and can do using real-life situations and applications, encouraging learners to make or create connections of different concepts and ideas. Okay, so the new curriculum's instructional design framework. So after the revision of our K-10 curriculum, we also followed what we call the new curriculum instructional design framework, which is a comprehensive guide for teachers in planning lessons, and it strongly emphasizes learner-centered education. So this framework places learners at the center, enabling them to participate in selecting learning content and co-creating teaching strategies. So our IDF, or the Instructional Design Framework, or Design Framework, comprises three essential pillars. We have curriculum, teaching, and assessment. I would like to mention also that no matter how effective, how good the curriculum is, if you will not be able to apply appropriate pedagogical approaches, and if the assessment is not aligned with the curriculum standards, that curriculum will remain a piece of paper. So in other words, the curriculum triggers all. This is the curriculum, what pedagogical approaches should be used in order to achieve the target competencies. And of course, you have to align the assessment, which is a tool. No, we have to align that with the curriculum standards. Okay, so in the instructional design framework that we have developed, these are the three pillars. We have curriculum, teaching, and assessment. Okay, so how does the Department of Education ensure that these are implemented? Okay, so the Department of Education is highly committed and consistent in advocating transformative educational paradigms such as ESD, peace education, of course, GSED, and others. In fact, as I've said, during the review and revision of the new curriculum, these frameworks of these educational paradigms were utilized to recalibrate learning area standards and content to ensure its effective delivery across grade levels. So number one is concepts and core messages of ESD are articulated in the different learning areas in basic education like science, good manners and right conduct and values education, social science, technical livelihood education, and even arts and health. These are integral in the new K-10 curriculum. So there are examples of learning areas wherein concepts of ESD are explicitly articulated. For example, social responsibility and community awareness. These are integrated in social studies, values education, science, Also in community resilience, human security, disaster risk reduction, and of course, peace education. So another is, okay, other. Oh, still have one slide before this. Okay. So another is that we were able to release DepEd orders, Department of Education orders on pedagogies and assessments. And this emphasized that project-based and experiential learning are of prime importance in the advancement of ESDs or ESDs and other transformative educational paradigms. And most of the time, we have to consider the community-based and service learning approach, which I think this is the most appropriate approach in the delivery of the ESD concepts. It is in this case wherein learners engage and collaborate with the local communities to identify the needs and develop solutions that are tailored to their specific contexts. Okay. Another examples wherein DepEd is already implementing as far as ESD is concerned is that field implementers or teachers are encouraged to contextualize learning activities depending on the needs and context of lessons and teachers. And there is a need really to capacitate teachers to on how to effectively integrate ESD concepts and the messages in the delivery of the curriculum. That is really a very big problem because we all consider that there are already competencies that are integrated in the curriculum, but the concern or one challenge is that how do teachers will be able to deliver, will be able to teach these concepts effectively. So we started capacitating already teachers. Right after the release of the revised curriculum, we started capacitating the teachers on how to unpack the competencies, on what strategies, on what learning activities that would be appropriate in delivering these concepts of ESD. Okay, so we need to train the teachers, we need to capacitate the teachers, and of course, we also need to issue policies. At the moment, we are developing also policy on peace education. We are having consultations with the other stakeholders on how to come up with a good peace education program, and hopefully this will be released by the end of August. And that is one way wherein, of course, the contribution of integrating and strengthening the ESD in the curriculum. So with that, we need to know all of this because we want to have learners who are equipped with literacy and numeracy, and then equipped with 21st century skills, nationalistic and global, and ready to succeed in life. So I will end my presentation with a quote from, William Wiggins. A good curriculum is not only about covering the content, it's about creating experiences for students to engage with and make meaning of the content. With that, thank you very much, and again, good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Isabel. So, we have 3 presentations. So, thank you so much, Isabel, once again, and especially it is quite an educated statement. Without good and appropriate pedagogy, even good curriculum might not work. So application should be found their own way, but with the supporting, especially of the Ministry of Education, and Philippines is a Department of Education. So as I informed you, the order of this session, now we have got all 3 presentations on the approach and the strategies and there's some of the pedagogies, and then it's a mainstreaming in ESD how we can go for. So let me propose you maybe have 3 questions first, and then we will ask the key presenters to pick up one of them. And then once we have finished, we will continue as long as we have time. So Dr. Cheah first, and second. Okay, over there, 2, 3. Okay, so now we have already.
Thank you very much. Ica Khadijah from the Indonesian National Commission. I'm asking opinion from Dr. Phil, and of course, 2 presenters can always add if Indonesia doesn't really put ESD as ESD in the center of the curriculum. However, the transformation that Indonesia developed since 2019 is called emancipated learning, where the minister put the emancipated learning policy into episode 1, episode 2, until episode 26 on different aspects. From the 26 policies, there are at least 9 which highlight the principles of education for sustainable development. So it's included in the Merdeka Belajar Emancipated Learning Initiative, which highlight the flexible curriculum structure that allow teachers to tailor their teaching methods and materials to the needs and characteristics of the students. And it's clearly stated in the in all documents about curriculum that it has to be whatever decision made by the policymaker as well as teachers in the classroom should directly have impact to the students. And then there is also the co-curricular subject, which takes 20% of time of all subjects to be dedicated to this project-based learning, which they call it a project of strengthening the Pancasila profile, students' profile. In this project, the students engage with real-world problems. There are 7 themes that is proposed by the national, and one of them is sustainable lifestyles and environment, etc. So this shift, there is also this policy of shifting from test-based to assessment and learning and assessment, which also part of this policy. And also culture, cultural and environmental education is incorporated in the curriculum, in the theme of the curriculum, which has to be, school should have at least one of this theme. And go on in a teacher training program and green school practice. And no, I remember the question. My question, because on your statement, if ESD is not in the curriculum, it's just an illusion. So that's why I'm coming up to this question. Whether this policy, this very strong national policy, is an illusion.
Hold on.
It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like it's very well embedded. And as I said on that slide, remember with the colours, there are various approaches to it, the yellow, right? And included in that is a program, an embedded program that not necessarily it has a relationship. It's aligned to the curriculum, but it doesn't necessarily have to be fully embedded in that way. It sounds like it's very comprehensive. It sounds to me like there's an assessment program, and if there's a monitoring program, that's the missing point. Remember at the end I had reporting. How do you know with that flexibility that teachers are actually taking that opportunity? And the other thing I'd say is, and it's a big issue around crowded curriculum, you can free up teachers to make choices about what they teach and what they don't teach, where they are making decisions that actually students at this point in time don't need this, or we don't have to cover all of this content because the majority of the students have already covered it and I just need to address those young people that haven't. So it sounds to me like there are all the underpinning principles that mean that is being delivered. I don't think there's an illusion there. I think there's a vision, but you only know if it's a vision if you're actually monitoring it, you're collecting that assessment data, and you're actually helping the system to understand where its strengths and where teacher training might need a little bit more work.
Yes, and if I may add, there is a national assessment which includes assessing a school environment and value developed in the school.
Yeah, so that's evaluation. So there's self-evaluation and external evaluation by the sound of it. It sounds very comprehensive to me.
Thank you.
Okay.
So
thank you so much.
Yes, it's confirmed.
Further question and yes, but hold on, please. Actually, I was going to have 3 questions first answer, but let's change it. And I can see. Anyway, thank you so much for detailed information, because it's really precious to catch up the whole national current status of ESD, especially in Indonesia. At the same time, I can see that 3 presenters, you should be ready how much they are professional to have a very sharp questions, right? And I want to add one thing. ESD is the concept, okay? Concept. And the UNESCO has a vision, promote this concept to actualize into daily lives, and also, of course, under the umbrella of a national system, which is education is one of the umbrella national system. So let's see. And then you can add one more comment, and then let me move on to the next question to provide more chances to audiences.
I just want to add one more point. In 2010, I was seconded to UNESCO Paris, and they asked me to analyze the differences between environmental education and education for sustainable development, because at that stage it was like a hot topic. And then we realized that it is really difficult to do because it can be interpreted in a very different way. So if we're talking about Latin America, their environmental education is like education for sustainable development as described by UNESCO, because they're incorporating social aspects into that. So the conclusion that we made is, if it is a transformative education that is heading towards their vision of the world that is described by Education for Sustainable Development, so if you are doing that within your educational system, that's great, because we are focusing towards the outcome. But as you mentioned, it's important now to, I think, to have the notion of education for sustainable development, because we have the sustainable development goals. Yes, so if through education we're aiming to achieve these sustainable development goals, and that's good.
Okay. Before we go to the second question, exactly. There was actually ESD in the second decade era, for your information, you might remember our colleague Faria's explanation about the first decade. That was, as I recall, 2005 until 2014. So before 2005, actually, I have a doctorate degree in environmental education. But before that, so I don't want to expose my age, but when I had an environmental education study, there was no concept of ESD. So always, the transition or overlapping period, there is discussions and arguments. Is that the concept crossing over or different, or how we can apply each other? So always there is in-depth thinking, discussion. And then I welcome that kind of things, because when you think and when you explore, we develop. So that is the key point I want to add up. And then Mr., he need a microphone. So name and agency or where you come from.
Thank you very much. My name is Haikal Hamzah. I'm from Simeo Regional Center for Special Educational Needs, based in Malacca, Malaysia. And I just would like to address these questions, perhaps directly to Isabel. I think we believe we could really applaud that the DPED efforts in mainstreaming ESD concept in the curriculum. So coming from a regional center that focuses on special education and also inclusive educations, could you share, is there any significant cases or perhaps best practices that DPED has done in harmonizing the ESD concepts with the needs of learners with disabilities? And is there any intervention supports are provided to uplift that? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the instructional design framework that we have developed is or espouses inclusivity, meaning we espouse inclusive education, ideation, integration, and innovation, which we consider this as ways on how to help our learners. So for learners with special needs, we have also allotted budget for them. Okay, and if, for example, they are now ready to mainstream, they will be ready to be mainstream in the regular class, they will also be accepted. But there are other activities for them, for our learners with special needs. We have budget for that. We have programs for that. So we do not only concentrate on regular students, but we also concentrate on our learners with special needs.
Okay, Phil?
Yeah, I think too, in countries where inclusion is very strong, where mainstream students are mainstream regardless of their capabilities, the key then, of course, is around teacher training, around making accommodations and adapting the curriculum, still having a sense of the outcomes that you're working towards for young people, but needing to accommodate the curriculum or the situation, the circumstances. And so, in other words, the steps might be smaller, but it's not like they're on a separate curriculum or it's not considered appropriate for them. You're making accommodations, adjustments, but teachers can't do that unless they have training in how to do that. And the curriculum allows that flexibility to be able to ensure that we have a bit of a view, I have a view, and certainly we had a view in Australia when we were developing the Australian curriculum. Doesn't matter where you are or your circumstances, you have a right to access that curriculum. And our responsibility as governments and as schools and as teachers, as educators, is to make those accommodations.
If I may add, the Philippines it has an alternative learning system, which UNESCO Jakarta has been supported over the last 7 years. And regarding the special needs, especially related to ESD, actually there is one subject, they call it 6+1, and one of them is about the environment. So actually this alternative learning system, learners are out of school. However, they are still under the national system because they need to go through and obtain some certification. But when I worked with professionals in the Philippines, it's not necessarily specifically different pedagogy whatsoever, especially except mobility matter. And because that is a concept, that is a value and the attitude. So that was I learned from the Philippine case. And Margarita, do you want to add something?
I just want to add one point. So in the countries where the severe cases are learning in their separate centers, usually they're training skills, so they would be able to work in the particular sectors. So in that sense, we can talk about training green skills, yes, because if you remember the pyramid, so you can pick up the areas that relates to green technologies, and in Malaysia, it's a big thing. So then you can contribute in that way. So it depends, are they in the mainstream schooling or are they in the separate entity where you can develop these green skills?
All PPTs, right. So later on, after this event, all of the PPTs will be uploaded. So you might look back the Margarita's PPT, how the pyramid can be, and what kind of key point can be applied into. So that would be one of the way to follow up. Okay, let me invite the third question.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Esteemed moderator and esteemed panelists. I'm Wallace here from Smart City Academy, where we empower and enable organizations and workforce to transform their cities into resilient and smart cities, which is one of the solutions towards tackling climate change. So I have a few thoughts after attending a few sessions, session 1 and session 2. And purely my thoughts is coming from an industry and practitioner perspective, because we are not institution, we are, our target audience is actually workforce, right? So probably I give a context whereby now currently we are facing a catastrophic impact from climate change, and things are getting more frequent, more violent, more unpredictable. And whatever ESD that we see here, what I can take, maybe some key takeaway is that we are focusing in terms of the younger generation, right, to get them ready, because it's their Earth. Yeah, we know we only have one Earth, okay, but we are consuming 1.75 resources from the Earth. So, but what we need now is to have the capability to tackle the current crisis, the current climate crisis. But ESD is, from what I've seen so far, is like is getting ready the future generation, but we have a current problem that is need to be resolved, need to be probably eliminated if possible, using whatever technologies that we have, green technologies, future technologies, generate AI. So I'm just thinking, since ESD, one of the motto that I've been seeing is that is education for all. So I'm just wondering, is there a guideline or framework that cater for the other spectrum of the community, which is the adult learning, the workforce, which has currently the capability, the knowledge, to a certain extent, right? As what Professor Jeffrey Cheah has said, yeah, we have the capability, but probably we don't have the mindset to know how to tackle, to how to leverage on all the technologies. So I'm just wondering, does ESD cover the other spectrum where they cater for adult? How do we actually maybe reskill, upskill ourselves to tackle the current situation that we have, right, to mitigate? That's one. Then secondly is, we have been saying, okay, teachers, pedagogy, but I'm just thinking, is there a possibility where we can collaborate academic and industry, okay, to leverage on the wealth of experience an industry or practitioner has, bringing all the use cases they have seen throughout their industrial working years to collaborate with teachers. Instead of solely saying, okay, teacher, you need to know this, in order to train, but it's too much for a teacher to say, oh, I need to focus on so many things, I need to focus on curriculum development, I need to focus on assessment, I need to master them as well, how to teach, how to conduct, but eventually it doesn't have that impactful because it lacks the visibility of use cases which industrial practitioner has in abundance. So yeah, that is my two queries.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I value your two questions really close to our thematic areas. You have to join tomorrow working session because there is regarding your first question on the community involvement, right? The community involvement and how it can be worked together, right? So that is the working session I quickly can see. Group 4. So please do not miss that group discussion tomorrow and provide your questions and hopefully some suggestions to explore the best way we can follow up. And please let me remind all of you, this is ESD in mainstreaming. So let's focus on our thematic discussion of this session 2. And Phil seems to say something.
Oh, no. I just very quickly wanted to say in terms of the ecosystem of schools, schools can't do this alone. And by the way, schools also can't just simply hand it over for some external agency to provide it. It's actually a partnership and certainly the strength of business working in these areas with green skills. And that's a lovely partnership. And so, but that has to be facilitated. Schools are very busy places. It's difficult for them to make those connections. So there's the sort of middle person that has to facilitate that.
Indeed. Please let me remind my colleagues Farial's presentation. It's the communities of practice. So it's not only system matter, it's all about holistic approach by different sectors. Like for example, we have Margarita about the Tibet-related ESD, especially this related to your workforce, right? So that kind of things needed to look over. And then I really value your last point about working load is of teachers. Actually, teachers are really warrior in the field because they are the person who teaches next generation. But a long time ago, when I was a teacher in Korea, that time environmental education concept just arrived, and then there was a lot of complaints from the teachers because there are so many things we have to do, and then I have no idea what is environmental education, and the government wanted to integrate it into our classroom, but we didn't know how we could do. So that was the starting point to work government and even research centers and the universities. So it was integrated through the collective work. So I think you might consider for that. And then maybe tomorrow, group, the discussion time, I hope you can proactively engage in. And then I think Margarita wanted to say
something
to add up.
I think that partnership, of course, is extremely important. Without that, we can't achieve things. And particularly if we're talking about vocational education sector, that is also part of the educational systems in all countries, yes? So when we're talking about the partnership previously, we were focusing on the triple helix model. This is what you mentioned, academia, industry, and government, yes? But now we are talking about quintuple helix model, where we also include society and also include environment as a collaborator, as a partner. So when you are thinking about partnership, it should be in this broader context. but also we did a number of studies about partnership, and we realized that for industry, it is difficult to identify the areas where they can collaborate with academia or vocational education institutions. So they have their patterns over the years. Okay, we provide industry placement, or we just maybe contribute a little bit towards the curriculum. So I think that we need to, again, educate our educators how they can talk with the industry so they can identify these collaboration points. And we, for example, use the framework when we are focusing on what industry is doing now in terms of sustainable development internally and externally, and what they would like to do in the future. And then this future part, the educators are looking and said, okay, we can help you with this, or we can help you with that. I'm sure it can be different frameworks, but it should be some sort of training for the teachers and the industry so they can find these partnership points. Yeah.
Especially industry sector, regarding the climate change action, it is really needed to work together. Some countries might ahead, but as you could see the data for the status of this climate change action progress in Asia, the Pacific, we are really way behind. So I can see that somebody is raising, okay, the last row, first question, actually it's the fourth question of this session. And then next one, you see, when we started, we had 90 minutes, but we have only 10 minutes left over. So please
Can I make one
take a
small point about the previous
Oh,
question?
yes, please.
Because UNESCO has a concept of learning cities. And if you look at this framework, you will see a lot of very useful information and pillars that you can explore, and then you can collaborate on that. So I think that the concept of learning cities is a great one because it provides opportunities for different stakeholders to work together against.
like learning cities, smarter cities. Actually, it's not the new terminologies. There are many, but how we can deploy with the appropriate manners, that's the key point. Okay, let me have a question. Yes, please. Name and where from? I know you,
again,
but...
again, Teresa
Yeah.
Pahulu, again from Tonga. My question is to the, because it's based on what I've heard from Dr. Phelps and also the other mentions, that we are talking and gathering together on ESD initiatives and things like that. But in the classroom, and as Dr. Phelps had mentioned, assessment is the one that really affects the commitment of teachers in the classroom to conduct ESD activities. Because even though it may be in the curriculum, but those activities might be things that are not assessed in written form. And so it is not part of what they will report on the students' performance. It can be just an extracurricular activity. So we will keep on meeting and talking about initiatives, but it will not be taken so seriously in the classroom unless some support from UNESCO can be provided on how these activities can be formally assessed and integrated into the assessment system to be able to make it a serious business in the classroom. And I believe that will make ESD more progressive in way forward than what we are doing now. Because although there are initiatives that classrooms are flexible to do it, but the commitment, one mentioned in our trip, teachers are committed to do it. Because there's a high governance, closely monitoring the system. but there's no, other classrooms wouldn't be having the same issue. So I believe, as what Dr. Phelps was saying, assessment is a bit of can whack the system out, and we keep on meeting and looking at initiatives, but then how can we make it so effective in the classroom and that they are conducting it? That's what
I got a point.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, please.
Can you hear me there? Yeah. I mean, great point. I want to say three things. And the good thing is there is a webinar, isn't there, later in September about assessment. So that is actually, a strong thing to make sure we all attend that. But the first thing I want to say is when I did the review of climate change education last year, I looked at a whole lot of things. I looked at curriculum, I looked at it, teaching, training and so on. When I asked the question around the range of interviews I did about assessment, silence. There was a lot of silence. Certainly there are tests around knowledge, but it's these other areas. It's the alternative assessment where you need not just formal, but also, it depends what you call it, but formative assessment and more formal, if you like, measures. These are possible. And I can tell you something, you're all going to absolutely hate me if you don't already. When I talk to systems about assessment, I say to them, you need to check that the people that are giving you advice about your assessment, they actually might be fantastic people at setting exams, but they may not have the knowledge about the tools and the strategies that you need to actually construct, observation charts around ways of alternative assessment. There's a whole range of these that pick up, and people have mentioned, problem-based learning, project-based learning, of course. These involve different forms of assessment. And there are those strategies, there are those tools, and clearly, as you've pointed out, we're not going to get very far unless teachers get an indication that this is so important that we're actually going to assess student progress. As I said before, we're not necessarily, if we're teaching about respect, we don't want to know who the 23rd person in the class is in respect and who's the 24th and who's the 6th. It's a different kind of measure. We want to actually know if young people are becoming more respectful and what that looks like. What does that look like with a 5-year-old, for example, typically, a 10-year-old, a 15-year-old? What can you actually typically expect? And how do you move, right? That's what I said before about an assessment framework. These are doable. I can tell you they exist. They're doable. You can create them. You need to know how to, but you absolutely made a very strong point there. It has to be a key component in this, in mainstreaming.
Indeed. Because time is limited, let me just jump into probably your last question of this session. Microphone, please.
Thank you very much. So I'm Wan Zuhaini Saad from University Putra, Malaysia. So quickly I ask, there are two questions but interrelated. One is UNESCO has also declared that environmental education and to be integrated and ESD to be integrated in all levels of education by 2025. So I would like to ask any advice from our panel in terms of to accelerate the process, as 2025 is just like around the corner. The second question is, as you know, Malaysia, we have the Malaysian Higher Education Blueprint and for higher education, and also the Malaysia Blueprint for Education from 2015-2025 that is also ending next year. And we are reviewing the blueprint right now. And of course, sustainability is one of the important and essential part of the blueprint. I would like to inquire what will be the tracking measures and or with indicators for sustainability? Will it be the key competencies for sustainabilities, or the eight key for sustainabilities by UNESCO? Because, for example, one of the shifts is, before this was holistic, balanced entrepreneurial graduates, but now we want it to be more humanity-centric, adaptive or agile, resilient. What do you think that would be a good tracking measures and indicators for this? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Regarding the last point for the indicators, actually, thanks to the Malaysian government, last year we closed the Malaysian Trust and Fund project with many different sustainable development projects in science, in education, and the others. And there was a launch of SDG indicators too. So this is linking with the previous the question as well. There are so many informations, right? And there's so many the tools, and even recently, as our director, Maki, introduced in her opening key remarks, there are tools, two tools. One is for the greening education, and the other one is for schools greening education tool. So kindly access to our UNESCO website, whether there is any publications or indications to fit with your purpose. But let me start here, and then let me invite maybe all of you one by one to any information or practical cases.
Yes, so what we're talking about is progression here, and measuring progression. When people say something, let's say critical thinking, and you tell teachers that they have to assess critical thinking, if they don't know what it is, if they have no framework to help them, then it's no wonder that they won't teach it. And certainly if they're not, made accountable, there's no evaluation of are they teaching it or not. So what you actually need to do with any of these areas, whether it's resilience, whether it's critical thinking, is what are the elements? What are the elements of this? Critical thinking, it's actually being able to ask questions. It's actually being having an inquiry mind. What does that look like? How do you map that? The other aspect was, and I kind of raised it at the end yesterday when we were talking about a matrix. It's how do you measure the health of your organisation as to where it is in terms of your progress towards. You could do that with your 25. That was your previous question. By the end of 25, well, what would it look like at the end of 25 if we'd have achieved everything, all the expectations? What would be the steps towards that?
Okay. Margarita and Isabel? Yes. Not more than 1 minute because it's overtime. But ma'am, it's really a valuable point. Yeah. Indicators, measurement. How do we know we have changed or progressed, right? Yeah. Over to you.
I also believe that it should be competencies or skills, and we have different frameworks. We have 21st century skills, and when we mapped it against generic green skills, they're more or less exactly the same, just within the framework of greening, yes? And when you look at the World Forum, and every year they sort of try to publish what skills do we need in the future. So we might look at them, and they said even within the context of greening, we need a lot of generic skills that relates to critical thinking and problem solving, and only a small number of specific skills that relates to greening of economies, yes, because they were interested in that. So I think that as suggested, you might look at this list, you might look at the other list, and then when we're talking about competencies in the framework of vocational education, we also describe how they would look like when we observe this. So maybe you would like to look at the vocational education competencies just in terms of descriptors and see would it be applicable for the secondary education, primary.
Yeah, just a very quick answer for that. So I agree with that. You have to go back to your framework where it failed. Do you think there are competencies that need to be revised, that need to be added? And do you start from there? And then you try to address all the gaps. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So my colleague looks at me many times, so I have to applaud for them. And thank you so much for having you, even after lunchtime. This overtime makes us, we were worth it, right? So thank you once again.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please remain on the stage. We will have group photo. All presenters and the moderator, please come to the center of the stage. Bill, would you mind staying on the stage for a while? Thank you very much. So, participants, ladies and gentlemen, after this, we are going to have like a 15-minute coffee breaks. The place or the venue for the coffee break is in location where we had the lunch today. And then please make sure that you get back here 3:40. So, I'm sorry, we have only 10 minutes for the coffee break. Oh, I'm sorry. 3:45. We have 15 minutes for the coffee break. Please enjoy your coffee break. And I would like to invite also the speakers, the panelists, and the moderators for tomorrow working session 1 and 2. Please come to this corner on the left-hand side of mine here. We will need to have discussion. Once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please get back to the room at 3:45. Yes, in 10 minutes.
On behalf of SDSN Asia and the Sunway Group, I would like to welcome you all to the official launch of the SDSN Asia headquarters. Announcing the arrival of our guest of honor, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Jeffrey Cheah and Professor Jeffrey Sachs, accompanied by our distinguished guest.
The Asia headquarters of the UN SDSN, based at Sunway University, is one of only 3 such global centers tasked with continent-wide sustainability initiatives. The new center will work closely with our existing institution at Sunway University to advance the sustainability agenda. To support UN SDSN in this important work was initially based on the 2 keywords in its very name, which are solutions and network. Lineup of speakers and captains of industries are here today to elaborate on how they are doing their part to make this world a better place.
It is an absolute thrill to be launching publicly the headquarters this evening. This is the center of the global challenge, and it will be the center of the global solutions for sustainable development. That we need a new way of teaching, a new way of learning, a new curriculum, experiential learning and problem solving, awareness and empowerment in the sustainable development goals. And Sunway University is doing it, showing it, hosting the SDG Academy, and making these lessons known all over the world. So another round of applause, please, for all of Sunway.
The launch of the Asia headquarters is testimony to the importance of engaging countries in the Asia-Pacific region towards advancing the global sustainable development goals.
pretty happy with what is going on, with what we have done for the United Nations SDSN, and many more type of meetings like this happening, and the leaders of the world come together to control this difficulty in climate change and all this.
How old are you? Will robots take over the world? What's your favorite toy?
My favorite toy at the moment, my favorite toy is my fast car, like the Lamborghini and the McLaren. You know, these are my favorite toys.
What's your favorite song?
My favorite song, The Young One by Cliff Richard. It's all about the young and vibrant people like you all.
How old are you?
I'm pretty old. I think I can be your grandfather.
Why do you look so young?
Do I look young? No. I was telling this boy here I like his hairstyle.
Where's your hangout spot in school?
Maybe under the tree, under the big tree. When I was in school, there's not even fan. You are very lucky, you know, you're in air-conditioned environment.
What do you want to be when you were young?
I always want to be my own boss. Does business with a heart, hopefully to be rich, contribute back to society like giving scholarships to people like you all.
Are you rich? How can I become rich?
Well, you have to work very hard. What you should do now is to study hard and ask a lot of questions.
Will robots take over the world?
I don't think so. Because we humans are smarter than them, because we create robots. Robots are created to help human beings, to make things happen, you know, to build things. But they will not take over the world.
What was your happiest moment in school?
When I get good marks.
If you have superpower, what powers would you have?
You're a superpower. I want to be a Superman. And I can fly. Yeah. So I can help people and catch all the naughty people and put them in jail. Right?
Why did you build the school?
Oh, it's very important. Very important. To educate children like you. That's why you need to go to school. and have quality education imparted to you. We must build good school, not just any school. You are our future. Most important to me that you are properly educated and with good values imparted to you all. We have to give you the best so that you become very good citizen of the world and contribute back to help the future generation.
We learn in school that our planet is unique, that Earth is an incredible place, home to amazing people and fascinating cultures. But we're also learning that our extraordinary home is in danger. We are all in danger. Now it's time to learn for our future, to act for our future. And that starts with all of us. But how? We need education that guides us towards a more peaceful world and an equitable society, helping us to build a more sustainable future. We have to transform education in order to empower learners with the knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes that will help us respond to global challenges. This is where Education for Sustainable Development, or ESD, comes into the picture. ESD focuses on transformative pedagogy that enables all of us to become agents of change. ESD informs and inspires us to take care of our planet and humanity. UNESCO promotes this transformative power of education and rewards the outstanding projects from all over the world through the UNESCO Japan Prize on ESD. Let's take a look at some inspiring projects that demonstrate ESD. In West Africa, for example, World Vision Ghana is running a successful program called Unlock Literacy Project. The project has already been implemented in more than 200 schools and communities across 5 regions in Ghana. The Unlock Literacy Project is built upon mother tongue-based multilingual education, teaching kids to read. A holistic approach is used with a strong focus on critical thinking, which is believed to be a core competency required for sustainability.
Teamwork. Na se community no mu a omoboa community no na omoye amanjuma ya community no nkoso.
Unlock Literacy Project organizes reading clubs that involve the whole community in the learning process.
Pacho enfasudi e reading camp no ema akwala no o onfa ne ho enhihye ewiase niema na emre biara no na adwene wo ho enti no eye ne de se one na afefuo nyina no etimi hia fa na omo ready anase omo suade enti eno no ebo akwala ne pa ma me enti we ye enfasudi a wo behu se reading camp no ebo akwala ne pa
na me baba cap ni bi first no na nka na adisua enye papa na so start se oba cap no behu se na adisua aye fefefe otumi kenkan
Mama who ade ako etwe amama be teaching ni mama me abe teaching ni atwe nkora omokuo mu ade.
As a result of the project, the young learners can think critically about local issues and participate in solving them, and motivates even more to learn.
Omo timi akọ oman no mu na se problem bi ba amotimi di omo adwen akeka ho na amabubo adwen akeka ho na se na be ya mo solve that problem because any sense.
The Unlock Literacy Project has benefited more than 1,500 teachers and almost 60,000 children. In Latin America, we have another great project, the Cusi Cose Andean School and Naupanan cultural events in Peru. The school, which is a member of UNESCO's Associated Schools Network, ASPNet, was founded by a small group of parents in a remote village located in the sacred valley of the Incas. Cusi Cause provides education rooted in Andean culture, tradition, and sustainability practices, using elements of Waldorf pedagogy.
Nosotros lo que hacemos acá es justamente ese contacto, esa relación con la naturaleza y llegar a ser conscientes de ese pequeñito que cada uno necesita del otro.
The main aim of the school is to preserve ancestral knowledge and protect the rights, values and livelihoods of indigenous peoples.
Por ejemplo, la permacultura yo empecé a sembrar solito en mi huerto. Y seguramente de acá de unos años cuando termine la escuela voy a seguir haciéndolo.
Their curriculum builds on experiential learning and hands-on activities with great emphasis on diversity, reciprocity, and mutual respect among all living beings.
Viniendo de una cultura que desde tiempos ancestrales ha siempre elaborado sus proyectos culturales en forma sostenible, entendemos que la educación también tiene que estar dentro de ese marco. Lo sostenible es lo que realmente va a perdurar en el tiempo.
The school uses indigenous music, dance, weaving, and gatherings to bring the community together, further empowering their cultural identity.
Nuka ke yache wasipi yapan yachaskaita wahua o masiku na mo compartir.
Y eso es lo que a mí me impacta, ¿no?, de la escuelita. Siempre es muy entrada y también respeta la cultura, la tradicional y nuestras plantas, respeta también las decisiones que uno puede tener.
Kusi Kausai hopes to serve as an educational model to inspire other communities and indigenous schools. In Southwest Asia, Palestine's Birzeit University Media Development Center has a special project, Media and Information Literacy for Sustainable Communities. Their program develops participant skills to analyze media critically, essential to promoting sustainable development and achieving social change.
التربية الإعلامية هي مسؤولة من أجل خلق مجتمع مستدام تراعى فيه الأخلاقيات والمبادئ وتراعى فيه مصالح البيئة والاقتصاد والثقافة والسياسة بشكل يخدم الجميع.
By learning about media literacy, the participants become more active citizens in their societies.
أنا طلعت واحدة من الناس اللي بتمارس نوعاً ما صحافة المواطن، فعشان نتحرى الدقة ونكون واعيين لكتير تفاصيل مرات إحنا بنشاركها مع أصدقائنا، لكتير تفاصيل مرات إحنا بنطلع وبنحكي عنها، وخاصة اللي يعني
Sustainable development. In this session, I'm inviting now to come to the stage Miss, let me wear my glasses. Okay. Miss Yu Jiafu, the former head of Education, Development and Research, International Center for UNESCO SPNet, China. Please come to the stage. Miss Yu Jia. The next speaker, a panelist, I'm inviting now Ms. Melissa Gomez, co-founder and CEO at Volution Enterprise Malaysia. The next panelist is the next panelist is our friend. She's everywhere. She is the expert. I'm proudly present and calling Professor Miki Sugimura. She's the UNESCO Chair on Education for Human Dignity. See, the topic is human dignity, peace and sustainability, and she is professor also for comparative and international education from Sophia University, Japan. Now we come to the next panelist coming from the youth. That we need youth, I think, to come to talk about ESD. We have now one representative of the youth, Mr. Ilan Enverge. Ilan and Verga, Director for Administrative and Student Affairs International School for Better Beginning. Also, he is serving as Executive Committee members SDG 4 Youth and Students Network and SDG 4 High-Level Steering Committee leaders in the Philippines. Oh, so long title for Ilan. Now, the moderator for this session is, let me call to the stage. The moderator is Ms. Shannon Cabran. Shannon is the head of Education and Training, SDG Academy, UN Sustainable Development Solution Network. So, ladies and gentlemen, our panelists and moderator on the stage already. Give applause to them. Shannon, now I give the floor to you.
Thank you, Zaki. Hi, everyone. I know it has been a very long day. I very much appreciate you all still being with us after your lunch, your coffee break, all the excitement of this morning. So given everything we've heard today about ESD and all of its different aspects, I hope we can just have a nice, chill conversation. And I just want everyone to relax and enjoy our session now. We are here to talk about the whole school approach or whole of school approach, which I think has been a running theme throughout our time today, really thinking about how it's not just curriculum, it's not just teachers, it's not just national policy, it's all of that and more. And in fact, something we often hear in this space is not just whole of school approach, but really whole of society approach. Some other terms that we've used in the past in these conversations, we talk about lifelong learning, which is really thinking about education not just as formal schooling, but throughout your entire life. We also sometimes use the term life-wide learning, and I think we did at a recent meeting in Bangkok that several of us were at. We really think about learning as an ecosystem that involves everyone. So today on this panel, we have a couple of different perspectives represented that represent different areas of that ecosystem. So if I could start with a couple of questions, and if you want to just please reintroduce yourself as well as we get started. So for you, Jia, so formerly you were the head of education development and research at the International Center for UNESCO AppsNet based in Hainan, China. And in that role, you were kind of responsible for helping to translate national and international policy and recommendations on all these big UN ideas down to teachers and school leaders and local officials at the local level. So I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about how you help them put that into practice, and really what did you need from those stakeholders in order to have productive conversations? So about 5 minutes, please.
Okay, hello everybody, my name is Yu Jia. I was a former head of development and research at the International Center for UNESCO ASPNet School Network. It's a long name, and the school ASPNet is a school network. It's one of the oldest network for UNESCO that coordinates with more than 10,000 schools in 183 countries, I believe. And the school serves at act like the laboratory for ideas, like translate the UNESCO ideas into implementation. And for me, I think answer Shannon's question, I think it's not really about what I need. It's really about like what the school need and what the teachers need. I think many of the speakers have already mentioned that the concept of education for sustainable development is not new. Coexist with nature, we be harmonious with nature is not new. At least in my culture, it's not new. It has been there. It's just been called a different name. Sorry, let me check my notes. And I remember that yesterday during one of the workshop, the data shows 90% of the countries have integrate concepts of education for sustainable development in their curriculum. And so I think education for sustainable development have already existed as a mindset in many of the schools' venues and in their educational practices. I want to share two two examples, and the schools have worked. One school is a very famous school in China. They have all the best resources, and the teachers are very graduate from prestigious universities, and students are very familiar with the SDGs, the global educational initiatives, and the leaderships. They make partnership to provide resources and opportunities for students and the teachers to showcase their projects. And whenever there's a new term, they already integrate that in their curriculum, and the students need very innovative projects, and they have very beautiful reports using all these key UNESCO-friendly words like participatory learning, experiential learning, and they can tell very beautiful stories about their projects at the UNESCO forum. Every people is happy in this case. Every stakeholder is happy. And whenever there's a new term, whether it's GCED, whether it, sorry, how many minutes I have?
We'll let you know.
Okay. Whether it's global citizenship, whether it's futures of education, they have a standard response to those policies. And there's a school B I worked with. This school is middle of nowhere in Hainan province. It's right next to the ocean. And when I work with the teachers, I realized they have no idea about what is the UN and what is the global citizenship, what is the ESG. But they know in their venue that it's very important to respect nature, and generation by generation, they already have the knowledge how to live harmoniously with the ocean. And I remember one teacher I work with, she initiated projects to take the students to the ocean, to the beach to pick up trash, and she insisted that project for many years, and it grows organically. From like picking trash only to like do research to know how to categorize the trash, and how to track the trash comes from, and how to reuse this trash, and how can they use the trash to decorate their classroom and all that. I think that is a very organic development of education for sustainable development. So I reached out to the teachers. I asked what motivates her to do so, and the answer is very simple. Just she thinks it's very important to respect the nature, to protect the environment. So I think while the school A has the perfect answer about how to implement ESG at the school level, I think the school B actually has a soul to the implementation, which are the teachers' very genuine motivation, curiosity, cravings to make meaning of their work, and to be clear about what themselves as professionals want to be, what they need in order to grow. And I think, and therefore the transformation actually organically happened in School B. They don't see it as another task from the Ministry of Policy. They see it as opportunities to explore with their students, with their communities together, and to make, I think it's very important to make meaning of their job, make a meaning of their life. And so my question is how policies can support that or sustain that genuine motivation, curiosity, and the cravings to grow professionally.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Yujia. I think what I'm taking away from that really is it's not about what you can hoist onto already overburdened, already under-resourced, and already very innovative teachers and school leaders. They might not know the fancy terminology, they might not know the big global context, but as we say all the time, right, it's not about the global context as much as it's about localizing these ideas to things that make sense for local people, because that's the only way it's really going to matter to people. So I think that's a great example of you have to go in with an open mind and an open heart and say, not what can they do for you, but what can you do for them to help them enrich the work they're already doing. Yeah. On that note, I wanted to turn now to Melissa. So Melissa, you are the co-founder and the CEO of Edvolution Enterprise here in Malaysia, so hometown turf for you. And in that work that you do, you work a lot with school leaders, I know. So when we talk about the whole of school approach, and we've focused so much on the crucial role of teachers in our conversations today, but teachers need to be supported by the wider atmosphere, and I think we know that school leadership has so much power to provide a good ecosystem for teachers to thrive. So I would love to know your opinion and your experience of how school leaders, like what kind of role do they play, and what do you hear from them in your work?
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon, selamat petang dan juga selamat salam Malaysia Madani. All right. It's really interesting to hear. We spend nearly half of the day, or more than half of the day, talking about the big visions of ESD, and then we talk about curriculum, and then we talk about assessment. And then we talk about the key player of really making ESD happening only at this final 1 hour. The key agent or the key implementation of the policy, which is the school leaders. And it's really interesting to note that why are school leaders so important? At the end of the day, the value of a policy really lies in its implementation. And many times working with the ministry in Malaysia, what we realize is that there are grand policies, but when it gets down on the ground, that's where we find the gaps. And mostly where the gaps happen is always at the school level, starting from the school leadership. Now, in my work with a team across for 8 years, we've been working with nearly 500 schools and 3,000 teachers across the country in Malaysia, both national government schools and also private international schools. We've trained them both online and also physical. Now, one of the key learnings that we see in school leadership, it extends beyond just the principal and the vice principal. Atau dalam konteks Malaysia, pengetua or just the penolong kanan. Can I just see in the crowd here, how many of you are school leaders? Can you just raise up your hand, whether you're principals, your vice principals, HODs? Oh, okay, not many. All right. Oh, okay, we have 2 over there. All right. So in our learning, principals or school leadership has got 3 groups. The first group being the senior leadership team, which comprise of the principals and the vice principals. The second group are the middle level, which is the HODs or the subject heads. And the third group, which we rarely talk about, but is the most important agent in the school, what we're trying to advocate for is teacher leaders. And these 3 groups, if taken, any of these 3 entities taken away, it is almost impossible for any culture or any school transformation like ESD to happen. And so, why are school leaders, these 3 entities are important? Number 1, they have the power to influence. Principals, through their vision, through the strategies that they set, they have the power to influence non-academic and academic staff. The middle leaders, through their professional learning communities, PLCs, through their small groups, have the power to influence all levels of teachers, from novice teachers to or beginner teachers, right up to senior teachers. And teachers, of course, the teacher leaders have that influence, have that power to influence students or their teaching and learning process in the classroom. Now, with power to influence also, there comes the responsibility and the power to implement or to do things. So principals, through that vision, one of the key fundamental roles is through providing resources, be it the manpower, financial, or even networking resources. On the middle leader side, how do they then maintain high quality learning or ESD implementation in the classroom for all levels of teachers? And at the teacher leaders classroom, the teachers, how do they ensure that whatever that they're teaching in the classroom produces that student, that desired outcome that they envision via the school vision or through the curriculum? And as I mentioned, if taken, and these entities, if taken away, any one of these ESD or any culture or school transformation can never take place. And one of the things that we want to highlight is that they also need to realize, these three entities will also need to realize that they have the power to influence, they have that responsibility, because many times they are in position, but they do not have that awareness of the power and the influence that they have. And lastly, ESD or any school transformation processes can never take place if it doesn't happen systematically. So what we observe in Malaysia is that there are pockets of schools that are doing this, but on a national movement, do we move together as a nation? That is something that we'll still have to work on. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. I think what I really took away from that was like you said, the range and different levels of what we can consider a school leader, because of course the head of school, the principal, the headmaster has a lot of power to set the tone, but where it, you know, in a microcosm kind of the ESD conversation, it's really, you have to trickle it down to where you really get to the teacher advocates themselves who can help motivate and create a community of practice among their peers. So I think that's a really important distinction. Moving on to, again, friend of ESD, Sugimura Sensei. I'm so glad you're here. When we think about education for sustainable development, of course, we think about teaching, we think about learning, we think about policy, but we also think about, and I think there's a growing awareness of the physical infrastructure of a school. The whole of school approach actually involves the school, the whole of school. So I wanted to ask sort of what you could tell us about how important is the physical environment of a school and greening those spaces, and how does that influence the teaching and the learning and the whole system?
Thank you very much, Shannon, and thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Yeah, my name is Miki, and many people call me a friend, but I'm just a talkative person. Always I'm attending on the UNESCO meeting. Last year's Bali and Tokyo meeting, and also the last month, we had a wonderful conference in Bangkok, focusing on a little different from ESD, but the roadmap implementation on the new recommendation of UNESCO, focusing on the human rights, peace, and sustainability. And while here, great leader, and some colleagues, very wonderful work, still now working on, but that the implementation also very, very related to this ESD. And ESD should be the center of the realization of the recommendations. So in that sense, I'm very, very happy to come back here. Anyway, thank you very much for good questions. I'm just a university teacher, so in that sense, I would like to learn a lot of your experiences, especially from the schools, from primary, secondary schools. But from my perspective, now the echoing the UCHER's, the maybe ASPNet, you just said, talk about the sustainability of the curiosity, and also Melissa now just talking about how the school leadership must be very important. So in that sense, maybe school environment, if we can just understand it physically, of course, the space or building facilities should be very important. To tell the truth, today we are here, this wonderful, this Sunway University. From this morning, I was very, very impressed. I took so many pictures here because the university arranged many opportunities for the student to realize how the ESD SDGs is very important. When you took an elevator, yes, SDGs call for there. And if we just entered in the hall, yes, we have a lot of the logo there. Now we are the box here, the Sustainable Development Goals box here. So these are kind of the good encouragement from the schools and schools message, I think. But not only facilitation or facilities, I think maybe the school leadership or principal or school mission or school kind of how we can make atmosphere or ethics, the people, which means it's not only students, but also the teachers, the staff can think about together the importance of the ESD should be very, very important. In that sense, my first point is how we can create the governance or how we can school management should be very important when we think about the whole school approach. Of course, the principal leadership should be very important, but not only school principal leadership, but also the teachers, the collaboration, or teachers, organization, how we can organize those kind of the human resource development might be very important point. And those points affect in the how we can make a curriculum or how we can make a resource or learning and teaching process. These points are already discussed in the previous sessions from this morning, but all of those things are interrelated based on the school mission and those kind of things. And of course, the accountability might be very important because the school always kind of make a promise how we can guarantee the student learning or how we can guarantee the student the employability or something. So in that sense, not only ESD, just a kind of idealistic concept, if we can try to connect those kind of realistic, then it's a little difficult for us to realize this one. In that sense, if you can just introduce some of the good practice from Japan, one of the public junior high school, which is just in the mountain area, they are a little difficult for us to think about some environmental issues, especially the ocean education, because they are in the mountain area. But the school principal's leadership has created a very wonderful project, try to make a good ESD calendar and try to make all the subject, all the one-year program into the calendar and try to organize how we can encourage the student to learn the ocean education even in some mountain area. Today we have several specialists sitting here from Japan. For example, one Professor Fuji from Okawa University. He's an expert in the teacher's education. And Professor Ichinose, who has already wonderful presentation this morning, also sitting here. And not only Ministry of Education persons, Ministry of Environment persons from Japan. So if you have any more questions or comments, please feel free to ask them also. Yeah, thank you very much. That is my impression.
Thank you, Miki, and thank you also to all of our wonderful colleagues from Japan. I know we've learned a lot from you. So I think we were brought back to the idea of governance and of bringing together the whole of school community to really make sure that these ideas are implemented and assessed. I think the idea of holding people accountable, that there needs to be accountability in making sure that it's not just a nice idea and you do it once, you take a picture and then you move on, but that it really becomes part of the culture of the school, I think is an important distinction, because a lot of people do things to take the picture and they forget why they did it in the first place. So finally, we come to Mr. Ilan Inverga. Ilan, my question for you, obviously, you have your very, very long title and list of affiliations that we learned about. So you are both a teacher in your own right, and you're also a youth leader, and you're a member of the SDG4 High-Level Steering Committee. So with all of that experience and both of those perspectives in mind, I'd love to hear some best practices for making sure that youth are part of this conversation. They are definitely part of the whole school approach, arguably the most important part of the whole school approach. That's why we're all here. So I'd love to hear your perspectives.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. And absolutely, first of all, thank you very much to UNESCO, to UN SDSN, and to the Ministry of Education of Malaysia. It's really a privilege and honor to be here. And it's especially a privilege because of the topic that we're discussing. It's very close to my heart, especially as Professor Miki Sensei mentioned, that this is also a very quick follow-up to the recent Bangkok event on the recommendation, or the revised recommendation on education for sustainable development, peace and human rights. So I feel very proud to be part of the Asia Pacific region because of all the action that's literally happening, and I'm yeah, very proud of that fact. And just to introduce again myself, my name is Ilan Enverga, and I am a school leader, a teacher, and a teacher trainer from the Philippines. And I specifically work in a K-12 school called ISBB in Lucena City in Quezon Province. So again, good day, everyone, and I hope I pronounced this right. Salamat tengah hari. Yes, okay, hopefully. So as you mentioned, Janet, while I work primarily as an educator, I also have the privilege of advocating for young people in the UN system. So yes, I am the Executive Committee Representative for Asia Pacific on the UNESCO SDG 4 Youth and Student Network. But I'm also the representative for youth and students on the high-level steering committee, where I have the not-so-small responsibility of representing 1.2 billion young people of all 193 member states on this committee. And we just had our meeting 2 weeks ago in Paris, and I think there's a lot to unpack after that as well, very relevant to this discussion today. But I do have this unique position to represent the two most important stakeholders in education, and that is teachers and young people. And as you can imagine, because youth and teachers live in the education system on a daily basis, we can see the state of education for all that it is, and it's all its truth, all its greatness, all its gaps, without blinders, without rose-tinted glasses. And combining the experiences that I've had over the years, it really made sense that I was able to sort of design and implement an innovative whole school approach to ESD and GSED, which I called Youth for Better. And it essentially embeds the act of change making or being a change maker into every single subject area in every single grade level from K to 12. And this, obviously, just to clarify, this includes pre-primary to primary and all secondary levels, emphasizing youth leadership, youth empowerment, and youth ownership of solutions that are very much grounded in the SDGs and grounded in local contexts. Our mission is really to use ESD and GSED to normalize civic engagement, environmentalism, social justice, and simply put, to normalize empathy and compassion. We carry out ESD with an emphasis that ESD is way more than ecological issues and greening education. ESD is way more than tree planting and recycling. So we really lean into the interconnectedness of our planet's greatest social problems, which is nicely captured in the 17 SDGs. So we really lean on the interconnectedness of climate issues with gender issues, with indigenous issues, and so on. Therefore, the teaching and the learning that happens in our school, there's really an emphasis on interdisciplinary learning, wherein teachers of different subjects, so math teachers, social studies teachers, language teachers, they all collaborate together on lessons, on academic projects and assessments to really demonstrate the fact that systemic problems are interdisciplinary problems, and interdisciplinary problems require us to access the full diversity of our academic disciplines. So using all those skills, using all those knowledge, and above all, activating the values that make us a good person on this planet. And this approach to learning and teaching not only happens during the entirety of a school year, it happens, again, through every single grade level in our K-12 school, exposing students to a different focus issue area each year. So for example, in one year, they focus on coastal ecosystems. The next year, they focus on farmers' rights. The following year, they focus on mental health. Another year on voters' education, and so on. And what's really amazing is that this whole school approach of ESD captures what ESD and how ESD should be mainstreamed, and it's activating curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment. We heard this earlier from Dr. Phil in the previous panel, that if you really want to mainstream education, you really have to tap into formal education and make sure that everyone has access to it. You're not just the lucky one, as Dr. Phil mentioned. And this requires us to really unlearn the old paradigm of academics, where we're really just preparing learners to be the next generation of workers, and learn and transform education so that we're really treating learners and we're really treating education as a means to developing holistic citizens of the world. And what's really amazing is over the past few years, we've really demonstrated some of the power of ESD, where just on average in one academic year, like our students are collectively impacting and creating positive change for all 17 SDGs, for thousands of marginalized communities, and a range of environmental issues. And what's happened since we've launched is that in the past few years, once we've collected sort of this, we've reached sort of proof of concept, and we've had years of sort of data gathering and qualitative and quantitative data gathering. We've seen sort of this amazing international recognitions. So for example, just a few years ago, I received the National Sustainability Leadership Award in Education, as well as recognition and grant from the AFS Award for Young Global Citizens just a few months ago in New York. And I've presented Youth for Better, this program that I'm presenting to you right now at the UN Transforming Education Summit in Paris and in New York, and it's just been amazing. Just having this, this school program from the Philippines, from our Asia Pacific region, be so sort of like internationally in demand. So I've been conducting teacher training in all global regions of the world with education ministries, school leaders, and teachers, including sort of Eco Champions Africa, UN SDSN, Global Schools Program, and just last week I was training teachers in the United States, primary and secondary educators, in this really experiential project-based learning and youth empowering focused program to ESD. So happy to talk more, and hopefully I can share more concrete examples of what our kids have done in this school, because I'm very proud of them. But I think we'll have a little bit more time on the second question.
Yes, just be patient. No, thank you for sharing all of that. I think, first of all, wonderful examples and wonderful work that you're doing, and being able to share your experience around the world and motivate others. And then, of course, everyone's saying music to my ears about holistic approaches, developing the holistic person, not just worker bees for the future economy, but really building ethics and values and creating the full person. Also the interdisciplinary approach, probably my favorite word when we talk about education, interdisciplinary, and also that it's not just environmental we've talked about, but really ESD is supposed to encompass all of the SDGs and all of the issues of the world, including, but not limited to, environmental. But I think all of us in this room, we're all here because we are passionate advocates for education and sustainable development, global citizenship, SDG 4.7. We know, but we all encounter people in our work and in our advocacy that are hesitant. They have their own priorities, their own things that they need to deliver, their own bosses and ministries and school leaders who are asking for different metrics and priorities from them. So I really want to learn a little bit about your approaches to overcoming some of these roadblocks. How do you sell ESD, as it were? How do you get to people? So Yujia, again, you're kind of coming from the policy side. You know all the buzzwords, but you're working with people on the ground. How have you ever encountered people who have some misconceptions or concerns about working with these things, and how do you respond to them?
Hi. Yes. Okay, I think the biggest misconceptions that I heard, and I heard that very often, that they think education for sustainable development is about creating student need projects. It's all about that, or it's all about like piloting some cool ideas. I think education for sustainable development is way beyond that. It's way beyond the learning, and it's actually about how students can apply what they have learned, the skills they have cultivated, to make the world around them more sustainable. It's very difficult when we implement the education for sustainable development, have difficulties aligning the schoolwork with the wider communities or the society. I always use, recycling as an example. I think somebody has mentioned that recycle, categorize different trash as an example. I don't know how many countries actually have a supporting system, a complete supporting system for recycling. I know Japan has. I don't know how many countries in Asia actually has that. So what happens is like students learn how to recycle, and they start campaigns very passionately to make like their peers, their parents feel accountable for recycling, and they have a beautiful speech and about like why this is important, and they do like great art projects, decorating, make the trash can very, very cute. But after graduation, they realize actually the garbage truck come to the school, pick up all the trash and put them all together again. And I feel like this is very disappointing. And also, I think like when I was a kid, when I was in elementary school, I learned how to recycle. And 20 years later, and we're still teaching them how to recycle. And what about in 20 years? Are we still just learning about how to recycle? And it seems like education is not the solution for the problem, but it has a potential to be the solution. So we should center our approach from piloting programs to make a systematic change, to think systematically, not just by, but also beyond, like innovating curriculum, school-based, community-based curriculum, pedagogy, but also for the ministries, they work cross-sector to make supportive policies for give supports to schools to work and engage communities at the school level. So has a more holistic policy support. And I believe education can only be transformative when learners find the consistency between like the world they experience and the world they want to build. Thank you.
I think that is a really meaningful point. We can say all that we want, we can do all the teaching that we want at the school, but if the world is not ready to receive that, there's nowhere for that learning to go if there's no environment and ecosystem that's going to support that. So yeah, I also learned how to recycle in school. I think the reduce, reuse, recycle, I'm not sure when that started, maybe the 80s, 70s, 80s, and yeah, we're still teaching that, and yet we still haven't solved the recycling problem. So I think you're right, I think this goes back to that idea of the whole of society approach. Yes. School can do all at once, but if the world is not working with the school and with the education system, if there's not cross-sectoral collaboration, then you're going to run into these roadblocks as you leave the school building and go out into the rest of the world. So sort of along those lines, I think also talking about bridging gaps and silos within the whole school approach. I have a sort of a similar question for you, Melissa, which is, in your work with school leaders, have you ever encountered any hesitation or pushback about having all of these different types of school leaders? Ever heard from a principal that they don't want to embrace the whole school approach? How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I think resistance is something very common we find whenever we introduce something new in the schools. Not just only ESD, but in many areas, be it even in the teacher classroom or even doing something for the students. Not too long ago, so my team and I, we studied the programs that we've been running for teachers and the schools, because in our work, we deal with school transformation. And when we talk about school transformation, it's bringing new ideas and bringing new culture into the class. And all into the school. And one of the key challenges is always resistance. And the first step in a change management process that we always identify is who are the 20% in that school who is on board with you. So if you are a principal, if you are a vice principal at the middle leaders level or even at the teacher level, identify who are your 20% in the school that is with you. It could be an ordinary teacher, it could be from the middle leaders, it could also be from the senior leadership team. And one of the things that when we studied our program, what makes a school successfully implement a new culture, a culture that is part of the school's DNA, is when the school tries to practice mentoring. All right, so mentoring is not just about a teacher sitting with another teacher. It encompasses more than that. It's actually a very key professional development approach. And not only just to the individual for career development, but more so as a school, you're not just building an empowered community, but you're also building that sustainability in the school to carry on that culture. And Malaysia, we've got 400,000 students, 400,000 teachers serving 5 million students in 10,000 schools. And of this, we have got 1,000 coaches, or maybe less, known as the school improvement specialist coach or school improvement partners, who are meant to mentor teachers or school leaders in bringing new ideas and new innovation. All right? And if you just look at the numbers, it doesn't justify. How are 1,000 coaches supposed to support 400,000 teachers nationwide? That's a ridiculous number. And that's why in the work that we do, we work with districts, we go to another level, we work with school leaders to create another level of coaches in the school using peer influence known as teacher leaders. And teacher leaders are basically ordinary teachers that we're trying to use them as change agents. They only need to have 2 criteria. Either they have demonstrated good teaching practices in the classroom, and the second one is that they demonstrate potential in leadership skills. And these teacher leaders, usually, when we observe them in our program, they are in experience they're not novice teachers where they have got 0 to 2 years experience. They have minimum of 3 to 5 years. And these are the group that we're trying to form into that 20% to move along with the school leaders at the senior leadership and at the middle leadership level. So if you are struggling for school leaders who are struggling to try to bring in ESDs or even any new culture, new concept, firstly identify who are these potential teacher leaders who demonstrate these 2 criteria that will form that 20%. Now, why 20%? Now, we've actually studied this because in a study, in a research that was that we read in few journals, it always takes about 20% to make an organization successfully implement a new idea or a new culture in an organization, be it at school or even in your workplace. So these are teacher leaders. And the question that we always get from principals are, how am I supposed to make this possible? So we've learned from Singapore, they have this teacher leader concept. All right. So in Singapore, they have this teacher leader concept where this teacher leader spends, an amount of time that is allocated in their timetable to coach, to demonstrate teaching strategies, to share insights about the school. So it's not just about sitting with the teacher, but it's also spending time co-teaching, demonstrating from lesson planning. So if you're talking about ESD, it could be from curating a lesson plan to even implementing in the classroom with a senior teacher observing or co-teaching. That's what Shanghai used to do. They have a master teacher who observes the teacher, and that's what we're trying to do through our teacher leaders in the national classrooms in Malaysia. And so that's one approach that school principals at the middle level or even at the senior level can try to adopt this approach in trying to mitigate the potential risk of resistance when implementing a new idea or a new culture in the organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this Singapore teacher leader concept reminded me, we were talking yesterday with some of our delegates from Japan about, in Japan you have this concept of lesson studies, and I think it's a similar idea where teachers within a school kind of create a community of practice and they really embrace the culture of trying out new things, going and meeting with their fellow teachers to work through issues, practicing different lesson plans on each other's classes or even just for each other. And this is as I understand, very much a culture of education and of what it means to be a teacher. So there's a lot of that group mentoring and group coaching. So maybe if we have some more time at the end, we can talk more about that. Something you also said reminds me of, I'm going to quote the great Mr. Rogers, and he always said, look for the helpers. And I think he said it in the context of, in the middle of a disaster or something very stressful, and children are wondering, how do you make sense of a terrible thing? And he said, always look for the helpers. I think maybe it applies as well to, and you're going into a school environment and you want to help make change and you're meeting resistance. You look for that 20%, you look for the helpers who are going to help make it happen. So we've learned about helpers within the school, but Mickey, I'd like to sort of ask you about helpers outside the school. So we want to talk about the community and how does the whole school approach go past the walls of the school and really involve the local community, and what role can they play and how can they help?
Thank you very much. First of all, I deeply appreciate the Yuji and Melissa's good points, the leadership and how we can connect the teachers, the group working, and also thank you, Canon. Yeah, in Japan we have a lot of the lesson studies and try to study each other's good experience, sharing the good experiences. So that's a very important point for us to create the teachers or educators good environment for the whole school approach. And about community, yeah, this is another very important point. And for example, in Japan, this morning, Ministry of Education already explained about Japan's. We have a lot of the UNESCO associated schools already, in more than 1,000 UNESCO associated schools. But once a year, all the schools, of course, not every schools, but we can invite the many UNESCO associated schools, including the ordinary schools, to get together and a wonderful, good opportunity to share their good practices or good experiences together. Of course, some schools have a good connection with the community. So in that case, learn each other the good practices and lesson studies should be very good point for us to share how we can make a good experiences. Another point is maybe networking or collaboration among the UNESCO associated schools should be very important. Again, sorry, the case of Japan, but not only the primary, secondary schools. In case of Japan, the university also have networking for the education for sustainable development. We call it the UniVunet, and about 20, now it's more than 20 universities. Most of the universities more focusing on the teachers training colleges, trying to support those kind of UNESCO associated schools activities, and also those UniVunet, the core university of Japan, trying to make the connection in each region of Japan, making a network of the ESD practices. That should be a very important point, because the teachers training college are responsible for the creating or nurture the future's good educators, and they also develop some the curriculum of ESD or the materials for ESD. So, and of course, they can try to make a good connection with the community peoples. So that should be one of the very important points. The point is, but the maybe school teachers leadership in Japan, we have now the several challenging points, because if here the very good the ESD leader teachers here, but once he moved to another school, that school's activities is not sustained. That's a very big problem. So we should think about the sustainability of education for sustainable development should be very important. Otherwise, once that the good leader, core people move out from that district, that the community activities sometimes is suspended. That is not a sustainable one. So that's the point. So networking, collaboration, but should be thinking about the sustainability of ESD. Yes. Should be very important. Try to take over good experience to the another persons or another generations. So in that sense, we can try to make more kind of ecosystem to try to enhance the whole school approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that makes a lot of sense for the sustainability of sustainability education. You really, you need all of those champions, and you need to build the ecosystem so that if one good person leaves, it doesn't fall apart. And I think what you also made a good point about sort of what is community, and of course you can talk about the local community, you can talk about, you know, the shops and the parents and the people who live outside the school, but also the community of educators and schools working with other schools, schools working with universities, and really, it's another thing that we talk about a lot today is the importance of partnerships with different types of stakeholders, and that really enriches education and forms those supportive communities of practice that help enable that. And now, Ilan, do you want to tell your stories about the wonderful projects that you're doing, and particularly, I think, with you've done some really interesting work with the communities near your school as well. So I want to hear about it.
And I hope everyone is eager to hear about them also, because I'm happy to talk about my students for hours and talk about my teachers and what they do in the classroom for hours. But I will not do that to all of you. So as we need to emphasize in this discussion on whole school approach of ESD, it's really important to emphasize that the way we need to imagine and the way we need to actually implement ESD or mainstream ESD really needs to empower young people in a very meaningful way, because sometimes I think we are scared that kids are not able to do certain things, but we have to give kids way more credit than we give them, because young people are amazing. We literally, in our school, we give our students, you know, we present the problems. This is how our sort of lessons go, whether it's math, science, language classes, or social studies, or arts, or music. We present the problems that are happening in the world, in our community, and they take these problems and they use what they learn in their academics to create solutions. And they are doing this on their own. Like, they are obviously guided, they are mentored, but they're given the tools and the guidance enough to still have ownership over the solutions that they actually implement on the ground in the real world. And just to give you some numbers, because I know these types of spaces like numbers, but so just on average in one academic year or one school year, our students organize or implement over 100 initiatives, impacting between 10,000 to 12,000 people from the most marginalized communities in the Philippines. These include persons with disabilities. These include persons deprived of liberty or prison inmates, elderly, orphans, impoverished farmers. Like, these kids are literally out of the classroom a lot, which I think is what we'd like to imagine school to be. Because if education is meant to prepare young people for the future, then they have to practice living and working in the future in school when they're at a school age. And I feel like we don't see that enough, and that is what experiential learning should look like, is literally having real world experiences actually leading positive change in the community, right? So it's not just a quotation that is nice where we like to say it, be the change that you wish to see in the world. Like, it needs to be an action. Like, that has to be our pedagogy. It has to be the way that we assess and how we revise our curriculum. So just a few more examples. Like, yeah, I have so many examples and I wish I had more time, but like, wouldn't it be better if instead of just, you know, teaching students about, let's say, you know, what are the issues with global warming or climate change, right? So just, you know, presenting this chapter of the textbook that presents the numbers and the math. So wouldn't it be better if the students then were asked to apply that knowledge that they learned in social studies or science or mathematics? They were asked or tasked to author, write, and illustrate their own storybooks that they would then use the skills that they learned in language and in ICT classes to actually literally publish these books, that they would then organize sort of their own learning activities and teaching activities, where they then put on the hat of a teacher and they go into communities of children from underprivileged communities, And they then use these books to develop these libraries within these communities. And this is a real story of my students who are 10 years old, right? And we have a full range because this happens every month, for the entire breadth of a school year for, at least 13 years. So you can imagine the types of people that might graduate from a school like this. If you're just living and breathing change making and SDGs every day in school for 13 years of your life, I do hope, I feel like it's going to be impossible for someone to come out of this school sort of coming out in a way that we sort of see the society today, where we do kind of live in this norm and culture of ignorance and apathy. But we really need to use the power of education and ESD and Mission 4.7. It is the only thing in the world, and I'm very confident and adamant when I say this and talk about this during teacher trainings, is there's really nothing, there's no industry, there's no profession in the world besides teachers that can literally solve our greatest problems. Because if we all imagine like trying to solve climate change, conflict, and inequality by ourselves, it's impossible. But what we can do is equip, mobilize, and empower an entire generation of young people to go out and practice this in school, and then to grow up and actually actionalize this in their communities with whatever local issues that they care most about. I'm very, very proud of my students and my teachers, and they've done amazing work. And I wouldn't be, I sit on this stage representing them. And if you're a teacher, I know you love your students as well. So I do invite everyone to give my students a round of applause because I'm going to show them this video. So big shout out to the kids and the teachers who are literally on the ground transforming education as it needs to.
Thank you for sharing your experience and also sharing your students with us and the work that they've done. I want to make sure we have enough time for questions and for discussion if you have questions for each other. And of course, if our audience has questions for any of our wonderful panelists. And while you're thinking about your question, I just want to clarify something. Do the students also get to help pick the problems? Do they come to you and they say, I've seen something wrong in the world and I want to talk about it?
Yeah, so yes and no. So it's a bit of a mix, and I think this is where the sort of word mentorship and guidance comes from. The teachers do sort of prepare lesson plans in advance, as teachers normally do, and they do sort of choose which local contexts are most relevant at the time or in that local vicinity or geographic region that's most pressing at that period of time. So in that way, it's that is sort of pre-chosen. But what I will say, and this is sort of the exciting part of solution building and problem solving and change making and systems change that the students really actively take leadership for, is over time, like as they do their assignments, as they do their projects, which are literally like out in the real world, as they do this, they discover more about the problem through interviews, through literally science investigatory projects and research projects. Like they're literally like measuring pH in the beach or the coastal communities. Like they're literally sort of measuring how much trash there is. They're going to the these indigenous people like called the Bajau and asking like what is your life like? What are the systems that are not enabling you to sort of progress in society and in life? Like through all of this research, they discover what the problem was. And so just to give this specific example, like the teacher initially started this school year assuming that the school year project was going to be about marine ecosystems and coastal communities, and sort of like organizing trash pickups on the beach. Like that's how it started. But as the students sort of discovered and really talked to the people who are really living the problem, they realized that there were no facilities for water and sanitation and hygiene. And so the students themselves decided to change the way that they were approaching the solution and focusing on working with local government to co-fundraise and co-construct facilities, restrooms on the coastal communities to support these indigenous communities. So I do believe that you do have to have a sort of prepared set framework from the beginning, but you need to ensure that one, teachers still have the autonomy. Again, as I explained, teachers have the autonomy to sort of create these lesson plans, but also students have the autonomy to create the solutions that they will then take action and implement on the ground.
That's a great example of what we talk about, student-centered learning, obviously a thing we talk about a lot in this, but that's students are your partners in creating lesson plans and in creating the whole school, the whole society approach that we've been talking about. I see a lot of hands up, so maybe start in the front. Do you have?
I hope you can hear my question. My question relates to the subject that is design or technology. Do you have it in your curriculum? Because based on my experience when I was in Australia and we're training teachers for design and technology, we focused on sustainability and then they design solutions that meet the challenges of sustainability by the means of design thinking and then producing products. So do you experience similar things? Do you have this in your curriculum?
Yeah, let's take a couple questions and then we'll have a chat.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, mine's more of a comment. In hearing what the stories that you have here, UNESCO is working with the International Association of Universities to prepare a handbook on whole institution approach. It'll cover both schools, preschool through and secondary, but also universities as well. And if we can, I'm going to try and share a QR code so that you would be able to share your stories as well. They're really trying to reach out and find stories that are locally relevant, culturally appropriate, and how to do it. So I thought, just building on the wonderful stories here, there must be 100 stories here as well. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I think Phil's right next to you also has a question.
Yeah, I think this one's maybe Mickey and Melissa more directed towards. So earlier we heard about curriculum was mentioned. And largely what we're talking about was written down formal curriculum, but there's this thing, the hidden curriculum, the behaviours of leaders, of teachers. Young people observe, they watch, regardless of what sign, like if we walked around this university, we're seeing signs everywhere, but if the leaders, it's certainly not the case here, but if the leaders actually in their behaviour, gender equity, there wasn't really gender equity in the way they managed classrooms or they appointed people. In other words, the message is, do you in your work talk about that other aspect? It's actually the behaviours of the leaders.
The walking the talk, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Why not? Okay, let's pass the mic to the next person, but let's answer these 3 questions and then we'll go next. And I think that gentleman up there so next round. But for now we have Dr. Margarita asked a question about technology and ICT in your respective environments. And then Phil really wants to know about the hidden curriculum and your experience with that. And then we'll go to the next one in a minute.
Okay, thank you very much for your discussion.
We'll take one more. Why don't you go ahead and then we'll talk.
So yes, principals, their responsibility is definitely important, but I think that is one of the top-down approaches. So I think teachers, including principals, should be transformed, affected by the students. So in this case, yes, sometimes teachers organize some SDGs club activities, and students act very aggressively, and yes, surrounding teachers, they feel those activities are so well, and these are student and teachers, learning community will be expanding and expanding. So I think that this to create the learning communities between teachers and the students, and to create an atmosphere to enhance these sustainabilities. That is one of the great approach. So I think I would like to ask you those type of bottom-up approach is necessary or not. So I would like to ask it at this point. Yeah.
Thank you. So, all right, ICT, hidden curriculum, bottom-up approaches involving learning communities that incorporate students into those communities. So, who wants to go first?
To your question, the first question, do we observe curriculum? Yes. In fact, in recent years, the Malaysian government has introduced 2 new subjects focusing on technology. So if you are a teacher, you may be familiar with what we call Asa Science Computer, which is a computer science subject, and the other one is Rekabentuk and Technology, which is design and technology subject, which is integrated into the curriculum. Now, what our observation is, it's nice in the books, it's nice on paper, but as I mentioned earlier, it's always about implementation. So what happens is that it's in the textbook, but what teachers do is that they're not trained in that subject, because what happens in our teacher training institutes is that they are trained in the conventional subjects, and these subjects came out just recently, which means I would say at least 80 to 90% of our teachers might not be trained in these subjects. Hence, the delivery, it's only reading from the textbook and students just copying. And I can testify this because my daughter is in a national school who is learning these 2 subjects. So I'm a parent of this shift of this new subject. So when we talk about ESD, it's really foreign to teachers and let alone for the child. All right. Now the second question, it's on the behavioral of the school leaders. As I mentioned, again, it goes back to implementation. And when we talk about implementation, it's not just only about how do you implement the program. Most of the time, 80% of successful implementation is always on the behavioral. So henceforth, it goes back to the point that I mentioned. Find that 20% who's willing to embrace and do it. But on a systemic level, as what my organization is doing, is to work at a systemic side, which is at the district level, to educate these leaders who are then supporting school leaders who will then subsequently support the teachers to understand the importance, to create that awareness, and also to provide them skills to develop frameworks, to use tools that will enable them to implement. So yes, that hidden curriculum is actually a very critical success factor if addressed appropriately, but if not, then I would say it will not be successful. Thank you.
Anyone else want to? Yeah.
I think just to share one observation I had about ICT. Like in China, ICT skills and using technology in the classroom, smart classroom is like one of the priorities. There, we have the best equipment in the classroom, but like the usage of this technology really depends. It varies. In Shanghai, maybe in the big cities, the parents, the teacher, the students that have, they use it on daily basis. It's fine. But like in some areas, like I remember when I worked with teachers in Hainan province, like maybe their education performance is not as good as big cities, and the family background, some of them even do not have computers at home, and they have those fancy, equipment, the smart classroom, but like teachers do not know how to use. Even they get trainings, they have very strong resistance to use that, and even they use it is at a very surface level. Use that to share. What's it called? The text, kind of like a digital textbook, and just like a virtual textbook, or share like videos, but they don't really think about how use that for like a skill development.
So I think ICT, ESD, any of those acronyms, it's all about localization. You have to understand the local context and make it work for the people that are learning and the people that are teaching.
Yes, I can have another.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Have another comments about like supporting teachers, just to build on what other speakers have shared the whole day. You know, the teachers are so important. I think in Asian cultures, we normally think that teachers are candles. They sacrifice themselves, they enlighten other people. But I think we have to see teachers as strategic partners for making transformation, because they are actually the one making the changes at the front line. It's very important to see them as partners. And also I think it's very important to create a culture that to make teachers feel safe, that sometimes, you know, when you want to make changes, it's possible things will go wrong. And I think to reduce that fear of uncertainty, it will support them to take initiatives to make changes. And when something goes wrong, and also even before something goes wrong, the more tenured experts can help with them with their plans, their lesson plans, their curriculum, to see potential risk, potential, I won't say mistakes, like challenges. And so when they met difficulties, when they like something went wrong, they know who to reach out to and what resources they can have, with communities they can like reach out to. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for questions. So first of all, Dr. Magdalene, the questions, thank you very much for raising the good connection between the ICT and ESD. I think maybe the question reminds me of a very good practice which was introduced in the last year's the Tokyo conference, because one of the primary schools in Japan, that school was very big damaged by the tsunami about 10 years ago. At a very big earthquake happened there. But since then, that school teachers try to making a better innovative program which encourage the student to think about the relationship with the ocean and our lives. And finally, that school has a lot of developing programs, but one of the programs is very, very impressive because they try to use the online education and they try to connect their practice with the Kiribati Island, the primary schools, and how the children can, primary school level, can think about the importance of the ocean and their lives. That's very, yes, impressive to me, because usually the tsunami hit that school and every student, every teacher should be evacuated at that time. So usually we are very still scared of the ocean, but the teachers try to encourage and give them more brave to the students through the online education, because Kiribati or some small island countries now is facing the very serious issues for kind of things. So that is one of the very interesting point for us to use the ICT instrument to try to know the different perspective or different the social environment issues from the overseas or even in the same countries. So now the university, for example, my university also same, the now COIL, collaborative online international learning, which is not only just to correspond, try to connect the classrooms and classrooms to each other, and which can give us a lot of opportunities or possibilities of the teachers or students can think about the trans or interdisciplinary approach. So that is one my response. And another, thank you very much, the Professor Pio and Professor Ichinose, from bottom-up approach, and the teachers should be changed, or mindset might be very important in ESD promotion. Maybe teachers might be not teach, but facilitate the student learning as a facilitator. But this mindset sometimes it's very difficult. For example, today another session already talked about this point is how the current program integrated into the Education for Sustainable Development program should be very important but very challenging point, because especially in Japan, we are facing the normal curriculum, and the ministry always asks us to teach a kind of course of study. But now it's in Japan case, the preamble or all the graders, the course of studies requires the teachers or schools or even the students to think about the importance of the sustainable development. So we need to create the future generations as a new change agency. But not only teachers, but also all the community must enforce this one. So in that sense, finally, the Professor Hopkins' ideas are sharing our good experiences. For example, the IAU's database or some whole school approach is interesting. Now the ASU in Japan, today the director, Professor Mr. Oyasu here, yes, they are also doing some research or some review these kind of points. So if you're interested in just visit the ASU's website in Japan, then you can find a lot of the another good experiences from theirs. So thank you very much.
Thank you, yeah. Ilan, if you have anything to add, and I know we are rapidly running out of time and it's been a very long day and everyone wants to wrap up. I do want to see if we can get to one more question. So if you have anything to...
I would like to prioritize those people in the back. Maybe we can get their questions.
Yeah.
We'll try to
I'm
put them together.
another friend of ESD back here, Santa, you can have the last question.
Thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm Santa. I'm the project officer for Global Schools Program for Partnership and Events. Good to see familiar faces here. My first question is, we spoke a lot about teachers not being trained enough, and they are told to network and get together. So how can UNESCO push forward to have ESD as a subject from teachers training institution itself, bringing up all together and bringing all these ESD teacher champions out there who work in silos to come together for a larger scale? My second question would be, teachers can't be applying only for grants. We rely on grants to run our project sometimes. So based on my experience at TESS, New York as well, I went there. One of the essential enabling agendas in the 6 agendas of TESS was financing, ESD financing. So how can we work together with UNESCO to push all governments to have an ESD budget in the Ministry of Education every year allocated to all schools? So thank you.
Thank you, Santa. Ilan, I'll let you take that one. We got about 5 minutes left.
My gosh, those are such great questions, and I wish I could get to all of them. In fact, education financing is like the #1 hot topic and priority right now at the SDG 4 High Level Steering Committee. It's really going to be framing all of the big milestones happening in 2024 with education, like the Global Education Meeting happening in Brazil in October. Education financing, like it is an intersecting issue, cross-cutting issue across all of ESD, gender transformative education. Like it's all there. We need money. We need funding. We can't do anything without salaries for teachers, without capacity building, without resources for facilities. So yes, so much yes. I'm trying to wrap because there's a lot of great questions that were mentioned. I do want to sort of echo what Yuji and Melissa were emphasizing when it comes to teacher training and leadership. One of my biggest pet peeves when it comes to professional development and teacher training is sort of just online webinars, one time, this is, you get a certificate, you are now certified to teach ESD because you watched an online video for, 2 hours. So that to me is one of my biggest pet peeves, and I'm a big advocate, and I heard this from the panel and I've heard it from other sessions, is there's really nothing like this sort of close mentorship and coaching over long periods of time. I know I speak as an example to that. I know the reason our program at our school is so effective and has been so impactful is because we literally spent so much time taking care of our teachers. I think teacher training and capacity building and professional development has to be approached with a more holistic mindset. I mean, we are talking about a whole school approach, and I think the idea of holistic has to transcend into capacity building. We have to see teachers as more than just delivery systems for education, but we have to see the whole person behind, you know, the teacher. Like, teachers have their own failures and heartaches. They have their own passions and hobbies, and those have to be reflected and have to be tapped into when we're trying to teach ESD. And there's just a difference when it comes to teacher training, when it comes from someone who actually cares for the people that they are training, and I believe that's absolutely important. And I would love, as a concrete sort of next step, is to sort of see like these sort of regional training hubs and district training hubs and school training hubs sort of act as like centers for coaching and mentorship when it comes to ESD, with champions of ESD and friends of ESD like Professor Mickey. And I forgot the other questions. I wish I wrote them down, but I will pass the floor on to the other panelists.
I think, Melissa, you want the last word?
So you got two questions. One is, how do you take how can UNESCO help to make ESD as a subject in our curriculum? And the other one is, how can we put funding as part of the national government budget, right? Two questions.
The first one was, how can you put ESD into the teacher training curriculum?
Oh, teacher training. All right, okay. Then I'll answer the second one. I believe to do this, it would differ from country to country based on the laws of country. But let me just share in the perspective of Malaysia, having working very closely with the government. It is a little bit difficult, as you know, as Malaysians. Every year, year in, year out, the Ministry of Education always receives the lion's share of our budget allocation. All right, we received about 53 billion ringgit last year. Okay, and out of that, 80% or 90% is allocated for infrastructure. All right, very much left for professional development, let alone, you know, putting on for ESD. So I am not here to dampen your spirit. But I think to be on a realistic note, it is something very tricky. Now, to put that, it depends on, it has a lot of things to consider. One, Malaysia is at a state where we're trying to achieve to be a high-income country, which means that a majority of our citizens are still at the lower tier of our socio-economic status. And I always tell teachers, or teachers always tell me, ESD is what we call a T20 issue. Conversation. T20, basically the top 20 earners of the country. It is only the elites who will talk about it. All right, because majority of our Malaysian children, parents and families are still struggling. So to see it being reflected in a national budget, it will take a lot of time, a mental paradigm shift for the new government or any future government to be able to see it. So if we have Malaysian teachers, kalau cikgu di sini want to see ESD or any sort of this to be part of national budget, I think this is something we have to hold on very long. Mungkin sampai ke anak cucu kita pun mungkin tak tercapai, I would say. All right, until to our next generation that we have to wait. That's my response to Santa in the context of Malaysia. Right.
I think, unfortunately, that may also be true in many other countries. However, we all in this room know that ESD is for everyone. It's just about getting people to see it, because we know that it's, especially I think people who are struggling or are thinking about providing for themselves, their families, and for their future, they have to do sustainability just by rote. They have to be careful with the way that they consume and produce things, and they have to be mindful of resources. So it's like you were saying, Yujia, the mindset's already there. They just they don't speak the same language that we do in the ESD world, but it's all the same thing. So just to wrap up, I'm just gonna pick the one word of partnerships. We want partnerships within the school. We want partnerships between school leaders and teachers and students. We want partnerships with the ministry. We want partnerships with school teaching, teacher training institutions. It's all about bringing everyone together to strengthen and support each other to create that whole school, whole society approach where we can really facilitate ESD. So I want to thank everyone again. I know there are probably more conversations we want to have, more questions you ask, if you ask really nicely, maybe you can catch them after as we're coming to the end of our day. But I want to thank you so much again for being with us and helping us close out our session.
Thank you very much, moderator and the panelists, for the very amazing sessions. Like now, let's come to the group photo to conclude the sessions. Once again, thank you very much, the panelists, also the moderator, for the sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, while the panelists and the moderators are having a group photo, so please remain seated because we still have one more interactive sessions. So very quick sessions, and then it is going to be interactive, and then we really need your cooperation to be part of this interactive session. In these interactive sessions, we will have our colleagues, Marisa Fanyashipa, Partnership and Development Finance Officer from United Nations Resident Coordinator Office in Thailand. So Marisa, you have the floor now.
Thank you. If it's okay, I'll grab this mic. How is everyone doing? Good. We're in the last 15 minutes of today. I hope everyone is still awake and ready for this last 15 minutes. I would just request okay, great. The slides are up. I'm really excited to be here to share with you one of the great initiatives that we're doing from the UN in Thailand, and it's called the Thai SDG Micro Primer. And before I do that, though, let me just share with you very quickly about our work in Thailand. So I'm here representing the UN in Thailand. I lead the partnerships work for the UN, and I work for the UN Resident Coordinator's Office, RCO for short. So basically, we're coordinating all of the work that the UN does at the country level. And you know, when we're talking about from a development perspective, we're all working towards the same SDGs, but we may be looking at it from different angles. So like on environment, for example, UNESCO may be looking at it from the greening education perspective, but we have FAO looking at perhaps the issue of crop burning, the burning of agricultural residue, WHO looking at it from the perspective of how does air pollution affect health. So you can see that all these different agencies are looking at it from a different angle, and my office helps coordinate that. We talked about the whole of school approach just now. This is kind of like a whole of UN approach. So that's just in a quick nutshell. And you know, we come to this question of what are the SDGs? We asked this question in a poll, asked the Thai public, and it turns out that only 27% of the people knew of SDGs. So that showed us that we had more to do in terms of raising the level of awareness in the country. So that's why we came up with the SDG Micro Primer, and this was done in collaboration with the UN System Staff College and together with UNESCO Bangkok. And it's an online tool where you can learn about SDGs and it's localized using examples from Thailand. But before I talk more about the SDG Micro Primer, I need your help to play this interactive game. So it's very similar to Slido that we did yesterday. If you've done Kahoot or other or Mentimeter, it's also similar. So if you have your phones, please scan the QR code and make sure you have a name. You put your name there, because if you see here, I have a bag of goodies. So whoever wins will get a prize. And if you've played before, if you get the correct answer, you get points, and the faster you respond, the more points you get. And the great thing about this, I see hearts coming up already and like signs. You know, you can give hearts and smile and do all sorts of things. So that's great. It looks like we've got quite a few people online now. So let's see. Quick warm-up question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you? I know it's the end of the day, but let's see. How excited are you to do this activity on the SDG Micro Primer? Great, I see lots of 10s. Good, we're on the right side here. The average is 8.4, not bad. Not bad for 5 p.m. for today. So that's great. Now, remember, The faster you answer, the more points you get. So let's see what the first question is. Let's start with something easy. How many SDGs are there? Remember, answer quickly. Is it 17? Is it 10? Or is it 27? I'm sure most of you will get this correct. And the correct answer is 17, of course. So yes, there are 17 SDGs. We went through a lot of this today already. But let me ask you, which SDG do you think is the most important? Quick poll. What do you think? I'm not surprised that right now SDG 4 is very high up there. I'm glad to see 17 on the board as a partnership officer. It's very nice to see 17 on board. So I see 5, I see 1, 17 is coming up. Okay, I see climate action, 16, great. So no surprise, this group sees SDG 4 as being the most important. But of course, what we know about SDGs is that they're all interrelated, right? Next question. What is the average attention span on screen? Is it 47 seconds, 10 to 15 minutes, 45 minutes? What's the average attention span in your opinion? So according to the American Psychology Association, the answer is 47 seconds. It's actually very short. So that's interesting. So there's this concept of micro-learning that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. Next question. What are the benefits of using technology in education? Is it increases access to digital learning resources, opens up opportunities for learners with disabilities? Is it that it brings innovation to teaching and learning activities, or is it all of the above? What do you think? Remember, the quicker you answer, I know some of you want a prize. What is the correct answer? And the correct answer, according to UNESCO, is all of the above. Indeed, technology does have many benefits in education. So let's see who is doing well. Haikal, Arina, Titus, Shannon. Great job. This is just an initial leaderboard, and we'll see. Those of you who are not on the board, you still have a chance. All right, next question. Globally, 95% of primary and secondary teachers feel that climate change is important. Is that true or false? And I think Faryal touched upon this a bit earlier this morning. And I see some people giving hearts. That's great. Hearts and smiley faces. It always gives a lot of encouragement at the end of a long day. So the correct answer is true. So the issue is 95% of the teachers actually, they think climate change is important, but the issue is only, I think, 23%, according to Faryal this morning, if I can remember correctly, actually feel confident enough to teach it in the classroom. Next question. Globally, 1 million plastic bottles are purchased every hour. Is that true or is that false? So this is from the whole world, from a global perspective. 1 million plastic bottles are purchased every hour. What do you think? And the correct answer is? It's false. Congratulations to the 6 people who got it correct. You know why? Because globally, 1 million plastic bottles are purchased every minute. Every minute. So you can imagine how much plastic waste is created there. Few more questions left. So on air pollution, which group is more vulnerable? Do you think it's the men, the women, or are we all equally vulnerable? Air pollution is a big problem in many countries, especially Thailand. And this has been identified as a very important issue for Thailand. So when you talk about which group being vulnerable, is it the men, is it the women, or are we all equally vulnerable? Aha, the answer is women. Actually, with air pollution, there's a higher risk of birth defects and complications in pregnancy. So it does affect women. Women can be more vulnerable to air pollution. All right, couple questions left. So globally, most young people can explain climate change. Is that true or false? I see there's still some young people here, and there may be some not so young people, but do you think young people can explain climate change? Well, according to UNESCO again, false, because actually 70% of young people said they cannot. They're not confident to explain climate change. All right. So Doi Intanon is the highest mountain in Thailand, to give you a bit of context. So we have a lot of plastic in the ocean. So if you gather all of the plastic that's in Thailand's oceans and put it together, is it equal to Doi Intanon, to the highest mountain in Thailand? What do you think? Is it true or false? How far is it? The tallest one in the country. So the answer is false. The reason why we're showing this is, when we do these quizzes and we tie it to something that's relevant to, the country, people can feel it a bit more. And the scary thing about this is, the reason why it's false is all of the plastic isn't equal to 1 Doi Intanon. It's equal to 91 Doi Intanon mountains. That is a lot of plastic. All right, last question, and remember, answer quickly. Everyone can contribute to the SDGs. It's going to be a true or false question. So be careful, you might be quick, but you might click the wrong thing. And this will determine who wins. So the next slide, we'll see who the winners are, and I would request at the end of this presentation to come up and collect your prizes. So the answer is true. Who are the two who said false? Huh? Okay, I will have to find out later. I'm just kidding. Right, of course, everyone can contribute to the SDGs. We saw all throughout this session that everyone has a role to play. Partnerships is very important. We all need to take a whole of society approach, and everyone can contribute to the SDGs. So congratulations. Okay, Shannon, 755 points. So for those, I think there were 4 names. If you can help me click the here just to see who the 4 names. If your name was here, please come up and collect later. Okay. So here I just wanted to
Let's see
see.
the name.
I think it's okay. Okay, these are the 4 names. Okay. So you can come and collect later.
Okay.
All right, so let me take the last couple minutes here to just quickly explain to you a little bit more about the SDG microprimer, and in case it's of interest for you to also consider this in your respective countries. And for this, I also invite you, you can take a picture here, or you can scan the QR code This will take you directly to the SDG Micro Primer. And what's great about this tool is that it's accessible on your phone. So you can scan it, you can access it on your phone, or you can do it on your laptop. And because we've identified that there's this need for raising the level of awareness on SDGs, and we're looking into this whole concept of micro-learning because of the attention span. We developed this together with the UN System Staff College and UNESCO Bangkok office in a way that raises awareness on SDGs in a fun way and in an interactive way. There are quizzes throughout the micro primer. There's a narrator that takes us through the 3 priorities that young people in Thailand have identified as being important. One being on oceans plastic, second one being on air pollution, and the third one being on inequalities in education. And by using examples from Thailand and by localizing the content and by having it available in both English and Thai, we're able to reach more learners. So in the first 3 months, we've had 4,000 learners access the micro primer. And not only does it raise awareness, but it also gives you links to tools. So I think that's something else we were talking about this morning. It's not just about raising awareness. It's also about taking action. What can you do to help support the SDGs, especially around these 3 areas? So the microprimer gives you tips and gives you resources to see how you can take action. And what's great is it's only about a half an hour. It only takes about a half an hour to do. It's self-paced. And what we're doing in Thailand is we're working closely with universities to see if we can embed this as part of the curriculum. And once you've completed the course, you can get a certificate that is signed off from the UN. So that's also something that's a great source of encouragement. Students often like this. And while it has been developed with university students in mind, it really can be taken by high school students, it can be taken by grown-ups, all of us here as well. So this, in a very quick, short introduction here, is our SDG micro primer. You can also Google micro primer and it will be the first thing that comes up. And this is something that we did with the UN Staff College and UNESCO. If you're interested, please feel free to reach out. And just as a very end, we're very active on social media. So if you'd like to follow us on any of these platforms, you're welcome to do so. So with that, again, thank you for your time and congratulations to the winners again. And I'll hand the floor back to our moderator, Zaki. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marisa. Wow. I wish I could get the first winner, but Shannon sitting next to me, and then she chatted what my answer. So I saw Shannon keep looking at me. That's why I try to make myself responding in the wrong answer. But okay, congratulations, Shannon. And the other 4, I have Haikal here. Shannon, you have your prize. I hope Marisa has the spare. Okay. This gentleman, Marisa. And then the other 2, can you raise your hand? Yeah. Oh, Danting. Ah. And the other one. Okay, there. Marisa in the back. Lady. Yeah, in the back. Thank you very much. Oh, so see, 3 of them are sitting next to me. It's supposed to be me. I should be the winner. But I'm not that clever. I think I'm a slow responder. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think it has come to the end of the session today. But before that, I'm inviting Ms. Myong Choi, the program specialist from UNESCO office in Jakarta, to provide us with a wrap up of the today's session.
Hear me behind? Hi again. Don't worry, I will not hold you more than 2 minutes. So it's not difficult in some ways because I can see all of the sections there are keywords, And then one thing, actually, the Professor Jeffrey Sachs, the keynotes, the 3 C's was very impressive, but it's not new concept or terminologies, but it reminds us of what we have to do, cultivating cognition and character. Actually, Indonesia, there is a character education as well, linked with environmental education and ESD, even climate change education. So this is the beauty of ESD concept, but at the same time, this flexibility creates confusion. And our Dr. Ite said that sometimes it is misunderstood as the illusion. So we really needed to make some kind of clear concept with practicality, clearness, accessibility. So those kind of things. And I do not want to miss the important generation, young generation. Of course, it's not only just the early age children, but the youth. So the group of youth is really important for our journey, especially recently, climate change action. So we call it climate action. That is we really needed. And especially when I took the session 2, there are so many their opinions because it's not simple. That's the reason. So everybody has a different perspectives, but the bottom line was all we have school of thoughts. We needed to move on. So that is the key point. And then in the session 3, while I was listening to all of the conversations and some questions, I was thinking definitely we recall the concept of a school community, how much we have to work together holistically and collectively, but at the same time, how we can make a narrow the ESD gap from the top to down. Like for example, the national system really wanted to move on, but at the same time, the reality of schools are not easy. So there must be the gap, but how we can make it narrower. And then how much we can appeal, this is really necessary. We need the action. That was one. Of course, the last, already me. I think a photo is better than me. But anyway, the last one was the Thai SDG micro primer. I don't know, maybe I'm a very simple person. Always I'm amazed with this kind of technology, and especially it's really easy and appealing. So I was wondering personally how we can mobilize this kind of technology for the future. That's it from me, and thank you so much whole of the day, and then I will give the floor to Jackie back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Myung Choi, for providing us with a recap of the day. And of course, tomorrow we still have some more interesting topic to discuss, and in the format of our working session. So we will not be in this room, so for sure, because we cannot have more interactions with the colleagues. So tomorrow we will start the event at 9 o'clock, starting with the registration from 9 to 9:15, and then we will start the first session, session 4. At 9:15, and then the order of the sessions are already listed in the latest agenda that we have shared with you. And the venue of the session tomorrow, it will be at Hall 3 Graduate Center. And then if you ask me, where is it, Zaki? I am not the one that can address you to the venue. I have Shannon.
Hi, for those of you who are joining us tomorrow, so the Graduate Center is not far. Sunway is a very close campus. So you will probably have passed it on your way here in the morning if you're coming from Sunway Lagoon Hotel or elsewhere in Sunway City. Yeah, if you're coming from the Canopy Walk, right when you enter, you'll see, there's that little coffee stand there, the Mad Alchemy, which is really good if you want to stop and get something. Normally, you've been coming through there, and you've been turning left and going through the brain forest and student seating area and coming through here. Instead, you're going to go straight into past the. It's been a long day. Sorry. Yes. Yeah, you're going to go through the doors, and it'll be right there. And as Karen just reminded me, there'll be plenty of ushers and signs to help guide you along your way. So don't worry, you won't get lost. Yeah.
Thank you. I hope it is clear. So just follow the ushers and also the signboard. Tomorrow they'll be signed, and then that will direct you to the graduate center. So I think some ushers from the students helper, they'll be standing by there to support. And then I hope that you will not be lost tomorrow to the graduate center. Just say Hall 3 Graduate Center. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And then have a good evening. Enjoy your evening in Kuala Lumpur. And then see you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. No, it's going to be fine.
Thank you.